Well, welcome to the lair. I
Good
am.
morning.
Morning.
What everybody doing?
We've been waiting for you to turn up.
Everybody doing?
I'm drinking coffee and I'm freezing.
We've been waiting for you to turn up.
Who has an echo of me?
Okay, hold
I'm
on.
drinking coffee and I'm freezing.
Wait.
Who has an echo?
I think that was actually me. Not once.
Good morning, quit your bitchin' not. Another name I don't recognize, but we are happy to have you and see you. Good morning. Hold on, let me say all my good mornings. Good morning, Debbie. Obviously, Croc and Patty.
Texas Mama Bear.
Texas Mama Bear. Good morning,
Hi,
sweetheart.
Mama Bear.
Good morning, me and John. Hello, my darlings. Okay. Croc, you want to pull up the crime talk Scott Reich feed to use? We're supposed to get some storms rolling through later, so.
Oh yeah, no, I can grab it. I can grab a fresh window for it at a moment's notice. Ooh,
Okay.
hello Victoria.
Hello, Victoria. Then let me grab one to post for our thing.
Good morning, everyone.
Actually, I actually had it open for a little while until we got word that you were coming.
Yeah.
In a separate window, so I can just reopen it at will.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me just add this. Yeah. I was downstairs because, like I alluded to in the post that was when I was supposed to go live last night, I now have a lovely 4K camera and lighting setup, and we were screwing around trying to get it to run through all the cables, and I just missed what time it was. But it'll be ready for the party tonight. Have we seen Thomas yet?
Not yet.
Okay, well, I wanted to make sure to say hi. Didn't want to forget.
Don't worry. Well, one of us can throw. I can put up the thing when he arrives.
That's fine. I'm trying to. I was getting my iced Starbucks that I made and arguing with HDMI cables and my monitor for the camera.
Oof.
And the big softbox lights. So scary. I'm actually going to have softbox lighting and a monitor and something that's not a high def webcam. And is everybody disturbed yet?
No.
No, we're good.
Oh, what can I say? It'll be interesting.
Yeah, HDMI cables can be really weird sometimes. You gotta watch the pressure on them though.
Yeah,
Than USB.
it's not even that because they just go from my laptop to the camera. For some of them, but it was just like power. Creed, don't even. Creed, I will come over there. Creed, I have not had a full cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Shots fired. Creed, let me finish my coffee. Because I swear to God, if the first words out of this chick's mouth are "I peed," it's not going to be healthy for anybody. So, They moved my mom over to an inpatient rehab yesterday. Hopefully only for a week or so, just to get her strong enough that she can transfer. Creed, you're not getting immunity. There's no immunity, and I will turn loose an angry 5-year-old that didn't sleep enough.
And a cracker squirrel.
I'm not worried about that. I love you, Croc, but after the discussion that was had Friday evening because somebody got referred to as a psycho, and, well, A, she's in kindergarten, so she thought they called him a psychic. Because they sound alike. And got up on a table and fought a 4th grader.
Yeah.
And for those wondering how Loki's mini-me did, my mini-me used a rear naked choke and he TKO tapped out. Yeah. I looked at the mom on the Zoom call when she's like, I'm going to call police. I'm like, well, she's under 6, so it doesn't matter. How is this, Nick?
Yeah.
How is this? Yeah, Creed, I am, and I am talking with Bruce's son in the background about some things. Mike. So I will continue my discussion with the lovely Mike Rivers about that. So but yeah, I was like, she's not even 6, so they won't charge her.
For anything.
Yeah. Your
They yell at you a little bit.
Your child, however, is 12. And if he would like to forever be known as the kid that got beat up by a kindergartner, let's go down that path, and you let me know how that goes.
He's 12 years old and a 4th grader?
5th grader, sorry.
Yeah, okay. That's a little closer. Yeah.
5th grader. Sorry, my bad. You got beat by a kindergartner who TKO'd you.
Sorry.
If you'd like, we can go down that. But your child's already being made fun of. You want to make this more public, then it has to be. That's fine. I have no problem. But all anyone heard is, you not call him a psychic, honey. I don't think that's the word he used. Nor do I think the word psychic means what you think it means, sweetheart. But please refrain from standing on tables to fight adults. Love you, Victoria. Let us know how you're doing. But yes, that discussion happened. And then when I tried to lecture her, I was informed, but Aunt Patty would say it's okay and be proud.
No. Aunt Patty may try to restrain with the giggling, but no, we do not need to beat up adults by standing on tables. That is dangerous.
But yeah, no, this 5th grader referred to the other one as a psycho and a future school shooter. And she took offense.
Of course she did.
At him being called a psychic.
Not the other part.
We need to use our words and not our fists.
She didn't use her fist. She just choked him out.
We need to use our words and not our hands. Plus our
Yeah,
heart.
yeah. I mean, you call him a future school shooter and a psycho. No matter how many times I say use your words, you probably don't want words. Because
Nope.
I didn't get a chance to tell this last week because we were running out of time. So I'm going to censor this next statement for the sake of people that don't know me and all of that. Um I am in no way racist, transphobic, any of all the phobic things. I don't care how you live your life, especially if it doesn't affect mine. And, you know, my best friend from college recently had gastric bypass and lost 170 pounds in 9 months. You know, my
Wow.
my
Damn.
best, yeah, she looks amazing. She's the same size that she was when I met her. Um, and then um, you know, I haven't made a secret out of one of my high school best friends is trans. Like I speak, on a national level about disability, dealing with patients in the LGBTQ community, dealing with patients in public safety that are either LGBTQ, disabled, whatever. I'm a huge advocate for all of that stuff. Um, However, they have a transgender inclusion program at this school. They
Mhm.
have a longer section of the handbook discussing trans students than they do bullying, school violence, or any other form of discipline. It's an entire chapter in their handbook.
Wow.
Yeah. And again, I don't care about, like, live your life, doesn't doesn't really bother me. But somebody yelled at my mini me that she was being transphobic and hateful because she used the wrong pronouns. Now, here's the problem. A, you made my princess cry because she thought that, my best friend from high school, who she knows well, would be upset because um, one of my best friends from high school is trans, you know, and that all of that stuff. And like I've expressed in other streams, she will go ask you, may I ask you a question about? If you say no, she drops it and walks away, but she does not point, nor does she just walk over and ask inappropriate questions. I have, ingrained that into them. People are different, they have disabilities, you can ask questions, but you need to ask permission before you ask the question. And if they say no, you need to be respectful. That's their right and their like I have always made that clear. The problem is she doesn't understand pronouns when it comes to the English language and sentence construction, right?
But she's
Most
barely old
kinder
enough to. She's barely old enough to get the whole idea of sentence construction.
Well, right. So she got upset because somebody yelled at her. Trying to explain they, them when referring to a single person, right? Not the refusal to use those pronouns. She just genuinely doesn't understand, which is fine. She's in kindergarten. So somebody yelled at her for using the wrong pronoun. And so she has started calling everybody fucker because, and I quote, it's gender neutral. Everybody's pronoun is now fucker. Because it's gender neutral. I give up.
She's not wrong.
She's not wrong. No, you're not wrong at all.
I just stared at them like, really? Well, we can't have that kind of language used. She does not understand basic grammar yet. And now we're gonna do this. She gave you a gender neutral option. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't like the gender neutral option she's using, then maybe you shouldn't have been rude when she got confused with pronouns.
Don't expect a 5-year-old to know the difference. She's in a female school.
So everybody has become fucker to her. That's been my weekend. Croc, I thought you'd be highly amused.
Yeah.
The record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. I want to take up a couple of things. First of all, I want to take up the issue of Juror 12, I believe it is. And there was a challenge that was made to her based on some information that she disclosed after Stephanie Happ's testimony. I am going to grant the challenge. I'm going to excuse her. For me, what places this over the edge is I presided over a probate case. I'm actually the presiding probate judge, and I've presided over probate cases before. I know that they're emotional. She was helping that family deal with or plan for end-of-life decisions. I understand that it was 3 years ago. However, the deciding factor for me is that had this information been known and had a challenge been made at the time that jury selection was made, I would have granted the challenge for cause. So I am going to excuse juror number 12.
That's what. That's
the process will be I
bullshit.
will bring her in, give her a discharge instruction
This is such
with
bullshit.
one caveat,
Because
and
she
then
was
release
woman
her.
enough to say,
We
hey,
also have an issue regarding production of certain documents. I think it's going to be from Dr. Gray. From Dr. Torres. Oh, is she here?
She is here.
She is here. Okay. All right. So is she going to testify today?
No.
Oh, okay. So what specifically is it that you're looking for? Is it, as I read this?
It's strictly the MMP2.
These are the MMP2
Right.
questions I was talking about.
But it looks
Where
like
they
it's
want a
just,
blank
they're talking
copy.
about elevated scores on scales F, FP, FB, SC, and D. Is that what you're looking for?
That is what I'm looking
All right. And the raw data would be what, as you understand it to be?
So it's basically it's a multiple, I don't say multiple choice, but there are certain symptoms that are listed,
Right.
and then you say, this, I always feel this way, I sometimes, or not.
Right.
Just how she actually scored on those particular ones. So what box,
Okay.
was checked and how that compares to the article that indicated sometime that some of those there's some that are more expressed by people
Right.
who are malingering or are coached to malinger than people who have actually been diagnosed with DID.
And I saw that through the,
Hi, Opal.
I guess this would be the scales that they're referencing here, because they have a number of, I guess these are items, these must be the questions that are on the MMPI-2. They refer to item 12, 24, 66. So I'm assuming that they're referring to the question numbers, because if I recall correctly, the MMPI-2 is, I think, 272 questions.
I believe so.
So let's see.
It is raw test data.
And
It shouldn't be
these
an
do
issue.
talk about the SC scale, the D scale, the F, the FB, and the FP. So the plan would be to have Dr. Torres release the questions that are associated with those scales and how the defendant completed that.
How they completed, and also because they were saying that her scores don't necessarily align. They're saying her scores align more with people who were coached than the people who were actually diagnosed with DID. And because it's kind of a multiple different levels that you could assess yourself at, just to compare, whether, what they are saying versus what
Okay,
their actual
guys.
score was. And
Okay.
I'll explain this in a second. I
Okay,
have the
prosecution?
actual test in front of me.
Yes, Your Honor, we would continue to object to this raw data being released to the defense attorney. Obviously, this is raw data that is relevant to a psychiatrist or psychologist who may be able to testify as to why it's relevant for whatever purpose it may be. I know the court had ruled previously that the raw data should be
Good morning,
exchanged amongst the
Thomas, my
experts.
darling.
The experts retained by the defense have received the raw data. They can certainly testify to whatever they would like to about that if they disagree with Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray's opinion as to what the raw data actually says. But there is a privacy concern with regards to this raw data, and quite frankly, that's my position. I would actually request that the court hear from Dr. Torres directly as to what her position is with regards to the raw data.
Okay.
The FB scale
Dr.
is a
Torres, if you would
validity
step forward, please,
indicator.
ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. In regards to this raw data, I have it here, all of the information associated with the MMPI-2, the 2 times that we administered, we being myself and Dr. Gray, as well as
So it was done twice.
it was also done by Dr. Leach.
Okay, go ahead.
Essentially, we've provided this information to Mr. Tellini's expert. We provided that on February 7th. If the court wants to release the raw test data to Mr. Tellini, that's fine with us. We just ask that a protection order be placed on it to prevent further distribution.
Right, and I've done that before, both as a litigator and as a judge. So I knew that was going to be a request, and it's a reasonable one.
I don't have a problem with that. The only people that would be reviewing it would be myself, and then I have a social worker.
Okay. Okay.
And obviously, we would want a copy
Morning,
as well.
Yes. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do, because I've been in a position of, I mean, I've been a litigator with this in this issue, or a trial attorney in this issue with respect to this issue and the raw data, and I can tell you, I think that there is some value to having the raw data if you can.
Guys, I have
Figure out
the
the raw data.
actual components in
There's
question.
value to having that and
and
being
at
able to
first
question the
break, we'll
expert about
cover
it
them.
as opposed to just a battle to the expert. So I am going to order the raw data be provided to both sides.
We will cover it at first break, and I will break down the categories they're talking about and explain the
I'm going to,
significance.
since it's going to be provided to both sides, I'm going to require the prosecution to upload it sealed so that nobody has access to it through the electronic filing system. In addition, I'm going to enter the following protective order, and that is that the information is not to be otherwise copied, disseminated, distributed, or given to any other persons not associated with this case or not in the defense counsel's office
I have
or the prosecution's
the
office.
blanks. I have the
Both sides will need to take
general
sufficient steps to make sure that it
scales,
is
I have the
not
categories,
disseminated, published, or anything
and I
like
have
that.
the
And once the case
category
is done,
qualifiers. So we'll discuss it at
because you
first
guys
break.
are going to upload that in a sealed fashion, and it will be preserved once this case is done, both sides will have to provide back the copies that they've gotten for destruction and certify that they provide us with all the copies that they have. And that should resolve all of the issues regarding dissemination of the raw data. Are there any other concerns that you had about that?
None at this time.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Torres.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have a concern.
Go ahead.
Just based on the
Yeah,
history of this
we'll
case,
discuss
we've
all of that
attempted
at
to
break
file other
openly
matters
without a
sealed.
problem.
And for whatever reason, someone in the pipeline makes a decision that it shouldn't be sealed, and then somehow it gets released to the public. I'm concerned that that might happen here. And so my preference would be for the court to upload it with
Okay.
instructions saying it's sealed, just as a precautionary measure.
Give it to us. We'll upload it. And
Appreciate
then,
that, Judge. Thanks.
we'll make sure that it's sealed and it won't be unsealed without court order. And that should take care of that. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Torres.
Thank you.
If I may approach, I'll hand you the
Okay.
manila folder that Dr. Torres
Okay.
handed me.
All right.
Am I dismissed, Your Honor?
Let me double check here. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Torres.
Talk to you later.
All right. Then, Mr. Allen, I'm going to direct this question to you because you made the comments on Friday. You had indicated that you had received some information, and I thought you said some photographs regarding the defendant's conduct, which potentially could be construed as extending the middle finger or flipping people off, including a witness, perhaps family. Do you have those photographs?
I can get them printed. Basically, it was just screen captures from what was being broadcast on WebEx, which I think the court may also have the same things that I saw.
Do we have that now? Okay, so we will upload some of that so that there is some record of what it was.
Guys, for anybody
and,
anybody wanting to know what they're
You may have
talking
all
about,
noticed that the
okay.
Tables have been slightly
If
reconfigured.
anybody
They'll be
would like to know
reconfigured
what
again
exactly they're
after,
referring
or
to,
at-
there you go.
Yeah.
You may still be able to use it to some extent, but nobody will be able to sit at it.
There you go. There's the picture.
Ms.
How's that?
Stauch, you have the right
Danny,
and
did you see the
obligation
picture?
to be present for your trial. Being present permits you to see the evidence
Was
the
it
prosecution is
because I had to
presenting
close
against
this
you.
window while I did it? Could everyone
It
see
permits
her?
you to communicate
Yeah?
with your lawyers.
Okay, because I have like 8 or 9 different pictures.
While
of
that
her
is going on.
doing
Yeah,
it.
you sent me a few
Yeah,
of
yeah,
them.
Mean John, I have
You
it.
also have the right
I have a
for
whole
the
bunch
jury
of
not to
pictures
see
like
you in
that.
restraints that are commonly associated with being held in custody or
Quite a
confinement.
few pictures like that.
That way, the
Who
jury
I
does
grabbed
not
those
see you as a prisoner or
screenshots?
someone who is in custody and is not prejudiced against you because of that. These rights, however, are not without limitation.
Creed, I have the clips, and I have,
While you have the
I
right
have
to be
stills
present
from all the
for your
videos
trial.
where she's doing it.
You also have the responsibility
I went
to
back
behave
and
with the respect
scoured
and decorum
my
required for this
footage
formal proceeding.
from the
You
web.
also have the responsibility to
those
behave in
pictures
such a
the other
fashion
night.
as to make the use of additional restraints unnecessary.
Mean John, I will.
Sometimes during trial, a defendant chooses to act out. The likelihood that that will happen, in my experience, seems to increase the longer the trial takes and the more serious the charges are. And I know that right now we're in week 4, or we finished 4 weeks. We're starting week 5. You aren't the first defendant to act out. Probably not going to be the last.
It
I
would be the
cannot
last if it's in
imagine
my courtroom.
the pressure a defendant feels during any trial. It's not uncommon for a defendant to disagree with certain testimony or dislike a witness or a victim. Nevertheless, you cannot act disrespectfully in
Why do I
words
feel like
or
I have
actions.
this discussion with my
First
mini
of
me
all,
on like a
never
daily
helps you out.
basis?
You've already heard
Probably
one
do.
juror submitted a question regarding his observation of your conduct. They don't miss anything. It also makes your
literally-
attorney's job much harder. They need to focus on the evidence presented and how to counter that rather than your conduct in the courtroom. I am also aware of the practical realities that exist in this case. I could.
There's another one.
Contemptuous.
There
However,
you go.
in a case where a defendant is facing decades or
Mayor,
even
yeah,
life
my
in
mini
prison,
me
if
not only
convicted,
gosh, she's doing
a
it
6-month
again.
contempt sentence does
Look
not
at her
seem to be
hand.
much of a deterrent. But that does not leave me without a remedy. We have moved the tables
She's doing
around.
it right now. Look
You
at
are
her
now
hand.
sitting in a chair that does not rock or swivel. You will
She's
be
literally
directly
doing
facing
it
the bench,
right
and you
now.
will be more in my line of sight.
Look at her.
I want to caution you against certain actions.
She's doing it right there.
Such as waving your hands around, trying
See
to
it?
stretch your fingers out, and leaving one of them more prominent than the other.
She's doing it right now.
Those acts would be, in my opinion, disrespectful to the proceeding,
She's flipping you
disrespectful
off
to the
right
court
now,
and
Judge.
the legal process. I also view it as a form of witness intimidation and an attempt to influence presentation
This
of evidence in
attorney
this
just
case.
realized it. He's like, put your hand
If that
down.
conduct occurs again, it would be a violation of the decorum I expect in this case.
You know, these
Everybody
two attorneys
that's sitting
are
in the
like, oh, for the
gallery
love of God.
sees signs that have already warned them of the same kind of conduct.
You are sitting there like that right
You
now.
can't do it either.
Ma'am,
I may then impose other remedies.
I
I
will
could
break
simply
that
have a
finger
bolt
for you.
installed on the underside of the table and have your hands cuffed to that bolt.
I want to
You
see
wouldn't
your
be able to
hands
use
cuffed to the
you wouldn't be
underside of
able
the
to see your hand.
table.
Oh, I want to see
Please,
that.
somebody.
It would be uncomfortable. I could have you removed from the courtroom and the trial
Stop
would proceed
living the
without
judge
you.
off while he's threatening to bolt your
You
hands
would
to
be
the
returned.
table.
You would not be returned to the jail. Instead, you would be held in a holding cell in this building.
She's doing.
You know how uncomfortable they are.
She's
You would then be
literally-
transported
look
back
at
to
this.
the
She is
courtroom
flipping
at
off
every break
the
to see if
judge.
you had changed your
And
mind
this
and
one-
agreed to behave in a
This
respectful
one
manner.
attorney,
a
the one that's
courtroom
covering his
requires.
eyes, like keeps looking at her,
And
goes back to
You would
covering
be
his
brought
face.
over for the next day of
He's
trial,
like,
and we would start all over again.
"Stop it!"
So, with
He's
that,
kicking her under the table.
is the prosecution prepared to proceed?
Generally, we are, but there are a couple matters that I think we can address before the jury comes in. if it's
Okay,
with the
and
court.
we will start up with, is Ms. Bell back there somewhere?
She's in the hallway, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's actually the first item I wanted to talk about. I
Okay.
did get a chance to talk to Mr. Tweeney. There were some areas of her testimony that in my haste I didn't cover. And so rather than recovering her before he starts his cross, I'd like to cover about 5 to 10 minutes at the most from this February 21st search. Mr. Tweeney doesn't have an objection to that.
Okay, all right.
The second item is more sensitive, and I would propose that we approach for that, Mr.
Okay.
Tweeney and I.
She's sitting there flipping you off right now. You want that finger up so badly, I'll break it and they can put it in a cast. You might want to cut his mic if you're having a bench conference. Not looking up his nose. Hey, Ardo.
How you doing?
I just want to see your hand stuck to the underside of the table. Patty, you with me on that one? What do you think, Patty?
Heck yes, I want to see him. I want to see it badly. I think it'd be great.
Guys, if you're in a bench conference, you may want to go ahead and knock that off. Pause.
And right.
We
Good
watch.
morning, Arda. Oh.
I still want to know how it is they can mute a picture. They were all about that on Friday.
Where is this? Oh, I know where it is.
I'll stay in here as long as I need to.
Like, y'all, maybe it's time to mute the mic if you're having a bench conference. But hey, I'm not a rocket surgeon.
No, in-flight missile repairmen, they have more sense than this.
Mean John, go look at your Discord. Croc, can we? Croc, can we mute your background noise when you have small people yelling?
Okay.
Okay, so the pronoun thing is... Mayor, I'll get that in 1 second. So the pronoun thing is... My littlest got yelled at that she was being hateful and mean and discriminatory because she did not understand how to use they, them gender neutral pronouns with an older child. You're lucky she knows he and her, right? So she then announced fucker is a gender neutral pronoun and now just calls everybody fucker.
Patty is so proud.
If she's not sure, you're
Patty.
just fucker.
Patty is so very, very proud.
Hey, fucker, come here. Do we say that? Well, no, but I can't tell if it's a boy or a girl. I don't want to get yelled at. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I want a t-shirt. I'm like everybody. We all want t-shirts that say fuck is gender neutral.
Yeah, so Mayor, that's the gender neutral pronoun story. Yeah, Creed, I understand that, and I don't mind it, but I have gotten a few complaints emailed to me from people that some of the things that were said in the background of Croc's stream, like in arguments between the kids and things, the things that were said
upset
were
them.
borderline. They were upsetting to some people. And the closer I get to monetization, the more careful I have to be. That's my only issue. But yes, we now just call everybody fucker.
Sounds
It's
good to
gender
me.
neutral. Oh, and then anybody that was here for the Easter Bunny villain origin story thing, I forgot that when I was a very small child, my grandfather, who was my person, and my grandfather, who was, I don't know if you'd call him a fashionista or whatever, he was very Brooklyn. He wore a Burberry line, a Burberry plaid lined tan trench coat when he was out and going to the clothing stores he owned and all of that. He, always dressed very smartly. He purchased me a real fur jacket as a gift because back in the 80s, it wasn't an issue. And she happened to notice said jacket, and my mother commented it was rabbit fur, so that now she wants to know if she can wear it to taunt the evil Easter bunny that kidnaps chicken eggs.
Oh, jeez. Wow. Just wow.
All right.
I hate that
The
jacket
first thing
just
that we're
because
going
I don't
to do
like
is
the
bring in
smell.
juror number 12.
Creed, I've actually already talked to them and they have no issue monetizing my content. I generally wait until we are greater than 8 minutes in before we curse. And I was already informed that even when it's a difficult topic, I am respectful.
All rise for
And,
the juror, please.
you know, how I cover things
Thank
and
you. May
all
all be
my
seated.
safety
Court
disclosures.
will recall 20 CR
As of now, there
1358,
weren't
People
many
versus Letecia
issues.
Stauch. Record should reflect that juror number 12 has returned to the
If
courtroom.
there is an
Good
issue,
morning.
one or two, maybe one or
I'm
two
sorry
of my
to have
old
brought you down
videos
again, but I
may
wanted to
not
think about
get
this over the
monetized.
weekend. I also
But in general, they're
wanted
not
to
hugely worried.
talk with the lawyers a little bit. And it was late on Friday when we did that. I know that you were waiting and I had some other matters that I had to deal with, so I just didn't want you to be waiting there. I think that in this circumstance, I am going to excuse you from further service in this case. The law requires that I do it in front of the attorneys, the defendant, and in an open court. That's why I didn't call you. So I'm sorry that you had to come down. I do have a final instruction for you with a caveat. The instruction is that your service in this case is being concluded. You no longer have any further obligation in this case. You may now talk to anyone you wish, including the attorneys and parties about this case. You may tell them as much or as little as you like about the case. Whether you do so or not is entirely up to you. If you decide not to discuss the case, your decision will undoubtedly be respected. However, if an attorney or party persists in discussing the case over your objection or becomes critical of your services as a juror, please report that incident to me. The caveat is, as you know, we've taken some steps to make sure that all the jurors remain anonymous. The only people who know who you are the other jurors, the attorneys, and I. So the caveat is you're prohibited from disclosing to anyone else who the other jurors are, and that's to respect their privacy. But again, at this point in time, you can talk to anybody. Aside from that, you can talk to anybody that you want. You can tell them as much as you like or as little as you like. In addition, Mr. Combs has, do we have that printed off yet? Okay. Mr. Combs has some information for you. If you have questions about that, give us a call. It's a difficult case. I know that those are services that we offer to every juror in every case. I also have a certificate of appreciation for your service. It's not much. It is all that we can offer. It is important, however, because it does serve as a symbol of your service in this case. In addition, El Paso County has a policy whereby if you are called down and serve as a juror, and then you are called in the next 12 months, you can call the jury commissioner and explain that you were on a jury in the past 12 months, and they'll excuse you without you ever having to come down. Remember those questions when I asked when we first started, have you ever been on a jury in the last 12 months? So this certificate has my name on it, the case number for this case, and the date of your service. You give any one of those three things to Commissioner Maestas, she should be able to look up your service and excuse you. So with that, make sure that you have everything out of the jury
Every
room.
news outlet under
Any
the
notes
sun
that
is
you have, you
offering
need
her
to
a
give to Mr.
crap ton of
Combs.
money
They will be
come
immediately
give
destroyed. We're
her
not going to
to
distribute them,
come
do anything
get
with them. They're destroyed
information
immediately. So
about
just
the
make sure that you
trial
have
up
everything.
until
And
now for
again,
things
thank
that
you for
aren't
your
public.
service. And I know that you might have a feeling that you didn't get to sit all the way through, and you You made it this far. You put this much time and effort into it. What I want to tell you
Hey,
is you
Nancy.
did the right thing. That's what this process is all about. So I don't want you to feel bad about that. Okay. You did the right thing. Okay. All rise for the juror, please.
I have an issue that she's just like, I get why they're releasing her, but I have an issue because she had enough integrity to say, look, there's pretty much no way
Thank you. May all be
any of
seated.
you would have ever
Um,
known.
So
this
at this point in
happened.
time, do we need to have Ms. Bell resume her
But
seat
I'm
on the
just gonna
witness
let
stand?
her
Is that where
know.
we're going? Okay.
Like, I'm just gonna let you
All right.
know.
Ms. Bell, I
And
remind you,
yes, I
ma'am,
can
that you're
still
still
be
under oath.
impartial. I'm inclined to believe that because she was under no obligation to disclose. I mean, like, in theory you do, but she didn't have to bring it to their attention a month into it, right? And to me, that shows that she has enough, what do you want to call it? Integrity. Yeah, Creed, I get that. But if she didn't feel like she could be fair and impartial, I doubt she would have been like, hey guys, just a heads up. She'd be like, no,
All rise for the
they're a
jury,
member of
please.
the church.
If you ask me, I'm trying to take care of this.
Okay.
I'll
Well,
line them up.
let us, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
All at once.
But what I mean, to each his own, and you want to protect the case. And I don't disagree with that. I feel bad because this juror's like, no, I can still do it. I'm bringing this to you on my own volition when there's pretty much. Creed, she did. She genuinely did not recognize the name because the person has been married since. So until she saw the person in person, she didn't know. She, at no point lied about it. She didn't lie, but So the conflict was her father is a pastor and she serves with the church choir. And one of the experts, the ballistics expert, had an elderly mother
All rise
who
for the jury.
called
Yep, there we
the
go.
pastor and her, 'cause she was kind of a lay person involved, to discuss final wishes and plan her own funeral. And then the same expert witness's daughter ended up deceased at a very young age, and she sang at the funeral as a part of the choir. But other than that, had no interaction and did not know this person's last
you. May all be
name.
seated.
And until they gave their expert
Court will recall 20 CR
testimony,
1358. People versus
she
Letecia
didn't put
Stauch
two
record
and
should
two
reflect the jury
together,
has
so
returned to the
she
courtroom.
told
Good
the
morning, ladies and
judge.
gentlemen. Again, we're going to start the day with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you
So
could
they're
not
saying
continue
the
to act as a fair and
conflict is
impartial juror in this case?
she wouldn't be
So, please raise your
impartial
hand.
because they were a member of the
No
same
response.
church.
Okay. You might notice that we have one juror less today than we did last Friday. You shouldn't draw any conclusions or anything from that. That juror was no longer able to serve in this case. So it does bring up something I want to talk to you about a little bit. And that is you guys can rearrange. I know that I always feel bad for the people that are sitting down there in the pit. So if you want to, you guys can stay in the same seats that you're in if you want to do that. That's fine. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. The other thing that you can do if you want to talk about it, you could all move down. That would put you up on the same level with everybody else. And our juror number 20 could move back into that back seat. You would be higher up. It's also up to you. I give you that option. If you want to stay the way that you are, that's okay too. But this way we have a little bit more room to play with. So I'll just leave it at that. When we took our break on Friday, we were in the midst of Ms. Bell's testimony. That's where we will resume today with that. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Bell.
Good morning.
There's a couple questions that I forgot to ask you on Friday, okay? So I want to cover those with you this morning. Is that all right?
Yes.
Back on both searches on January 29th, 2020, as well as February 21st, 2020, did you locate any shell casings in the residence?
No cartridge cases were located during any of my searches.
If you would have found expended cartridge cases, would you have collected those?
Yes, they would have been collected and placed into evidence.
During the course of the February 21st, 2020 search, did you also collect several prescription medication bottles?
I did. I believe it was 5 prescription bottles.
And do you know those? Do you have your report with you?
I do, if I may refer to it.
I figured you might, since you probably didn't know I was going to ask you these questions. And it's bait page 0398. It's 2 of 6 of your February 21st report.
Correct. Yes, I do have that.
What items did you actually collect and submit into evidence?
I will do my best to say these names and not butcher them.
Let's see.
But I collected a prescription bottle of Perigo, I believe is how you pronounce this, that was prescribed to Letecia Stauch. I collected a prescription bottle of colchicine that was prescribed to Eugene Stauch. I collected a prescription bottle of lisdexamfetamine that was prescribed to Gannon Stauch. I collected a prescription bottle of amoxicillin prescribed to Harley Hunt, and a prescription bottle of doxycycline, which was indicated it was for a canine.
And did you collect and submit into evidence every prescription bottle you found in the entire residence?
The ones I collected on that day, I don't know that every single prescription bottle was collected and submitted into evidence.
Did you see a prescription for hydrocodone while you were doing this search on February 21st, 2020?
I don't recall offhand without reviewing photographs.
If you would have saw a prescription of that, would you have collected it?
I believe I would have, since the other prescriptions were collected.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Bell, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. So refresh me again, how many searches did you do in residence?
Myself personally,
Yes.
I was involved in 3 of them.
And the first, what was the date of the first one?
First one was January 29th.
And to your knowledge, was the resident secure between the time that Gannon went missing and when you did your search?
Secured in what
I mean,
way?
were other members of the family there? Were people coming in and out?
When I arrived on that day, I know at some point that Eugene Stauch returned back to the residence and remained on the upper level while I was working in the basement. And then throughout the other ones, I couldn't say for sure. It's my understanding that they were in and out of the residence.
And so before you got there on the 28th or on the 29th, how many people were in and out of the residence, like say the date prior? Do you have any knowledge of that?
Of family or
Family.
of law enforcement?
Of family, non-law enforcement.
I was made aware that Gannon's biological mother had been in the house the day prior, at least, or the evening prior. And beyond that, I don't know which family members had been in and out of the residence.
Or are there friends showing up to offer aid or anything like that? You're unaware?
That I'm not aware of. I wasn't at the door to see who came to the door.
Okay. And in regards to the carpeting, you had indicated that you've done some kind of testing with the fire department and with fire resistant material being put in the carpet.
Yes,
Sarah
that
Michelle
was
Geller?
experimentation that was done several years ago. So not on specific carpet from this
Okay.
residence.
And that's my next question. Do you know, was any of this carpet tested to see if it actually is fire resistant?
I'm unaware if any additional testing was done on this carpet.
Okay. Or any testing to see how long you'd have to put a flame to cause the time of
That
fire damage
testing
that was
is
caused.
done.
That was
Correct.
Done by
I
the
didn't do any of that on this
CPSC,
carpet, and I don't
and
know
it
that
is
it
done
was
by
done.
the
Okay, thank you.
NFPA, and all you would have to do
Redirect.
is
thank you.
take the
Do
NFPA
any of the jurors
handbook
have any questions for Ms. Bell?
and reference manual, and it will give you the
No?
fire
All right.
rating.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have one sitting on my bookshelf right there.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Or the people would call Harley Hunt to the stand.
Oh, there we go. Leticia's daughter. What we've all been waiting to see. Let's see what Harley knew and if she has immunity. Let's see what she says about her mother. Let's go,
Ms. Hunt,
Harley.
if you would step
Game
forward and
on.
raise your right. Oh, where is she?
She's not there.
I just saw someone coming through the door.
That'd be freaking epic if she's not there. If Harley's not there, I will die of laughter.
Where's Harley?
I will die of laughter if she fucking no-shows.
That probably wouldn't end well, though.
Hot coffee, I can help you pick out a character name. I'm good at that.
She's in the necessary room. That's what's taking long.
I don't know. I just want to see if she's not there.
Yeah, me too.
Because I will die of laughter. So I do not have a mouthful of coffee right now. I'm waiting to take a sip. I have learned.
That's where I'm at.
I have learned, namely from things I say to you, that lead to you spitting your coffee out.
Thomas, I don't think Thanksgiving dinner is going to be a problem because Mom's going to be under the jail.
I was told he was right out here.
We can't find the witness. Guys, Danger Will Robinson, she's missing. Hot coffee, you're more than welcome to.
Character names?
Good morning, Nancy.
She's writing a book.
That's my girl.
Nancy, if you'd like, I can put up a poll.
All I need is the options. I got this.
Give Squirrel some options. We'll put up a poll
Right,
for
Ms.
you.
Hunt, if you would step
look.
forward and raise your right
Damn
hand,
it,
please, ma'am.
she's here.
Her
Yeah.
posse's with her too.
A little farther forward.
I would
It's
be
okay.
amused.
It's all right. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Think she's
truth.
gonna flip
look
her
at the
own kid
dagger.
off?
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your steps as you step into the stand.
Think she's gonna flip her own kid off?
Oh, but she sent some daggers there.
Yeah, because I bet you the kid has immunity.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Miss Hunt.
Good morning.
Could you please
Oh, we're
introduce yourself
already
to the
starting.
jury and spell your last name for the record?
Harley Hunt, Hunt.
Uh-oh. the
Very
cross-
difficult for you right now.
Yes. If you can send them
We're going to
to
get through this, okay? I'm going to ask you some questions and we're going to have a
Hi,
conversation.
Sandy.
I want you to do the best you can, all right? Everything we say is being recorded, so if you
This is a
can
train wreck. I
speak
can't
as loud
wait.
as possible. You can also pull that microphone closer to you
I
if
can't
you
wait
like.
for this train wreck.
Okay?
Okay,
How old are you, Harley?
I'm 20.
And who's your mom?
Letecia Stauch.
Is it the same Letecia Stauch who's seated to my left here in the middle of these two gentlemen?
Yes.
Hi,
And the
Mom.
record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Have you lived with your mom your entire life?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw her in person?
The day that she was arrested.
Would that have been March 2nd, 2020?
Yes.
And was that in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes,
Do you live out in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina now?
I do.
What do you do out there?
I go to college,
What are you studying?
nursing,
How much longer do you have for that?
a year and a half.
Pretty excited about that?
Yeah.
So you just
Things
started.
going well in
'cause
school?
Nursing
So far,
school
yes.
is
Okay.
not that long.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your family. Back in 2015, 2014 timeframe, did your mother marry someone named Albert Stauch?
Yes.
And did Albert have kids of his own?
Technically, his name is.
What's his
Eugene.
kids' names? Do you remember?
Lena and Gannon.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I show you what's been introduced in evidence as People's Exhibit 1. Recognize that
Well,
person?
Ardo, she
Yes.
probably
Is that
has
Gannon Stauch?
immunity
Yes.
because she could be a
And
party to
Lena
the crime.
Stauch is his younger sister.
Yes.
What was your relationship with Gannon Stauch?
We had a good relationship. Of course, we had like a age difference. But I would always try to be there for them when I could.
She looks just like
Do
the
you remember how
mom
old
from
you
this
were
view.
when Albert and your mom got married?
I think I was
She looks
12.
just like the mom from this
Also.
view.
How old was Gannon when that happened? Do you remember?
He was really young, 4 or 5.
And Lena
Yeah,
was
this
even
view,
younger than
she
that, I
looked
would imagine. You
just
remember
like
how old
mom.
Lena was?
Like 2 maybe or so.
And so did you also have a relationship with Lena?
Yes, I did.
Was she like a sister to you?
Yes.
And was Gannon like a brother to you?
Yes.
Although there's an age difference, especially probably when you got into your teenage years, right?
Correct.
I would imagine they may have been a little annoying for you a little bit.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Okay. What about your mom's relationship with Gannon over the years? Can you start out perhaps when Albert and your mom got married? How was that relationship between Gannon and your mom?
Yeah, so it was different at first because we were like a blended family. So we were just getting used to, more people in our life. They had an okay relationship. There were problems here and there, but
Was there a point in time when Albert and your mom first got married where Albert didn't have custody of the kids?
yes.
And were things a little easier when the kids weren't around?
I wouldn't say easier. Having to go back and forth between, the weekends and everything with them were difficult because, Albert, of course, wanted his kids full time with him. So I just remember there being like a lot of problems with that. But
At some point, did Albert get custody of both Lena and Gannon?
yes,
And were they living with you all more of a
Good morning,
full-time
Iris,
basis?
my love.
yes,
And did you observe the relationship between everyone at that time?
yes,
Did it seem to be, for lack of a better term, a normal family
Sandy.
situation?
Oh, wait,
Yes.
Thomas, she already flipped off the judge. She was flipping the judge off the entire time.
What
he
about your
was
relationship
talking.
with Albert? How'd that go?
we had a good relationship. When Albert first came in, it's when my dad passed away. So, that was difficult for me at first because I didn't want like my father to feel replaced. That's how I felt like in my heart. But as time grew, we got closer.
What was your father's name?
Chance.
Hunt?
Yes.
Do you remember when he died?
Yes. When I was 12 in October.
So would that have been October 2000? Help me out with the math here.
12 or 14.
Sometime in that time frame?
Yeah.
When your father passed away, were Albert and your mom married?
Yes.
Do you know how your dad passed away?
Yes.
How did he die?
An overdose
And when did you first learn that?
this past week.
What were you told
Oh,
how he
God.
died before?
That someone came in and robbed him and killed him.
And who told you that?
My mom.
Had she ever
Oh, horrible.
told you the truth as to how your dad died?
No.
How'd you learn about that then?
The internet.
This case has got an enormous amount of attention on social media and the internet. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have actually gotten a lot of attention on the internet because of this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Very difficult you being here right now, testifying in this court.
Yes.
Is Albert Stauch, do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Seated in the front row in the gallery here?
Yes.
Sandy, he died of
When
an overdose.
Albert and your
but
mom got married, where were you living?
He died of an OD.
Myrtle Beach.
Iris and Sandy.
And how long had you lived there
but
before you moved
Letecia
to
told
another place?
her that
you
he did
remember?
not die of an overdose. He died
I do not remember the exact
when someone
time.
tried to rob him.
In the beginning of Albert's and your mom's marriage, was Albert Stauch going
Then
to
she
training a
found out
lot? And was he
online
away
that
from the
he
house
did
quite
not,
a
in
bit
fact, die of an
because of
OD.
his job?
I mean, that he
Yes.
did not die
And
because of a robbery. He died
Were there
of an
often
OD.
times where it'd be just you and your mom in the house while Albert was out training?
Yes.
Were there other times where it'd be you, your mom, and Lena and Gannon?
Only when he was like at work for training, yeah.
How did your mom feel about, or do you know, did your mom ever talk to you about how she felt about Albert being gone all the time and being at training?
Yes. She wanted him to be home more, especially when we had the kids with us.
And did
She's a
she
very
tell
pretty
you whether or
girl.
not she liked being at home alone with the kids?
She did not know.
At some point, did you move to Charleston, South Carolina?
Yes, we did.
Why did you move to Charleston, South Carolina?
For their job purposes.
Whose jobs?
Both my mom and Albert. My mom wanted to teach at a new school, and Albert was able to find like a job position there too.
And did your mom tell you why she wanted to teach at a new school?
Just to get away from Myrtle Beach.
Did your mom want to move frequently?
Yes.
Was that pretty constant throughout your relationship with her?
Yes.
And so, how long did you live in Charleston?
I agree. This is not going to end well.
Not long, maybe a year, if that.
And where did you go from Charleston?
Back to Myrtle Beach.
I have my
And why did you go back
theories
to
on
Myrtle
that,
Beach?
and I'll explain that when we
because
take a break.
my
I'm
mom
gonna
didn't like
talk
being
over
in
her.
Charleston.
And did she tell you that?
Yes.
And so, were you having to switch schools from Myrtle Beach to Charleston and then back to Myrtle Beach?
Yes, so I actually went back to school as well when we stayed in Charleston too.
And did you end up graduating from high school early?
I did, yes.
Tell the jury about that. How'd that happen?
I eventually, when we moved to Alaska, I did online school. So I did 2 years of that. So I ended up doing 3 years of high school.
So you graduated essentially from being in Alaska doing online studies?
Yes.
And we're going to get there in a minute, okay? Do you remember how long you lived in Myrtle Beach the second time?
No.
Did you know whether or not your mom and Al Stauch actually bought a house in Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Once we moved back.
Yeah,
we
Thomas,
bought a
they're
house
they're
there
gonna cross.
that we had over a course of
They
time.
have to cross
Also,
her.
when we lived in Alaska.
And was that the first home
They
that
have
was
to.
purchased
I doubt
between
they're
Al
gonna
and your mom?
Yes, that was
be
purchased.
nasty about it, but
And
no
at
matter
some
what, it's
point,
hard.
did
And I'm
Albert
betting she has
Stauch get
immunity.
orders to go to Alaska?
Yes.
Were you in the home at that time?
Otherwise, she
Yes.
would be a
The
party
home that
to
you
the crime.
purchased?
Yes.
Tell us the jury about that. What were the circumstances? What was the plan for you and your mother and the kids when Albert was sent to Alaska to be stationed there?
Yeah, so he was stationed there. And we still had our house in Myrtle Beach, and we would go back and forth from being in Alaska and Myrtle Beach.
And when you say we, who are we talking about?
Me and my mom.
Do you know where the kids were at this point in time?
Sometimes they would be with us in Alaska, and sometimes they would be back in Myrtle Beach with their mom.
And did you know their mother, Landon?
Yes.
Had you met her on occasion?
Yes.
And you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Sitting in the second row back here?
Yes.
Was this in the time frame around 2017, 2018 when Albert
Iris,
was
because she got
stationed in
busted
Alaska?
for flipping
Yes.
off everybody in
And you
the
said
jury
that you would go to Alaska on
witnesses.
occasion and go back to Myrtle Beach.
I put pictures
and
of it up
you indicated
earlier
it
in the
was you and your
stream.
mom, right?
Correct.
How often would you guys go to Alaska?
We would stay in Alaska for like a
And
month
even
or so,
after
and
she
then we
got
fly back
admonished
to
for
Myrtle
flipping
Beach
people
for
off, she flipped
a
the
couple
judge
weeks
off.
and then fly back to Alaska.
Did you fully ever move to Alaska with your mother?
No,
And why is that?
Right, but you then proceeded to flip
because we
the
still had
judge
our
off
house
the
in Myrtle
entire
Beach,
time.
so we would go back and forth.
Did your mom ever talk to you about moving to Alaska?
Sandy,
What do you
just
mean?
rewind, you'll see
Well, did
it.
she ever tell you whether or not she liked being in Alaska?
Oh, she did not like being in Alaska, no,
And what did she tell you about that?
because it was cold and she couldn't work there, and there was nothing to do.
At some point, were
Thomas,
you up
we
in Alaska
established
with your
that
mom?
with the first phone call.
And discussions were talked about moving to Colorado.
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I remember after like 3 or 4 years or so, Albert found out that he could move to Colorado and be stationed there. And we all were excited because it was better than being in Alaska.
Do you know whose idea that was?
My mom's.
And why do you say that?
Because there was an incident that happened in Alaska. I wasn't told much, but
Something that didn't want her or Albert to be in Alaska anymore?
Mhm.
You have to
Oh,
say
yes,
yes or
the
no. I'm
false
sorry.
allegations.
Sorry.
It's all right. And so talk about the move to Colorado. When this decision was made to go to Colorado, did you still have this house in Myrtle Beach?
we did at first, and then they sold the house. After it was sold, we drove everything to Colorado.
Did you have to fly back to Myrtle Beach and then drive across the country to Colorado?
Yes.
And was it Colorado Springs where you were going to?
Yes.
What was Albert doing as all this was happening? Do you know?
Don't remember.
Told you,
Was he still in
Nancy.
Alaska?
I missed nothing.
I don't remember.
You can ask Iris and Croco, like, the stupid things that
I
I
That's fine.
notice and
Do you remember
remember.
moving into the house 6627
catch.
Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs?
Yes.
I'm pretty
When
good
you
with
moved in, was Albert with you initially?
No.
So tell the jury about that. When did Albert come to Colorado Springs to live with you and your mother?
So when we got to Colorado after driving there, the kids came at some point, and then
I had to
couple weeks
shackle her
later,
hands
Albert
under
came.
the desk immediately after that one.
And
You're
would
gonna
this,
flip
would
me off
this
while
have
I admonish
been
you for flipping
early
people off.
2019?
She got her hand back up to her face. Somebody give me a close up.
Now,
She's making a fist.
how long did you live in that house before?
She's got her
Sandy's
hand
death?
resting on
Do
a
you remember?
closed fist.
a year we moved
Well,
in
good.
January 2019.
Was this year time frame the first time
No,
that all
Iris,
of you were
she was
together
doing it
during
to
Albert
intimidate
and your mom's
witnesses
marriage?
because
Yes.
she was
And first
mouthing other
extended
things
time
to
for a year?
witnesses too.
Yes.
Well, the jury
the
was complaining
jurors.
about that shit too.
Had you had an opportunity
Yeah.
to see Albert and your mom together on numerous occasions?
She's
Yes.
picking her nose right
What was their
now.
relationship like? And I'm talking about when you're in Colorado, 2019 on.
She just picked her nose and now
It
she's
started
making
to
a
feel
fist
like we
again.
were a family again, because everybody was there and like we were together.
Did they ever argue?
Yes.
How often would they argue?
Often,
And how do you know they were arguing?
because you could hear them arguing.
And what would you do when that would happen?
Anna and Arlena would come ask me why they were arguing. So like they would just come my room and I would turn the TV up or something, because I didn't want them to have to listen to them argue.
Did you ever get pulled into these arguments?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
they would be arguing about something, and then it would be like, well, isn't this true? Or like ask my opinion, try to get my say-so on it.
And who would ask you your opinion to get your say-so?
My mom.
Aristotle
Did you
just
ever ask
smacking
your mom
common
and say,
sense
why do you
into
pull
her.
me into these arguments to get my opinion?
Yeah, I just said, like, I don't want to be a part of this.
Right, because it's
And what did she say
incredibly
in response to
inappropriate
that?
to involve a
But
child
just
in
keep
a marital
asking, and then they
dispute.
keep arguing.
Yes. That's you using the child as a weapon. And
And guardian ad litem,
I want to
highly,
go forward to
and
January
divorce
of
and family
2020
court
now.
judges
Okay?
highly frown upon it. One
Well,
of
let
the
me go back
quickest
to
ways to
Christmas
lose
of
custody.
2019. Did Gannon and Lena, were they with their mom during the holiday period?
Yes, I believe we celebrated Christmas early with them.
Did they go back to
Family
South
court
Carolina to be with their
judges,
mom over the
and in many
holidays?
states,
Yes.
you can automatically
Did they
lose your
eventually come
visitation
back?
Yes.
and be sanctioned
And would that
if
been
you
now
speak
January
negatively about
2020
the other
when they came
parent,
back to the house?
Yes.
or if
Now, was your mom
if the other
working
parent involves you in
here in
the marital
Colorado?
dispute.
Yes.
Where was she working?
At a school.
Do you remember what school?
I don't remember the name of it, no.
French Elementary sound familiar?
Yes.
Was that the school she was working at?
Yes.
In January of 2020, do you know whether or not Albert and your mom were planning to go on a cruise to celebrate their anniversary?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
It was a couple-day cruise that they were planning to go on. That was towards the end of the month.
Thomas, as we
And did they go on a
established, I have a
cruise?
They did,
weaponized
yes.
5-year-old.
Where did they go on this cruise? Do you know?
No.
You can borrow my weaponized
What was going to
5-year-old.
happen with you and Lena and Gannon while they were gone on the cruise?
She hired a babysitter.
And did you know this babysitter?
No.
Do you know why she hired a babysitter?
No.
And you were how old at the time?
17.
And had you watched the kids before?
Yes.
Had you watched the kids overnight before?
Yes.
How did that, did you ever ask your mom, why are you getting a babysitter? I'm here.
Yeah.
How'd she respond to that?
I don't remember. I just remember being like really upset about it.
Do you remember this babysitter's name?
No.
I'm not
Have you ever
defending
seen her
anybody, but
before?
in many
No.
states, if you're
Have you ever
leaving
seen her
a
after?
minor
No.
with someone, even a 17-year-old, overnight for an extended period, you can get in trouble because a 17-year-old can't sign a
When they
consent
get back from the
for
cruise,
themselves, let
how long
alone
were
a
they gone? Do you
consent
remember?
form for one of the other children if there's an accident.
I think it was the weekend.
So was it a
Like,
3-day
falls
weekend or
and
a long
breaks his
weekend or was it
arm,
just
you
Saturday, Sunday?
can't.
I don't remember exactly.
When they come back, how was Albert's and your mom's relationship at that time?
You know, you wouldn't be able to
It seemed
sign at
fine.
the
I think his
emergency
mom
room,
came to
even with
visit
a
after
power of
that, too.
attorney for emergency
When you say
consent
his
if
mom,
they're
you're talking
not
about Albert's
18.
mom?
Albert's mom, yes.
And how
So
long did she stay?
you can have issues with that many
Only a
times,
few days.
especially if you're military.
On January 25th of 2020, did Albert have to go to another training?
Yes.
Tell the
Thomas,
jury about
I'd
that.
be
Do you know
more
where he
worried
was
about
going?
other people, not the weaponized
I think it was
5-year-old.
Oklahoma.
And do you know how long he was
Ask
to be
Aunt
gone?
Patty.
No.
Was it longer than a
I'll
couple
worry
days?
about her for the
Yes.
most part.
Was it longer than a week?
high-end combat shorties.
I don't know.
Okay.
No,
Not
we
a
can't
problem.
charge her the little
So-
fecker.
Do you remember when he actually left to go on that
That's
training?
Aunt Patty's princess.
You mean like the exact day or?
No, she's not my
Yeah, when you
princess.
do, you know.
She's my little demon.
No.
I
It
love
was
her.
like close to the time that his mom came. It was like a couple days after, I think.
But then she's all
Did he leave with his mom
Uncle
when he
Squirrel
went to the training?
freaking enforcer.
I don't
Gotta
remember.
keep the minions in line somehow.
Yes, the tactical
Why don't we do it this way?
5-year-old.
Yes.
Remember January 26th of 2020?
Minion
Yes.
gets far in the line.
And was that the day that you were
Oh,
supposed to go on a hike?
She just
with your
makes me so
mother
happy.
And then
Yes.
And then the appropriate
Did
minion
Albert
squeaks
leave
and
the day
runs
before?
off into a corner and behaves itself thereafter.
I don't remember.
Okay. I don't remember, that's fine. Was Albert Stauch there on the day that you were going to go on a hike?
No.
So was he in Oklahoma or on his way to Oklahoma, or do you know?
Yes.
You just don't know when he left.
Right.
Is that fair? All right. So January 26, 2020, that's a Sunday. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you recall going to church with your mother and Gannon and Lena? that
No, we did
Sunday?
not.
And is that something you would remember if you did go to church that day?
Yes.
And on January 26, 2020, were you scheduled to go to work that day?
No, I was not scheduled.
Did you go to work that day?
Yes, I got called in.
And tell the jury about that. Where were you working and why did you get called in?
I was working at Massage Envy. And I think they were like short staffed or somebody called out. That's why I got called in.
And was that unusual?
Act of resting on a
No.
fist.
Would other employees get called in kind of last second if someone calls in sick, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Oh, I've
And
just
what
started
massage
'cause I have
envy were you
something
working
about
at
that
back
for-
in January of 2020?
for break.
First in Maine.
Where is that within the city? Do you know?
Iris,
It's near
really?
like shopping complexes. I don't remember
Nice.
exactly where
No,
it
no,
was.
no,
or
no.
the names
I
or
have an
anything.
answer for Iris about this.
Is it in the northern part of the city?
Okay.
Yes.
Off of the Powers Drive over there?
Yes.
Okay.
She's actually
How long
quite a
would it
bit
take you to get
closer
to
than
work?
her Mother.
25, 30 minutes.
And you were
She is
living
very
on kind of the
pretty.
south side of the city.
I agree.
All right.
It doesn't seem quite as
So
as-
you go to work that day, so obviously you didn't get to go on the hike. Do you know whether or not your mom and Gannon and Lena went on a hike?
They did.
How do you know that?
She told me and I got sent pictures.
And whose idea was it to go on this hike? Do you remember?
No.
But it was a planned event where you were actually going to go on it as well.
Right.
Did your mom tell you anything about what had happened on the hike, in particular with Gannon, while they're out at the hike?
Yes. She said that he had used the bathroom like in his pants, so they had to leave, go home.
And how were you communicating with her?
Through text.
And do you know where they went to go on a hike?
I think it was Garden of the Gods, but I could be wrong. I don't remember.
Creed, my
Approach
statement that
witness?
she's very pretty.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked at 2:05. Do you guys, I don't know who's doing it. My approach on?
You may, go ahead.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 205, which is a notebook. Recognize that notebook?
Yes.
You have an opportunity to look at that last night.
Yes.
And do you know what that notebook is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's text messages between my mom and I.
And are those text messages between January 25th, 2020 at 3:42 p.m. all the way January 29th, 2020 to 4:27 p.m.?
Yes.
And does those text messages in that
Mayor
notebook
Iris,
accurately
everybody's playing
reflect the
not it game.
conversations that you were having with your mom via text messages during that time period?
Yes.
This time we'd move to admit People's
Creed, you should
Exhibit
be able to find a
205.
picture of him somewhere. Let
Exhibit
me look.
205 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, in People's Exhibit 205, we're going to publish that and go through them, okay, Ms. Hunt?
Okay.
Would that help you kind of establish a timeline as to when conversations are being made?
Yes.
You can go ahead and publish 205, please. And Ms. Hunt, you can either look at the notebook
Okay.
or the TV screen, whatever is easier for you. So on the first page, we see a text on January 25th at 9:09 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you know what that's regarding?
Something about our dogs.
Now, for the jury's benefit, there's a blue bubble and a green bubble up on the screen. Who is the blue bubble reference to?
I am the blue bubble.
So that's coming from your phone?
Yes.
And the green bubble?
My mom.
And this, what we see on the screen behind us looks like a picture. See that?
Yes.
What is that picture of, you know?
Of one of our dogs.
And do you know why it says maybe Nicole there on the green bubble?
Do not.
But you know that's your mom's phone number, right?
Yes.
And so do you remember having this conversation with her back on the 25th?
Yes.
Oh, please. The next message says they are saying it may have been his daughters. Do you remember what that was reference to?
No.
Is this about the same time when Kobe Bryant, the basketball player, died in a helicopter accident?
Yes.
And were you and your mom discussing that prior to you going to work that day?
Yes.
Do you know if that's in reference to perhaps Kobe Bryant's daughters being on the helicopter?
Yes.
And do you remember having that conversation now that I've said those things?
I do.
Okay. If we can scroll down, please. Now, we have a blue bubble that says daughter up at the top. Is that your phone number at the time?
Yes.
So you say, oh no. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you scroll down, please? That was with him? Is that what you say?
Oh no. Yes.
Okay. Can we go ahead and scroll down a little further, please? Going up to that. Can you go back? I'm sorry. Back right there. All right, so we're now at January 26, 2020 at 5:11 p.m. You're where at this time? Do you remember?
I'm at work
And do you know where your mom and the kids are?
on a hike.
So you say, where are you going? Right?
Yes.
Are you there at 5:11 p.m.?
Yes.
And you can look at the TV if it's easier to see it. Okay.
Okay.
She says, get good. Can we scroll down? She says food.
Wow.
Remember that?
Yes.
And why are you asking her where? Anywhere close to my work, I want chips.
Because I was hungry.
You wanted your mom to bring you some food, right?
Yes.
Do you remember having this conversation with her back then? Go ahead and scroll. Now, here she says, no, LOL, we are going up the street because Gannon pooped his pants. Is that the first time you hear about Gannon pooping his pants?
For that day, yes.
Had that happened before?
Previously, yes.
Did Gannon have some stomach issues?
Yes.
That wasn't too surprising to you when you saw this message?
No.
Was it surprising to your mom?
No.
You say OMG. What does that stand for?
Oh my gosh.
I think everyone knows that, but I hope you understand why I asked that. Okay. Can we go ahead and scroll down, please? So does she, what do you think she means when she says, yeah, all that movie?
Like exercising or moving around.
Did that in the past cause issues with Gannon's stomach and cause him to have accidents?
To my knowledge, yes.
How did you get that knowledge?
What I was told.
Who told her?
I don't know.
Remember?
I don't know because it was said multiple times, so I don't remember.
No problem. We can go ahead and scroll down, please. Okay, let's stop right there, please. So now we're at the point, it's January 26th at 9:54 p.m. Are you still at work?
Yes.
Remember getting this text message that we see on the screen now that says, "Do panic, but Gannon turned on a candle downstairs, set the downstairs on fire. I had to get the dogs and Lena out and run back downstairs and jump on him with a cover and put it out. I kept jumping on it."
Yes.
What were you doing at Massage Envy? What was your role?
I worked at the front desk.
So were you able to read these as soon as you got them, or with customers, or what was going on?
We were pretty busy often, so I was probably reading it in between.
And then she says at 9:54 and 52 seconds, he is fine, he is scared and saying sorry and freaking out. Do you remember getting that?
Yes.
And do you remember how you responded to these text messages from your mom?
Yes, I was reading them pretty quickly because I was at work and I thought she was saying that the fire was on our dogs.
And you know that because the text messages are coming up, or do you remember doing that?
I remember, yeah.
And tell us about your dogs. How many dogs did you have?
We had 2 dogs, a French bulldog and an English bulldog.
And when did you get those dogs? Do you remember?
A little before Christmas.
So shortly before all this happened?
Yes.
So December 2019?
I think it was closer to like November.
And do you currently still have those dogs?
Yes.
What's their names?
Sadie and Chance.
What kind of dog is Sadie?
A French bulldog.
Chance is?
An English bulldog.
There's already been a
And Chance was
lot.
named after who?
My dad.
There's already been a.
Maybe we can go ahead and scroll down.
There's already been a court case over the dog.
So you say the fire was on Chance.
Yes.
Now, are you saying this because you didn't really get a chance to read the text, or what's going on here?
Yes, I didn't really get a chance to read it, and it was just like a lot, and I was so confused what was going on.
Would Gannon have a habit of lighting candles and hanging out in the basement by himself?
No.
Have you ever seen him light a candle and sit on the couch, hanging out next to a candle?
No.
So eventually, when we scroll down, we'll see that your mom makes it real clear that it was Gannon that was involved in this candle. What were you thinking when you were getting these text messages?
None of the texts were fully clear. So they were really confusing at first. So I was kind of asking to elaborate.
Elaborate, not
Did she actually
evaporate.
send you a picture of the area where this candle supposedly fell down?
Yes.
Do we see
Yeah,
that
I
now
stream
on
on the way
TV
home.
screen?
Yes.
It says it was sent January 26, 2020 at 9:57 p.m.
Yes.
Can we go ahead and scroll down again, please? So she says when you ask about Chance, she says, no, Chance was upstairs. The house is smoky. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Scroll down, please. Said the first was on Chance. What did you mean by that?
I meant fire.
So did you think there was 2 fires, or?
I thought that's what she meant the whole time, that the fire was on Chance, because she never said any names.
Go ahead and scroll down. They fire, and then she says, I jumped on him with a cover. Remember that?
Yes.
You ever talk to your mom about this text message on the phone or in person about what the heck are you talking about? What happened here?
I did once I got home.
Talk about that when we get there, okay?
Okay.
Let's go ahead and scroll down and look at the text. And so you say, oh, okay. And she says, I never said Chance. Remember getting that?
Yes.
You said jumped on him, and you said OMG again, right?
Yes.
Says yes, but never said chance. Read again. Ever saying that?
Yes.
That I just had a heart attack.
Yes.
Why did you a heart attack? But why did you say I just had a heart attack?
Because I thought that she meant chance and still no names were said. So I don't know who she was referring to at that point in time.
Did you eventually, as we'll see as we scroll down, find out that it was Gannon she was referring to?
Yes.
Obviously, when you get home, you find that out, right?
Yeah.
So you're asking where the other dog is, Sadie, right?
Mhm.
Yes or no?
Yes. Sorry.
And your mom responds she was in the chair.
Yes.
So you're concerned about the dogs.
Yes.
Go ahead and scroll down some more. And then you say OMG by the fire. Right?
Yes.
So your mom says that Lena grabbed Sadie and I grabbed Chance NR. Right?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about that when you?
Yes.
Dance, now all of us were upstairs. You remember her saying that?
Yes.
And scroll down. He was downstairs. You know who she was talking about when she said he was downstairs at that point?
Not until the next message.
So you say Gannon was downstairs.
Yes.
She says yes, right?
Yes.
During this conversation, is that the first time that you realized that Gannon may have been burned or was part of this fire situation?
Yes.
OMG. You ask her, how did he knock it over? Why did you ask her that?
Because at this point, I'm still confused of what happened or how it happened.
Was there some confusion based on your experience of Gannon not being the type of kid that would hang out by a candle in the basement?
Yes.
Scroll down. As he said, he must have fell asleep.
Much to discuss on break.
You say so.
I
It
has
wasn't?
found so
I
much.
think you meant to say knocked over.
Yes.
I don't even know how you pronounce that.
I has found so much.
And you can go ahead and scroll down.
Well, she keeps looking down.
He says, yes, OMG.
At anyone. I know I can talk.
That's like a typical mother teenage.
No, that's not what I
conversation
found.
going on here,
Just,
right?
just
Yes.
I'll explain.
Other than the obvious fire situation.
Yes.
So what did you, how did you respond to that, you know?
Yes.
So she goes on and says, he must have knocked it over while asleep unless he was awake and lied. That sound like something Gannon would do?
I don't know, because kids will lie sometimes, so I can't really answer that.
Okay, no problem. You can go ahead and scroll down some more, please. She says, but he acted sorry for sure. And you say AWW. What does AWW stand for?
Aw.
Oh.
Like O?
No, like, oh.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. So do you remember about what time you got off work on the 26th?
I love that she's
during
now
this text
staring at the
messaging
wall.
process here?
Yeah, it was late around like 10:30 or so.
And FYI, the daughter has a modeling
If the
background
information
and has been
from
modeling
Massage
since
MB
she was
says you
5.
clocked out at 10:18 p.m. on January 26th, would that be accurate?
Yes.
Just refreshing, Your Honor.
Yeah, you can ask her what time she thinks she clocked out.
Do you know approximately what time you clocked out and left work that day?
Iris, he does text,
Yeah,
but
so
you
little
have
after
to
10
ask
sometime.
In between 10 and 10:30?
Yes.
because
Do you remember what time you got
you
home?
can't assume everyone on the jury would
Takes me
know
like
what
25 minutes or so to get
what
home,
an
so
acronym means or
little
would
bit of
draw
time
the
after
same
that.
inference. So you have to ask.
Did you talk to your mom on your way home from Massage MB that night?
I normally tell her that I'm leaving, so probably yes.
So
The one
What do you see when
attorney
you
is
get home?
already chastising her
describe to the
because
jury
she's
what
got
you
her
see in the house when you get
every
home
time
from
she
work.
puts her hand up to flip someone
I
off.
get home.
This one attorney up against the
My
wall
mom and Lena are in the
chastises
living
her.
room, and they're telling me about the fire.
Tells her to put her damn
Um,
hand down or make a
Gannon
fist.
wasn't upstairs at this point.
So who you said they are telling you?
they'll
Were
find
both
the
Lena
attorney in
and Your
contempt.
mom telling you about what happened downstairs?
Yes.
What did your mom tell you at this point? when you get
Well, no, Iris, they know what the
She
middle
told
finger is. I
me
just meant in
that
general.
the candle was knocked over. She thinks that he was playing on his Nintendo when he wasn't supposed to be, so that maybe that's how he knocked it over. That after the fire, they ran outside, and she called her fireman friend and asked if the fumes in the house were okay for us to go back inside, and they said yes. And she said that when they were in the street, Gannon was screaming that he hates his life and screaming different things.
What did you think about that last part your mother just told you about Gannon life?
I didn't think that the candle thing was a big deal, so it was just still so confusing.
Was your mother concerned about Albert finding out about this and being upset about it?
Absolutely.
Normally, Albert's not the one to get mad about stuff getting messed up, so
When she told you about Gannon going out in the street and yelling that he hates his life and things like that, did that sound like the Gannon that you knew?
no, he hasn't done that before.
But it's still a very 11-year-old.
You said that it was Lena and your mom upstairs when you got home on the 26th after work.
Mhm.
Do you know where Gannon was at?
Downstairs.
Did you go downstairs?
Yes.
What did you see when you went downstairs?
Him laying in his bed,
Did you go into his room?
by the doorway.
Was he asleep?
I don't remember.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Was the light on in his room?
I don't know.
Is that the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Were there any windows open in the basement when you went down there?
Yes, the windows were open. It was cold down there.
How many windows were open down in the basement?
I don't know.
It was January 26th at, you know about what time it is now when you went down to Gannon's room?
It was a little later because my mom was like, let's go tell Gannon goodnight. So that's why we went down there.
Anything unusual about your mom saying, let's go tell Gannon goodnight?
Not something that she normally would do.
It's not something she would normally do?
Correct.
That's surprising to you when she said that?
Yes.
Did she go down there with you when you went to Gannon's room?
Yes, we both went down there.
Do you recall your mom talking to Gannon?
She said goodnight to him. She was like, goodnight.
Do you know whether or not Gannon responded?
I don't remember, no.
So was Gannon's bedroom window open as well?
I don't know.
Was it cold down in the basement?
Yes.
Did you sleep down in the basement that night?
No.
Where was your room within the house?
In the basement.
Would it have been close to Gannon's room, or was it like on the other side of the basement area?
On the other side of the basement.
Was your room cold in there?
I don't remember.
Why'd you sleep upstairs?
Because it was cold downstairs. You could still smell like the fumes, and like everything in the house just felt weird.
Why did it feel weird?
Because my mom made the comments. She was like, Gannon's acting weird. I don't know what's wrong with him. She said that she was scared.
Who else slept upstairs?
Lena?
Is there anyone else in the house?
No.
So it's you, your mom, Lena, and Gannon?
Yes.
Gannon's the only one sleeping in the basement?
Yes.
It's cold down there?
Yes.
Are we talking freezing cold, or was it just colder than the upstairs?
Colder than the upstairs.
That's why you didn't sleep down there.
Yeah.
And where did you sleep? In particular, what bed?
In my parents' room.
Did you sleep with your mom in the same bed?
Yes,
There
sorry.
you go. Okay, good.
Young, if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes. please.
This is a good breaking point right now, Judge, if you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess until 10:45. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. And see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
No, Anubis, they haven't got that far yet.
Okay, so let's go to the things, right? Let's go to all the things that I have found currently. This is her father. Hold on. This is Harley's biological father. For those asking.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
And he OD'd.
Yes, he was an overdose. Not, in fact, anything.
It begs to wonder whether or not Letecia was present at the time.
Letecia has a criminal record. Here we go, guys.
Oh.
Other than driving issues, she made a bond threat, assault with serious bodily injury, and a felony for stealing a car.
That lets her out of teaching for the most part.
Right, which I have questions. Then where was this? Okay.
She passed a background check with a felony on her record.
She was a minor. She was like 17, but she would have had to have it sealed. So that was not a rap star, but that was one of his mugshots, or one of the pictures taken from jail. He did have an extensive criminal, criminal record. So, Amanda, the reason I specify is because certain offenses, even if you're a minor, if you're over the age of 16, they can impact your adult record. They're not automatically expunged. You have to apply for it. Mean John, it was just a picture of Harley's father. Harley has been a model for a long time. And there are lots and lots of pictures with her Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. And she's absolutely gorgeous. Hey, Sod. Hold on. So, I saw some saying that they don't like the leaning. They think the females should be doing the questioning and all of that. Anybody who knows me in person, or as both Patty and Croc can attest, having known me for quite a long time, I am much more intimidating than most men, especially if I am grilling somebody with questions. Bye, Nancy. We'll see you later. You know, there's that adage that a man is assertive, but a woman's a bitch. You don't want me questioning her because it will come across much more harshly and intimidating than a gentleman who has a fairly neutral tone. The cases like where you had Natalie Wisco with Rittenhouse, where she's very motherly. I talk to Natalie offline all the time. That is very much a big part of her personality. I am not a touchy-feely person. And it can be perceived as very harsh. What do you guys think? Croc, Patty. Okay, well, one of them will be back. Yeah. So that. Creed, I don't really find him to be an asshole, in all honesty. I don't think he is intentionally being disrespectful. I don't really see him as an asshole. I think he is just kind of being very matter of fact because he has been warned that you come across this way, or he is trying to keep her very brief. You almost need to have that directed tone to prevent her from wandering. Because she will. You don't want her wandering and then the parent, like, you don't want her wandering in how she answers answers a question where the defense now has to object. Yeah, Creed. I think at university that's different. He's not trying to be disrespectful to the court. He is trying to not intimidate her. He is trying to appear not threatening or aggressive towards Harley. if I myself am just standing there, I can be perceived as very harsh just based off of my looks and my stature and my permanent resting bitch face. Croc, your thought?
Yeah, he doesn't dare because if he goes after her that hard, most of the jurors are going to think she's a kid, and as a result, they're going to not see that well. And if she freaks out on the stand, it's over.
Well, but people are saying he's being disrespectful by leaning on the podium.
No,
But the thing is, he is trying to adopt non-threatening posture. Yes, he's cringy with how he's kind of talking to her, but he is trying to keep it informal, kind of age specific, maybe trying a little too hard to sound like cool or, hi, fellow young person. But
yeah, you can't do that. And Amanda's got a point here. She may just shut up if he spooks her.
right, so I don't have that issue with her. And being that I'm almost 6 feet tall and I would be in high heels, hair done, wearing my red lipstick, Croc can attest, and so can Patty, I can be really scary just standing there.
Yeah,
Especially if you want
completely.
to be- especially if
Yeah,
she
I
wants to
would. Go ahead, Croc.
No, I said what I was going to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching, and his demeanor was truly about making himself look smaller and less threatening to her, to encourage her to open up.
And it's not a lack of professionalism, Creed. It's not like someone kicked their legs up and put them on the table. He is leaning forward. He is trying to appear casual and non-threatening to her. I understand how it appears to you, especially since you're not American. And I can understand why it appears to especially men or people that are not in law enforcement. But I walk into a room and people are like, the Ice Queen cometh. I give off like Maleficent evil queen vibes.
Well, yeah, but and it's funny because we all know that that might be the way you look, but that's not what is in your heart. But people judge books by covers.
What's the first
Right.
way? That's at first when you first run into somebody. That's all you've got.
Yeah.
Right. So if I just stood there and I stood there very professionally, and I tend to wear, if I'm someplace like that, so I don't play with my hair, I wear like the traditional Marine Corps bun, the donut bun thing. And it's like gelled into it so I don't have flyaways because I have naturally curly hair. And my hair is all different lengths from having lost it because of chemo and stuff. And doesn't all grow back at the same time. So my hair's always slicked in a Marine Corps bun. So I can be very intimidating without trying. So I think that's what they're trying to avoid by him being a little smaller, a little more casual, a little less professional because of her age and her situation. Right? So, one of the other things I said I was going to explain. Wait, what's this? Creed, the other thing is I wear 6-inch heels. even in places like Croatia, I've been many places in Europe. Slovakia, the Czech Republic, or is it called Czechia, Poland, Israel, um, France, all over the United States. I tend to be very intimidating, even in the US. Yeah, Creed, I'm like 6'4" or 6'5" in heels.
Should be 6'4".
Well,
Ish.
I'm 5'11" and a half. So I'm 6'4", almost 6'5". So I can be very intimidating. And I have permanent resting bitch face. Usually because I'm zoned out and not paying attention. But I always joke, I would go to bars in college with all of my friends. And everyone, like when we were all single, not a single guy would approach me. Everybody else like would get dates or guys talking to them. And I remember crying to a couple of my hockey teammates one day, like, no guy will talk to me. And they were like, yeah, because it's like walking up to Angelina Jolie in that movie Mr. and Mrs. Smith, where she's an assassin. You look like you're gonna murder everybody all the time. Thanks. When people see me with my little one, they're like, you have kids? Oh my God.
Why would that be such a surprise?
Because everybody thinks I'm an evil bitch and that the demeanor I have in police uniform or when I've got a weapon or on SWAT calls, everybody assumes I must have that demeanor with my child.
Yeah, no, that
But
never works.
But
That's
then they
hilarious.
see me, when she was like 2, carrying her around and, come here, Boo Bear. Come to my mom. And I have a different tone of voice with her. And everybody's like, wait. No, I don't bark at her like it's a hostage situation. But people tend to expect women, especially culturally, to generally be very motherly and sweet. And it's not my personality to be overly sweet in public. Some of that is my Czech upbringing, if that makes any sense. A lot of European countries or like in Russia, my demeanor is perfectly normal. But in the US, because I'm not motherly, I don't know.
You are motherly, but you're not traditional motherly.
Well, I am if it's just me and her. Or if it's like me, her, and you.
Oh, I've seen some of that myself.
What, me being motherly?
Yep.
Oh.
Okay. Technically, I've heard that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I am, yeah, Mean John, I am not a friend. I am very much like Patty and Croc laugh that I have parental Tourette's.
Yep.
I'll be talking like totally normal.
Patty's sure my giggles.
Yeah.
I
Like
laugh.
I'll be sitting there being completely normal, having a discussion. She'll do something and like my head will snap around and I'll use her full name. And then go right back to what I was saying.
And we
So
laugh and laugh and laugh.
yeah, Creed, my brother's 6'9". My uncle's 7'2", my cousin's 6'11". At 5'11", I am the short one. And you have to remember, much of the time people see me, I am in uniform with a vest and, have a 50 caliber rifle in a pack. So, yeah. Okay, off to this, which I want to share. This is what they're referring to earlier, right? So it's 562 things with the MMPI-2. So validity indicators, these mean, you'll see in a minute. So it asks about different questions. Remember, like, he was like, okay, what about... Okay, we'll get back to this. We'll get back to that in a minute.
Yeah, we're almost ready. We are ready back to end the break.
Got our microphones off. Yes. I just want to make sure.
I believe so. Yeah. Ms. Hunt, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. All rise for the jury, please.
FYI, I have a rant about the Daybell thing after, so you can laugh hysterically when I go on my Lori Vallow court rant later.
Thank you. You may all be seated.
I have an
Court will
entire
recall
rant,
CR 1358.
and you guys are
People
going
versus
to love
Letecia
it.
Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the
The
courtroom.
Loki rant
When
for
we
that
took our
one
break,
is
we were in the midst
epic.
of the testimony of Ms. Hunt. That's where we will resume. With that, Mr. Young.
I was
Thank you, Aaron.
ranting while listening to
Ms.
some
Hunt,
of
there's
them.
a few more text messages from January 26th that I want to cover with you
Okay.
before we go into the 27th.
Izzy
Your book
laughed at
should
me.
be opened up to January 26th at 10:10 p.m. Do you see that? You see a text from your mother that says, "My arm is burnt jumping on him."
Yes.
Are you still at
Sandy, the
work when you get
voices
this
in my
text?
head argue with
Yes.
each other.
So you
Usually
say
they tell me to
OMG?
shut up.
Can we go ahead and scroll down, please? And you say the fire was on Gannon.
Yes.
Are things becoming now clearer for you as to what she was talking about in her text message at work?
Yes.
Go scroll down.
If it comes
Go
out
ahead
she
and move
burned
down a little bit
Gannon,
further,
I'm gonna go to jail.
And she responds, "No, the cover was." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Scroll down, please. He was wrapped in it. Remember her saying that?
Yes.
Now, when you got home, I know we talked about what you saw, but did you see any injuries to your mom?
No, Amanda, that's not
See
the
the burn marks on
implication.
her
I'll
arm?
explain why that whole thing's important after.
I don't remember.
When you got that prior text about her saying that she burned her arm jumping on him, were you concerned that your mother may have
Oh.
been burned during this fire?
Yes.
Did you ask her about it when you got home?
No.
Did she say anything about being burned when you got home?
I don't remember.
You can go ahead and scroll down. She says, I jumped on him though, because he had the cover around him. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Scroll down.
Creed, we have multiple states full of them.
They say OMGG has. And it looks like we can scroll down again that she sent you a picture. Do you remember what that picture was?
Of the couch being burnt.
Was it the floor area with some blankets around what appears to be a burned area of the carpet?
Hmm. Yes, sorry.
Do you remember getting that night?
Yes.
Go ahead and scroll down, please. And you ask, what is that? Did she ever answer that?
No.
Okay. And so, do you remember about what time you went to bed that night after you got home?
No.
Do you remember whether or not you had to work in the morning?
I did, yes.
And what time did you have to be at work now on the 27th of January, 2020?
By 8:30.
That normal working time in the morning?
Yes.
We can scroll down now to a text from January 27th, 2020. Again, the blue is you. Do you remember making that text? Are you here?
Yes.
Why did you ask your mother if she is here? Remember?
I don't remember, no.
When you say here, are you referring to the house?
Yes.
Were you still at home at 7:20 a.m. on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time you left the house?
Around 8 o'clock.
So earlier you testified that you slept in the same bed with your mother that night.
Mhm.
Does that give you any context as to why you might text her and say, are you here?
I don't remember why I said it. 'Cause I didn't see her.
So she wasn't in bed when you woke up, maybe?
Yes.
You know where she went or where she was at?
No.
Can you scroll down, please? It looks like that she texted you another picture, January 27th at 9:05 a.m. Do you recall getting a picture from her then?
Yes.
Do you know what that picture is?
Of our dog.
Okay. Do you know which dog it is?
Yes, Sadie.
Is that the first time you had any communication with your mom that morning?
Yes.
Would you have been at work by then?
Yes.
I know it's been over 3 years, but do you recall whether or not your mom's vehicle was at the residence when you went to work that day?
I don't remember.
What kind of car did your mom drive?
A black Volkswagen Tiguan.
Fairly new?
Yes.
Was it under lease?
Yes.
What kind of car were you driving?
A Volkswagen Jetta.
And what kind of car was Albert driving when he was home?
A Nissan truck.
Remember what color that truck was?
Red.
Right. So you go to work. Are you at work then when you get this picture of, did you say that was Sadie?
Yes.
So you are at work then?
Yes.
All right. And what was your shift going to be that day? Do you recall? What time would you get off?
I don't remember. It was like a morning shift, so it lasted until 4:30 or so.
We can go ahead and scroll down, please. So when you get the image of Sadie, you say OMG, and she says, she was like, it's warm. Let me try. Is your mom talking about Sadie?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that when you got this message?
Yes.
Can you scroll down, please? Then on January 27th at 9:27 a.m., Your mother texts you, OMG, something isn't right. Do you remember getting that text message?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what that meant?
No.
Do you have any idea what that means now?
Yes.
What does that mean now?
She sent me screenshots of text messages after that.
And what were the screenshots and what text messages were they?
It was a conversation between her and Albert.
Remember what the substance of that conversation was?
About bath salts or hanging out with Gannon's older friend.
How did the bath salts and the older friend relate to Gannon in this text message?
It was said that that's what he had mentioned.
Did you ever know Gannon to use bath salts or have any association with bath salts in the entire time that you knew him?
No.
Okay, if we can scroll down, please. And so we see now images on an attachment that was sent from your mom. It looks like it was sent to you at 9:29 a.m. on January 27th. Is that the screenshots that you just talked about that she sent you?
Yes.
What were you thinking was going on here? I mean, had she ever sent you any messages like this before in the past?
No.
Any messages related to how Gannon and his activities and what's going on with Gannon ever sent to you in the past by your mother?
Not like the messages, no.
Was it a shock for you to see that somehow Gannon may have been related to bath salts?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't even know we had bath salts, and I wouldn't even think he would know what those are.
Did you know what they were back then?
Yes.
What were they?
Put him in the bathtub.
Okay. Ask a stupid question, you get right. Did you know whether or not kids were using bath salts at this time frame as a drug or a method to get high, that kind of thing?
I did not at the time, no.
Did you later learn about that?
Yes.
But when you get this message, you didn't connect that as to being Gannon may have been trying to get high on bath salts or something?
No.
Can you scroll down, please? So you didn't respond to that, but at 4:20 p.m., you text your mother, just got off.
Yes.
What is that?
I always text her when I leave or when I get off.
Do that pretty routinely?
Yes.
And how did she respond to you saying just got off?
She said yay.
Had you talked to her on the phone at any point up until this time frame when you got off of work?
No.
Did you had any idea what her plans were that day on January 27th, 2020, when you were at work?
No. I did get a text message though from Gannon's phone.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
My approach witness.
Me.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 204. And that's a plastic sleeve, so you can pull the contents out, and I'll ask if you recognize that. Have you had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 204?
It's
what
a
it is?
message between me and Gannon's phone.
And is that what you're talking about? Is that the message you got indicating what it says here?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what this message meant to you?
That my mom left her phone at home, and if I needed anything to text Gannon's phone.
And does that help refresh your memory as to what was going on the 27th while you were at work?
Yes.
And does these messages accurately reflect the conversation you had with regards to these two phones back on January 27th, 2020.
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 204.
Defense, Exhibit 204 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And so rather than publish it, I'm going to ask you to read it. Is the messages from Gannon's phone, is that in green on People's Exhibit 204?
Yes.
Could you read the messages and at what time you got those from Gannon's phone?
At 10:37, he messaged, Tisha left phone at home. If you need her, text me. And then at 1:20, messaged, you okay, miss you.
And did you respond to that particular message?
Yes. At 1:24, I said, yes, miss you too.
So if you needed to get a hold of your mom, you knew you needed to call Gannon's phone. Is that what this is all about?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not where they were going or what they were doing when the message came in saying she left her phone at home?
At the time, no.
Was that unusual for your mother to leave her own phone at home when she went out running errands or to do whatever she was going to do?
Yes.
Why was that unusual?
She always brought her phone everywhere.
Did you think it was unusual at the time you got this text message from Gannon's phone saying, hey, Tisha left her phone at home. Call me if you need something?
No.
Why do you think it's unusual now?
It's just weird how this particular day she left her phone at home.
And you say that because when you get off of work and get home, Gannon wasn't there?
Yes.
So how long did it take you to get home on the 27th, 2020? Do you recall?
No.
What happens when you get home?
When I get home, mom's upstairs, just have a normal conversation, and she tells me that she looked up on the internet how to remove fire stains from the carpet. So she wanted me to go to the store and get that stuff for her.
Who did you see home when you got home?
I remember seeing my mom home, and then Lena came in after.
Did you see Gannon?
No.
Think anything unusual about Gannon not being home when you get off work?
I did ask her, I said, where is Gannon at? And she said that he was with one of his friends and that she told him to come back by a certain time because we were going to dinner.
So if you text your mother that you just got off at 4:20 p.m., what time do you think you got home based on that text message?
4:50.
If we have People's Exhibit 47 that shows you getting home at 4:37 p.m., would that be about right?
Yeah.
Do you know that there's Ring video in your neighborhood and you see when cars are going? And
Yes.
so if you get home about 4:37 p.m., where was Lena at when you got home?
She was outside playing. I remember her coming in with a bike.
And what time, do you know what time she got out of school?
Elementary gets out at 2:30.
She ride the bus to and from school?
Yes.
Would it be unusual for her to be outside from getting off the bus up until you got home from work?
Yes, because normally there's a routine. Kids would come home and get snacks, do their homework, and then they would go outside and play.
So when you get home that day, what was your mother doing?
I don't remember. I just remember talking to her before I left.
You remember about how long you were in the house before you left?
No.
Did you ever go down to the basement?
No.
Lena ever go down to the basement?
Not that I know of, no.
Your mother ever go down to the basement while you're at home?
I know she did after, maybe, I'm not sure.
So do you remember about how long you were in the house before you left?
No, it was very like brief.
If the video says it's about 15 to 16 minutes by the time you pull up and then leave again with Lena, would that be accurate?
Yes.
And again, for the record, that's People's Exhibit 47. So what did your mom ask you to do when you were at home?
She asked me to go to the dollar store to get the items that she sent me because it was too clean, like the fire that happened downstairs the night before.
And did anyone go with you to the dollar store?
Lena did, yes.
Whose idea was it for Lena to go with you?
My mom's.
Why is that, you know?
No.
And did she tell you exactly what you needed to buy at the dollar store?
Yes.
And do you remember what that was?
Looking at the messages, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna, if I can just have a second, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You remember getting a receipt from the dollar store when you went there?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me see if I can help you. Coach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm gonna hand you People's Exhibit 197 and 198, okay?
Okay.
You recognize those items? Let's start with 197.
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 197?
The items that I bought at the dollar store.
And is that a photograph of a receipt from the dollar store?
Yes.
What about 198? You see that envelope?
Yes.
They're writing on that envelope?
At the top?
Yeah, is there like a label with some print on it?
Yes.
Does that relate to the dollar store receipt that we have a photograph of in 197?
Yes.
There's some scissors to your right on that table right there. Would you mind opening that envelope and just pulling out whatever's in there and take a look at it to yourself if you don't mind?
I can just cut the top.
You can cut it. You know, it's okay if I open it?
That's fine.
Thanks. And just for the record, I'll cut it open for you, okay? Cut it along the side here. Scissors back on that table, please. You can pull that item out of that envelope and take a look at it.
Wait, hold on. She need gloves.
No, it's a,
Go ahead.
do you want gloves? I guess I should ask you, right?
I don't know.
There's some gloves. If you don't want to touch anything in there, you can put gloves on.
Okay.
We can do it this way. How about I pull it out?
Okay.
I'll show that to you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
The receipt.
Okay. Is that the same receipt that we have a photograph of in 197?
Yes.
The same general condition it was when you got it back on January 27th, 2020.
Yes.
It's lawyer stuff. Bear with me, okay? Yeah, I moved to admit People's Exhibit 197 and 198 at this time.
That's no. Exhibits 197 and 198 will be admitted.
Request to publish People's Exhibit 197.
You may go ahead.
As we're pulling that up, we have to mute the screen, Your Honor, so that we can pull up another exhibit. Thanks.
Again, how does one mute
Tell you
the
why you
screen?
needed to buy these
It's a
items.
picture.
He
Yes.
means turn the screen off while they
To
switch
help
things
with,
so that things that
the
are in the
fire that happened the
background.
night before.
I know what he's
She said that
talking
she
about.
did.
The term, it's his use of terminology that
I'm sorry.
I'm
That
taking
she-
issue with.
like looked it up.
That's the worst
So,
that
does she wanna
happens.
clean
He
the area
didn't
where the
flag the
fire was?
jury
Is
or
that what's
threaten
going
to
on?
shoot
Yes.
the
Is that
other
what she told you?
counsel.
Yes.
We don't got a real high bar here.
We can probably unmute it now, Judge. Thanks. So behind you on the TV screen, we have 197. Can you just read off the items that you bought there at the dormitory?
Elastics. Sorry, it's kind of blurry.
You could probably look at the one behind you. It might be a little clearer. Maybe we can zoom in on it a little. Better?
Yes. Elastics, extra strength. DEO. I don't know what that stands for.
Odorizer, maybe?
Yes.
Remember buying the odorizer at the Dollar Tree that day?
Yes. Baking soda, baby oil, baby lotion,
Creed, I think it's
double
more that
bubble,
they, in the background,
trash
have
bags,
other pieces
and
of
cotton
evidence,
rounds.
like pictures
Bubble
queued
gum
up,
as well, maybe?
Yes.
and they don't want to
Yeah.
accidentally
Yes,
show
I remember I
an
had got like
inappropriate
lotion and stuff
picture
for
while
myself
they're
there too. So,
switching.
yeah.
And so you and Lena go, do you remember about how long you were gone?
No.
We can take that down anyway. What happens when you get home?
We get back, time had gone by. There was like a specific time that my mom said that she asked Gannon to be home. And as time like approached, he never came home.
So was there a plan for you guys to have dinner together or anything like that on the
Yes.
27th when you got home?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
She said that she asked him to come home by like 5 or 6 and said that we were going to go eat sushi. And then when time had gone by and he didn't get back, she was like, I guess he didn't want to eat sushi. And then
I know
after
we're
that, we
clear
started looking
mocking
for him.
the terminology muting of an
Did she
image,
tell you when he had
but
went
I'm
to a friend's
explaining it
house?
for some of the people in the chat that may not understand what you're joking about.
No.
Was it unusual for Gannon to go to a friend's house and play and do things that normal 11-year-old kids do?
No.
So at that point, what did you think? I mean, was it unusual for him not to come home when he was told to come home?
Yes.
What do you base that on?
Because he's
Again,
very
Creed,
specific
I
with
understand, but you also
like
have to
time.
remember we have people that watch this
Is your
later,
mother pretty strict
or
when it
people
comes
that
to
are
following the rules
listening
around the house?
to it
Yes.
and not reading the live chat.
And that way with you
So
your
I
entire life?
have to
Yes.
answer some of
And
these
she's been that way with
things.
Lena and Gannon.
Yes.
I know what you guys are talking
You go over
about,
there, you're gonna
but
be
I
home
have
at a
to
certain
give the
time, or there's
context
gonna be
for
consequences
others.
type thing.
Yes.
And so what was your mom's demeanor like? What was her expressions when she was telling you that Gannon was supposed to be home at 6 and he didn't come home?
She was worried. Remember, we got in the car and we drove to his friend's house. Lena walked up to the door to knock and see if he was there. They said no. And after that, that's when she started to get worried.
Or that's what she'd like you to think. Based on if everything else the
Read again.
prosecution's
Yes,
put
as soon
forward
as
is
she's
correct,
ready, Judge.
he's already been dead 24 hours. Actually, more than.
We can unmute it now, Judge, if you don't mind. Thanks. So what I'd like to do is scroll down, if it's okay, Mr. Gratiano, to January 27th. At 7:02 p.m. Be the next one there. If you go, keep going. Are you there? Do you see that text message in the book that you have in front of you?
Yes.
It appears to be a screenshot of something. Do you remember what that screenshot was?
Messages between her and Albert.
Now at 7:02 p.m. on the 27th, were
Something
you
to
out
note here,
looking for
Creed,
Gannon? Is that
is
when you and
that
Lena
she
were going
hasn't
to friend's
actually
house to see
talked to
if he's there,
Gannon.
that type of thing?
Yes.
Since
You know why
before
she's
left
sending
for
you this
work Sunday.
screenshot?
And this is already.
Did she ever tell you why she was doing that?
Monday.
I can't remember what's on it.
Okay. That's okay, Harley. We can move on. Why don't we scroll down, please? And then she sends you any luck at 7:08 p.m. on the 27th. Do you know what she was referring to with regards to that?
To finding Gannon.
Did she go out with you to look for Gannon at all?
We all went out together at first, and then I remember I took my car and drove down to his school to see if he was like at the park or something.
At that point in time, did you think he was out and about? And what was going on through your mind? Did you think he had run away or what?
Yeah, I just thought that he had ran away or he was just at his friends, didn't want to come home.
Why did you think that?
That's just what I was told. So
Who was telling you that?
my mom.
Can you scroll down, please?
All right. See you in a bit, Mayor Big Gnome.
And so you're responding to her. I couldn't remember the exact road that the park is on. Usually can just see with my eyes, but it is so dark, so I couldn't tell. But I'm at the school now. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And you're at Gannon's school at this point in time?
Yes.
And Lena's with you? Or do you remember?
I don't remember.
And you say, if we scroll down, please. Look, OMG. And she responds, okay, anything. Do you know what's going on when this is being relayed to you?
No.
And then if we scroll down some more, please. You're asking your mom to ask Lena if she remembers any cars. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Why are you asking her that?
At this point in time, I'm pretty sure we were like knocking door to door. We had got told that he was with his friend Jimmy or something. And Lena couldn't remember which house was Jimmy's house. So I was like, does she remember like any cars or anything that was there?
Did you see, because the next message is old station wagon. Did you see an old station wagon out there? Is that why you're asking your mom about that?
Yes.
So you're asking her to ask Lena if Lena remembers an old station wagon. Does that sound right?
Yes, because she had been to this kid's house before.
Okay, we can go ahead and scroll down. You're asking, or old cars. Is that the same thing? I mean, are you seeing old vehicles out in the neighborhood or something like that?
Yeah.
You ask about colors, and do you remember how your mom responded?
She said, no, don't go there by yourself.
Can we scroll down, please? Keep going, please. And then she says, Connor's mom is on the way and she could go with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is there any reason why, or did your mom tell you any reason why she wasn't going with you to help look for Gannon?
She said
I'm
that
not
she was
talking
going to
over it,
stay home
Debbie.
unless like he came home so somebody would be there.
I said a little bit of something a little while
Can
ago.
we scroll down, please?
That
And she's asking again, anything yet? And keep scrolling, please, to You say no, and then she says anything. And there's a time gap of a minute or 10 minutes, it looks like, between the anythings. Is that, do you remember that happening as you're out searching? She texts you to see if you're finding anything?
Yes.
If we can scroll down to January 27th at 8:43. A little further down. She tells you that she's still waiting. Do you know what that was about?
Still waiting at the house.
And so is that telling you that Gannon hadn't come home yet?
Yes.
You respond no. Why did you respond no to that? Do you remember?
From her previous message.
So what did she mean by still waiting when you said no? It's kind of confusing to me.
I had said no to her previous anything message.
Oh, okay. Got it. And then you say, look at the recent comment, and we can scroll down. Remember saying that?
Yes.
And you ask her, do you need me to get you anything? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And we can scroll down. She says, no, I may need to go to the store. Recall that?
Yes.
Do you know what store she needed to go to?
No.
And then below that at 6:21 a.m., which would be now the next morning, January 28th, there's a text message to you that says, don't answer the door for anyone. That's all.
Yes. So we had made a post in our neighborhood Facebook group, and she said that a bunch of people have her address, so people might show up. So don't answer the door.
While you're out on the night of January 27th, 2020, was there several people in the neighborhood looking for Gannon at that same time?
Not like people how it was like days after.
Did the police eventually come to your house on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And do you know why the police came to your house?
To file a police report.
Do you know whether or not your mother had dialed 911 or called the police?
I remember when we were in the car when it first happened, she was like, what do I do? Do I call Albert? And I remember she called Albert, and I don't remember if she called 911 or I don't know.
Okay. Regardless, the police show up. Do you remember about what time they showed up to your house?
I remember they took a long time to get there, but I don't know what time.
Prior to the police getting there, do you remember your mom telling you to look at Gannon's backpack to see if there's...
Yes.
You do that?
Yes.
What did you see in Gannon's backpack during this time?
When you open the backpack, you had a folder in there, and in the folder was a Swisher Sweets.
And what is a Swisher Sweets?
Like a cigar roll thing.
What did you think about when you saw a cigar in Gannon's backpack?
Wasn't like him, and I was like, I don't know how a kid got this.
Flash forward to when the police get there. Did your mom tell the police anything about a Swisher Sweet cigar being in his backpack?
I don't know.
You recall when the police were there that your mom bring you in to talk about this Swisher Sweet cigar? It's in the backpack?
I don't know.
You know that the police officers had body-worn cameras on and audio in there?
Yes. Mhm.
If that happened, that would be on those?
Yes. Mhm.
Well, what did you think about the Swisher Sweet being in the backpack and your mother having you go search his backpack?
For one, I didn't understand why it was in his backpack, and it's not like it was trying to be hidden because it was, as soon as you opened it, it was right there. So
So if it was Gannon's Swisher Sweet cigar, you wouldn't expect to find it. It would have been hidden in the backpack. Is that what you're saying?
correct, yes.
But it was out in the open. As soon as you open the backpack, there it is.
Yes, like in the folder, yes.
You just have a moment, Your Honor.
Me?
Do you remember texting other people, friends in the neighborhood, people that you worked with that may have lived in the neighborhood, about Gannon being missing? Can you look for him or let me know if you see him, that kind of stuff?
Yes,
Were you doing that pretty routinely during this time frame, the night of January 27, 2020?
yes,
Did you get any response from any of them?
yes.
What was their responses?
Like praying for you. I'll keep my eye out. Let me know if you need anything.
None of them saw Gannon, though.
No.
So January 28th, 2020, she's telling you don't answer the door for anyone. Do you remember when you got that particular text message?
What do you mean?
Did you read it as soon as you got it, or did you read it when you woke up that morning?
Whenever I woke up.
Remember what time you woke up that morning?
No.
We can scroll down, please. She then sends you a text that says, I'm going to see if people are out looking at 6:21 a.m. on January 28th, 2020. Now, if you see below that, it says read January 28th, 2020 at 7:25:22.
Yes.
Is that when you would have read this text message?
Yes.
And if we scroll back up a little bit, it says the same thing for the prior one.
Yes.
Does that help you recall when you got up that day?
Yes.
So what did you think about that when you got this text message? Don't answer the door for anyone. I'm going to see if people are out looking.
I thought that she just woke up early to try to look for Gannon.
Up until this point, at 6:21, January 28th, to the point where your mother says that Gannon went to a friend's house, had you ever gone into the storage room of your house?
No.
You know where the storage room is? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
It's where the furnace is and where boxes are and things like that.
Yes.
Did you ever go in there?
No.
Are you a light sleeper or a heavy sleeper?
Heavy sleeper.
If your mom was in the basement at 6 a.m. on January 28th, would you have heard her down there?
No.
Would you have heard her if there was objects being moved around within the basement?
No.
Did you see her at 7:25 a.m. on January 28th when you woke up?
I don't remember.
Why don't we scroll down and see if that helps us? So at 7:31 a.m., you send her, it looks like a screenshot. Do you remember what that screenshot was?
Yes. There was just people in our neighborhood Facebook group like saying things or posting like their ring footage. So I would try to keep her updated.
And is that if we scroll down, some other screenshots we see, is that what you're sending your mom, is what people are posting?
Yes.
And then you say, if we can scroll down some more, please. She's sending it see page. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Separate.
Okay. Separate page, as it says down below.
I think I just meant she is sending it separate.
Now, what was your understanding as to what was going on with Albert? Was Gannon's missing? It's been overnight. We're now on January 28th in the morning. Do you know whether or not Albert was making arrangements to come home?
Yes, he was.
Do you know whether or not your mother was going to pick him up at the airport or somewhere else?
She was gonna. I think she was gonna pick him up at the airport. I don't know. Things had like changed so much.
Did she go to pick him up at the airport? Do you remember?
I remember her leaving. Yes.
Did you talk to her before she left?
No.
We talked about your mother's vehicle, this black P1, earlier this morning. Where would she park this vehicle?
In the garage.
How would she park in the garage? Would she pull in with the front first, or would she back?
Varies.
The garage has got a lot of woodworking equipment in it and not a lot of room to park in there.
Yes.
Do you know how she parked in that garage the night of January 27th, 2020?
I think she pulled in
Pull in, what does that mean?
like didn't back end. She pulled straight in.
So the front of the car is going in first?
Mhm. Yes.
And so do you know how it was parked on the morning of January 28th, 2020, before she left to go get Albert in there?
No.
You see it that morning.
I don't know.
You don't remember or you don't know?
I don't remember.
But you knew your mom was going to go get him that morning.
Yes.
So as she's gone, does she text you with regards to your vehicle, the white Jetta?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, let's scroll down and see if that helps refresh. We can go down one more, please. So at January 28th at 8:44 a.m., she says, once shoes are at the front door. Do you take that to mean what shoes are at the front door?
Yes.
And did you respond? I mean, what was it? Did you know what that was about? Why is she asking you about shoes at the front door?
There were ring videos that people were posting. So we were trying to think like what shoes was he last wearing?
Okay.
And
then
if I took a picture, then she would know based upon what's at the door.
Okay, so we scroll down, are those pictures, is that a picture of shoes at the front door
Yes.
that you sent her?
Yes.
And then if we keep scrolling down, there's a screenshot.
Yes.
Is that that's another screenshot from the neighborhood, people posting things on the Facebook page and things like that?
Yeah, and people, I think one of her friends were texting me and she saw this video as well and she sent it to me.
And then if we can scroll down at 8:48 a.m., she asked you if you're working. Were you scheduled to work that day?
I believe so. I remember calling off one of the days.
Right.
I don't remember which day.
And then you respond no at 8:48 a.m. Remember that?
Yes.
And then this next message, see, this refreshes your memory. Does she, we can scroll down, does she ask you to pull your car in the garage?
Yes.
What was that about? Do you know why she's asking you to pull your car in the garage?
No. In the next message, she just said there was like a lot of people coming. So
Okay. Did you take that to think that no, she didn't want anybody to see your car out in the driveway, perhaps?
that or like so there was space in the driveway for people to park.
Okay. But where was your car parked when you had to pull it into the garage? Do you remember?
I would normally park on like the side of the street or in the driveway sometimes.
Did you pull your car into the garage when she asked you to do that?
I think so, yes.
And do you remember backing in or did you drive forward in?
I don't remember.
It's on video. Would the video reflect that?
Yes.
All right. And did you text your mom saying that your car is filled in? If we can scroll down to January 28th at 8:54 a.m.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
And then she responds, Albert said to tell Lena to work on her clothes. Did you know what that was about?
I think it was just like cleaning up her room.
We can scroll down. We can keep going, please. And so your mom tells you exactly what you just said. Clean the room before everyone gets there, right?
Yes.
What was your understanding of who was coming to the house?
I know Albert was coming home. There was different like army people that were coming. I know some like family flew in, so
People were coming out to look for Gannon, right?
yes.
Do you remember when your mom and Albert came back from the airport?
Yes.
Were they driving the black Tiguan?
I don't remember what car they were driving.
Do you remember your mom renting a car?
Yes.
Remember what color the car was?
No.
Remember what brand the car was?
No.
Did you think that was unusual that your mom left in the black Tiguan and came back in a rental car?
I was told that they were going to be driving, searching for him, so she didn't want to put miles on her car. And Albert's truck like takes a lot of gas.
Who told you that?
My mom.
So did you ask her about it, or did she just volunteer that to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were people from the media trying to contact you on January 28th in the morning hours?
I don't know if they contacted me. I did remember like news reporters coming.
Do you remember telling your mother that the news reporters, are particularly KKTV, is contacting us?
Mhm.
Do you remember telling your mom that on the morning of January 28th?
Yes, I think like she is my Facebook, so I think that's how they message me on Facebook.
During this time frame, are you also having FaceTime conversations and phone conversations with your mom as well as text messaging?
I don't know. I don't think so.
If you were, would that be reflected in the cell phone records?
Yes.
You talked about soldiers or Albert's coworkers coming in to help look for Gannon.
Yes.
Did they actually come by in a silver SUV?
Yes, I remember people from his unit came.
And did you talk to them? Did you let them in the house? What happened with that?
Yeah, I think I talked to them.
Were you also texting other friends and people that you knew in the neighborhood about whether or not they'd seen Gannon during this time frame?
Yes.
Let's kind of jump to the afternoon of the 28th. Do you know whether or not Albert and your mom were actually talking to detectives with the sheriff's office during this time frame?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Who told you that?
I don't remember. I just remember it being mentioned.
Do you remember a time in that afternoon where your mom kind of disappeared and you didn't know where she was at, that type of thing?
We
Yes.
have an echo,
What did you
guys.
learn about that? What was going on and what vehicle was she driving? Do you remember?
I remember Albert was home and he kept calling her.
Got unmuted.
And
Or
That's
had somebody
when
will pick
the
up
news
extra
reporter
train
came in and
size.
filmed a video in our house. And something about they were asking her for like a hairbrush or toothbrush. That's why she couldn't answer or something. I don't know.
If we can scroll down, I know we're going to be jumping a lot, but down to 4:26 p.m. on January 28th. Are you there, Ms. Hunt, in the notebook, or we can look at the screen if you're not?
Yes.
So at 4:26 p.m. on the 28th, you're texting her, "Where did you go?" You remember that?
Yes.
How did she respond? If we can scroll down. Do you see that where it says, "I will text you in 10 minutes"?
Yes.
Do you know where she was at when she's texting you at this time?
No.
Do you know if she's in the rental car or what vehicle she's in as she's gone during this time frame?
I do not know.
And then you respond with looks like a question mark. Or you said, "Huh, I'm sorry."
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Because I was confused when she said, I'll text you in 10 minutes.
And then if we scroll down, you ask, "Where's Lena?"
Yes.
Did you know where Lena was at?
Yes. I said, never mind, she's here.
Okay. And she responds, if we keep scrolling, she was on her bed at 4:29 p.m.
Yes.
And then if we scroll down more, she says, "Don't open for anyone."
Yes.
What's going on here? Why is she telling you not to open the door for anyone? Do you know?
I do not know. I just feel like there was like a bunch of like stories or like reasons why. It's never like clear why I couldn't open the door.
At this point in time, on January 28th at 4:30 p.m., had you heard of different versions of events of what happened to Gannon at this point?
Yes.
What version of events did you hear? Let me ask you, did you hear this from your mother?
Yes.
What did she tell you happened to Gannon at this time?
I had heard first that he was at a friend's house and then he was missing and then that he must have been with his friend's older brother. And then that's when she kept saying to me, like, after all that, she was just like, they're trying to frame me and people were thinking it's me.
Who is she referring to? Did she tell you when they say they are trying to frame me?
People in the groups, remember her mentioning like the detectives were being weird, asking weird questions to her.
At this point in time, did you ever say, "Mom, they just want to find Gannon. We're trying to find Gannon"?
Right?
Did you ever say that to her?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
Um, I don't remember.
Did you have problems with confronting your mom on some of this information?
Yes.
Like why you have a rental car, where's your car, that kind of thing?
Yes.
At this time period, are you just going along with what your mom's telling you?
Yes.
You can go ahead and scroll down some more, please. You say at 4:30, if we can go down one more, "Where are you going?" And she responds, "I said I would text you in in 10 minutes."
Yes.
Would your mom usually tell you where she's at, what she's doing under normal circumstances?
Yes. We had like 360, so I could always look on there too.
Did you do that?
It wasn't on
How do you know it was not?
because it'll say like nothing found, or it'll tell you.
So while you're asking where you're going and things like that, you're looking at her Life 360 app to see where she's at.
Yes.
It was shut down for whatever reason.
Yes.
Had that ever happened?
No.
You always been able to find your mom and vice versa. Does she find you? I take it.
Yes.
Based on this Life 360.
Yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and scroll down some more, please. Now you have the question mark symbol at 4:31 p.m. And she responds, something isn't right. I think they are hiding something.
Yes.
What was that all about? Do you know what she's talking about here?
She said that they were asking for like toothbrushes and like hairbrushes and stuff. So why would they need like DNA?
And you know that because lower in the text message, that's what she says, right?
Yes.
And did you help Albert get the toothbrush and things like that for the police?
I don't remember.
If we can go ahead and scroll down to January 28th at 4:33 p.m. You say, what do you think they're hiding? And did she respond to that text?
No.
And then if we scroll down, you have another question mark.
Yes.
And then at 4:50 p.m., you tell her, Albert said you need to go where he is at.
Yes.
Remember that? What was
Yes.
that all about? Do you remember?
I'm pretty sure they were both at like the police station.
Do you know whether your mom was at the police station?
I don't know for sure, but she said that she was.
Do you know that Albert was at the police station?
Yes.
When did she tell you she was at the police station?
I think when she got home.
And this was again on January 28th, 2020?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, you say it's been 10 minutes. What is that in reference to?
Because she said that she would text me in 10 minutes.
And her response is, can you
Hum.
scroll down? Huh?
Yes.
Okay. H-U-H. And below that, if we scroll down, you say IDK. Is that for what?
I don't know.
EFT me and said you need to go there.
FT is FaceTime.
Okay. So did you have a conversation with Albert then at this time period?
Yes.
Was it clear to you that Albert was at the police station and your mom wasn't?
Yes.
Was it clear to you that they wanted your mom to go to the police station?
Yes.
And then if we scroll down, you do another question mark here at 5 p.m. Do you remember that?
Yes.
At 5:04 p.m., if we scroll down, your mother says, okay, I called them.
Yes.
And then she goes on to say, I'm talking to him to go. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not your mom actually talked to him or ever went to the police station on January 28, 2020?
I do not know.
If we can scroll down to January 28th at 5:22:53. You see that where your mom says Albert?
Yes.
You say to go where? What are you referring to there?
Because in the previous message, she said, I'm talking to him to go. And it
then
was
we-
never clear what she meant.
Okay. And then if we scroll down, your mother says, they said I have to go back to the place. Do you know what she's talking about there?
No.
Do you know where your mother's at 5:24 p.m. on January 28th, 2020?
No.
And if we continue to scroll down, your mother says they are treating us crappy. Remember that?
Yes.
And you, if we goes to the left, say, not sure what that means. It says emphasized in quotes, they are treating us crappy. Is that something you're typing out or what did you do?
No, it's like you can hold down the message and choose like a symbol.
So it's like a thumbs up thing?
Yeah.
Heart?
Yeah.
There's only ones I know. So you respond to her message somehow emphasizing they are treating us crappy.
Yes.
Were you being treated crappy?
No.
Were you under the impression at this time that your mom was being treated unfairly by the police?
Yes.
Is that what your mom wanted you to think?
Yes.
We can scroll down to January 28th at 5:27. Your mom's asking you, who is there with you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at this time, it's just you and Lena in the house. Is that how you respond?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, keep going, please. There we go. Back up. I'm sorry. She says, who was at the ring? And then she says earlier. Do you know what that message was about?
No. And I said nobody was at the ring.
Did your mom have access to your doorbell camera on her phone?
Yes.
So you say nobody's at the ring. And then if we go down to January 28th at 5:28 p.m., your mom is now saying, what did Albert say to you?
Yes.
You know what that's in context to?
I guess when he called me.
Is it the FaceTime that we saw earlier that you talked about?
Yes.
And did you tell her what Albert had said to you?
Yes.
And we can scroll down, please. To tell you to come there, right?
Yes.
And then your mom responds, I told him this is nonsense to come there again.
Yes.
And now you're texting her at 5:45 p.m. that someone is here with pizza. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why are you texting her about that?
Because she told me not to open the door.
And then she responds, it's pizza. And you say, do I open?
Yes.
Why did you have to ask your mom for permission to open the door to get some pizza?
Because she had told me originally to, and she would have watched the camera. I don't want to be in trouble.
Would there be consequences for you if you didn't follow what your mom's telling you to do?
Yes.
You gotta let me know when I can go right up to noon or.
So it's up to you. I was going to ask you to find a breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so.
Why don't we scroll down to January 28th at 6:12 p.m. and 55 seconds. Right there. Your mom says, what's going on there? You remember that?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, you say Albert's came and left. Wells back now.
Yes.
So what was going on with Albert? Was he coming and going from the house during this time frame?
Yeah. Just like the police station or wherever he needed to go.
At this point, is your car still in the garage? You know.
Yes.
And is Albert driving his red Nissan truck?
Yes.
And your mom, you don't know if she's driving a rental or what vehicle she's driving?
Correct.
And you don't know where your mom's at still?
Correct.
Did you ever ask her, why don't you just tell me where you're at, Mom? I'm worried about you.
No. From her messages, I just assumed that she was at the police station.
And then if we scroll down, she asks you again. We can scroll down one more. She says, what's Albert? And then she says doing in the correction down below. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then she tells you at 6:24 p.m. on January 28th They are asking me dumb questions. You remember that?
Yes.
Now, do you know where she's at when she sends this?
While she was at the police station.
And did you think she's there based on what she's telling you here?
Yes.
And then you respond talking to the news because they're here. Is that when the film crew showed up that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
And were they in the front yard or where were they?
No, they came in the house.
How'd they get in the house?
I think Albert let them in.
Oh, so Albert was there at this point.
Yes.
Okay. And was he being interviewed by them or do you remember?
Yes.
Then at 6:31 p.m., your mom asked, is he still with the news? Do you remember that?
Yes.
You say they're about to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
Does anybody else know in the house that you're talking to your mom via text while all this is going on?
I think so, yeah.
Did Albert know you were in communication with your mom?
I don't know.
And is that why he's asking you to tell your mom to come down to the police station, that kind of thing?
Yes.
This is a good time probably to stop for lunch if you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we should be able to start right on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Sandy, even if they get notifications where he was
I'll
in
be seated. Record should
Oklahoma,
reflect the jury
a
has
lot
left
of the
courtroom.
times
Ms.
where
Hunt,
they're
you can
doing
step
field
down.
exercises, there's
Watch your step as you step
no
down.
cell service.
We will be in recess until 1:30. Is there anything else we need to take up? Prosecution?
No.
Okay, all right. We'll be in recess then. Thank you.
All rise.
Yeah, Creed, there's more to that than what is in these two messages. A lot more. Sandy, not always true. Like, I have a video doorbell. If you don't have a sync unit, it doesn't save more than a certain number of pictures, depending on your memory and stuff. Croc, if you guys want to play games or whatever, that's cool. I'm gonna run downstairs and grab something to eat real quick.
Enjoy. Alrighty, folks. You guys want Quiplash or trivia first?
I don't care.
Well, of course you don't care. By the way,
I don't care.
a little bit of echoing there, so I muted you again.
Oh, so sorry.
No, it's really not your fault. And you didn't seem like your mic was on. You didn't seem to be there, so I thought I'd just turn it off for a little bit.
I was working very, very quietly and trying not to yell at my YouTube audio about all the dumbness.
Yeah, I can imagine. Sandy is here for the. Okay, let's go. Let's get it. We'll start with the Quiplash and then move to trivia.
Oh, I have to play then, huh? Okay, Sandy.
Let's get you guys a room code.
I'm being helped with by Apple as well, so yeah, this ought to be a thing.
Room code to play. ZZUS.
Zulu, Uniform Sierra. About an hour and a half, Creed. A little over.
Okay, guys, come on. Join me. I need help.
Let's go. Amanda and
Sandy,
Sandy. Uh-oh. Anubis. Okay, come on. Let's get 2 more. Come on. You guys can do it.
Come on, me, John. You can help.
Too bad Nick's not here. He's been doing pretty good lately. Oh, Thomas.
Ah, we love the Thomas.
We'd like to see the Mean John. Oh, who else is that? Who else has been in here recently? Up. There's Danny. Yay, Danny.
Hi, Danny.
Well, we have enough. We have enough for a decent length game.
Yeah, Amanda, I've been working while they've been listening.
Anybody else? Going once. Going twice. Sold.
To the highest bidder.
Absolutely.
You have arrived. This is Quiplash 3.
Yes, it
The
is.
one with the words. I'm your host, Schmitty, and yes, I do have a fabulous set of pipes. Thank you. Anyway, if you didn't get in the game, you can still vote as an audience member. Type in the room code to join. Ready or not, it's round 1. I'm going to flash 2 prompts on your device. Type something ingenious that will stand up against another player's response. Then everyone will vote for their fave, and one of you will get an ego boost. Points are scored based on the percentage of people who choose your response. Let's quip.
Let's go, let's go.
We're doing pretty good for lag this time. It's only about 8. We're only short about 8 seconds.
That's not bad at all.
And that's from my stream to into StreamYards all the way to YouTube and back to me. That's good numbers for this place. Ooh, Anubis looks like he's doing pretty good today.
Yeah, it looks like he's not having much lag. Of course, it is Monday.
Yes, it is Monday, and the kids are all in school and so on.
No turning back.
Oh, that
now.
means the internet is not being bogged down by small people playing games all day long and
Yeah.
researching pictures of stuff they shouldn't research.
The most
Right.
erotic amusement park ride is called the blank. Pick a winner.
Okay, I so see the double entendre there.
Couple of them. I just have to remember that it is daytime, so we have to go with a little bit less to the PG to R range instead of the triple X after 10.
Big documentary will be about the seedy underbelly of the blank industry. Okay, choose your favorite.
Oh, jeez. Someone had to bring up the X-Bot emoji. Oh, Sandy got you, Starkey.
All right.
I know, I see that. I like it when I'm in good company with the snark.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Mm-hmm.
Amanda and the safety quip. That's one way to get it in there, Amanda.
Nobody would greenlight a kids' game show called Where in the World is Blank? Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Oh, everybody's on the same page again, Croco.
I think that's partially my fault. And
And if you're gonna split it, who better to split it with than Thomas?
We have modern day Mary Poppins suggests taking a spoonful of blank.
No?
oh,
All right, people, it's voting time.
You know, I've had that good cough syrup.
oof,
Good job, Danny.
yikes! We got some quiplash and fools today.
Next up, the meek shall inherit blank.
Nothing.
And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Oh, ow! I like the one with the man caves.
Good job, Sandy.
Round one is done, but not forgotten. Let's check the scoreboard.
Done and dusted. Moving on to round two.
I'm not in the lead, I can tell you that. Only Anubis was behind me.
Yikes.
Get yourself.
Anubis, we got to work on this, honey.
Two takes no prisoners. Double the points, double the anxiety.
You can do it, folks. Time differential between my screen and y'all, about 9 seconds.
What? Yeah, really? Apple's decided that laying in my lap is a place that she needs to be while I work.
Main John. I see what you did there.
You excited?
We love
Oh.
Mean John. We love all the peoples in the chat.
Even for $100,000, you would not get this phrase tattooed across your back. It's choosing time.
Hey, nobody put uncivil. Wow, there. Imagine that. Sandy, Thomas will get you eventually.
In an alternate reality, we don't play quiplash at parties. We blank. Now it gets
Ooh.
real. Pick your favorite.
There's a 50-50 split.
God's short review of humanity.
You're fine, Apple.
All right, choose your favorite.
Oh, ow. TSCW.
Hi, baby.
Yikes.
I'm going to put you on the floor. Yeah, I'm going to put you on the floor.
But mommy,
And another. And another. And another split.
You know somebody stole this player's credit card when there's a charge for blank. All right, vote for the one you like best.
Wait, that one of those is actually true.
The one about dog treats?
And now,
Dog treats and dragon toys. Yeah, that'd be appropriate.
Chat channel. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Ahem.
Apple is falling off my lap and she is squalling about it.
Aw, poor babies. Yeah, poor little babies.
She is not a happy girl. She wants to be on Mama's lap.
The most common email signature for scammers.
Probably.
And now pick your favorite.
One of those is much more likely than the other. Although I know where some, yeah. Oh, Danny, I think, has experience with Mormons.
And round 2 is history. Let's see how it'll be remembered.
Hey, I moved up on Thomas.
Yay!
And now for Whiplash, a no-holds-barred whipaganza. We'll each get a prompt that needs 3
Probably.
responses. Pretty cool, huh?
All right, see you in 90 seconds.
I rode one race last night. Out.
Okay.
So it's not too big, I'm not too long.
Apple, I can't do this.
Hmm. 30 seconds, people.
Really?
Oh, this is going to be close. Come on. Not a lot of time here.
Just a
There
few
you go. Got it.
1 second for the new best. Or less.
You know, it's really, really hard to type when you have a small dog
I get
staring you in the nose and trying to clean your mouth out for you.
it. Let's have it.
Even though you've told her that's not appropriate.
Current packs in their kid's backpack. Time to
Oh.
what you like best.
That was cute.
I sense a Thomas in there.
Mhm. But it was actually a Sandy. Good job, Sandy. Hi, baby. Thank you. Yes,
thought that
yes,
was
yes.
Sandy.
I appreciate you
It was
licking my
Sandy.
face.
My
That
There's
wasn't
no reason.
that was Danny.
got me 3 things. Blank, blank, and blank.
And that's all the kisses.
All right, people, it's voting time.
The birds and the layer bees.
Just remember, everybody, fucker is a gender. So I heard today that the Boston Marathon has a men's division, a women's division, and an other division.
Yeah, that's a
3
thing I've been hearing
Wi-Fi
about.
networks. You do not.
Definitely, we could get other sporting associations to do that.
I've
All
been,
right, choose your favorite.
ooh, you got him.
Yes, I did.
Give me those final scores.
Although I like Thomas's better, I'm going to be honest.
Oh, well.
Loki's mini me.
Danny nailed us both.
Oh, Danny kicked much ass.
Congratulations,
All of the
Dana.
names.
You did well.
Congo rats, Danny. That's great. All right, so let's do this. Wow, now I sound completely unoriginal. All right, time for some trivia. And we can move back and forth unless somebody comes up with something else in the meantime. This poor PS4 controller. I got to get more of them one day. Not today.
The room code is UVHD.
That's Uniform Victor Hotel Delta.
You're about to get put on the floor.
Uh-oh. Ooh. Careful there, Apple. Mom's mad. You don't want to cross that. Yikes. Coconut and mocha. I got a Sandy. I got a Anubis. Oh. Okay. We need some more.
I suppose I should jump in there, huh?
Might work. Might help.
Oh, well, I was having to deal with an email, so.
There's Amanda. Oh, Letty's bird. Oh, jeez. Where's our Snarky P? There we go.
There.
All right, any more?
I made it.
Come on, me, John, get in here. Come on, me, John, you can do it. You love this game.
Hey, John, come in here and join me, please.
Oh, is that the Bluebird of Happiness, or is that a wannabe Twitter bird? Come on. Oh, you're Letty's bird. Okay, fine. It's the Bluebird of Unhappiness. Yes. And we have an Anubis. All right, we do not have a science bear here today because reasons.
It's called education.
Yes, he's supposed to be getting one. Who knows if that's actually true? Of course.
Yeah, you're right. Eggplant is way too easy, Mean John.
HTTPS://
Welcome to my game that I will
Phone
probably
Twitter.
the name of because you turned tutorials off. First question. Traditionally, what gets predicted on St. Swithin's Day? Use your device to answer the question.
I think I know, but I've never actually heard of it.
And the correct answer is... Who got the question right?
Oof. I wouldn't have.
No idea.
I want to show you
Not
something.
yet, Mean John. We still got to go through his little killing place.
The Doom Disturbed side. We're at room 101. It's tattoo time. My
Oh,
body's
no.
the canvas of your nightmares. Or for unicorns. Give me a new tattoo by drawing on your device. Yeah. Right there. Ow, 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 ow.
Huh? I stepped on it.
This might actually look worse after it heals.
Y'all didn't like my elephant.
Then
Y'all
I
suck.
get the game.
I want to know who's responsible for that suitcase.
Probably Amanda. She's the drawer of the group.
I'm in the elevator, a scoreboard moment. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty good quality.
See, I told you. Hey, I thought I did pretty good on the
Okay,
elephant.
then, guess what, folks? It's going to happen in just about a second. See how it's holding there?
No.
It's because the party the Jackbox crashed. It's going to take me a minute
Oh,
to get it
well.
back.
Good. This means I don't have to play anymore, right?
Ha! Actually, it wasn't the party. It wasn't the party pack. It was Steam itself that crashed. It's going to be a sec.
Steam's been doing that lately.
I don't know why the Steam is being all crashy.
I don't
Hopefully it
either.
gets with the program sooner rather than later. All right, give it a minute. I'm still online. If I have to be mean
Debbie,
to
I
you,
say we
will.
start over. Mean John wins.
Yes, we're going to have to start over because, yeah, that's a thing.
They need to pay their internet bill.
No. The internet bill got paid.
No, Steam needs to pay their internet bill.
Well, that's not impossible. Yay, go me. All right. Pray.
He's getting it back up, everybody. Just give him a second.
Well, we're actually just about ready. All right. StreamYard. Stop the screen. Present the screen again. Right there. Hello. Click here. Press there. Trivia Murder Party 2. Let's go back to it. Oh, man. Sorry, Nubis. That's all right. Debbie's back. We love our Debbie.
Your room code is OHEB.
Oscar Hotel Echo Bravo. Bring it, folks.
Hey, I get to be the VIP. Yay!
I was hoping you'd come back.
Let's see if I can lose round one this time, too.
Come on, Manda. And there's a Sandy. Come on, Amanda. Yay. Where is our Thomas? We must have a Thomas.
We have no idea where Thomas is. He may be having to do something, work related.
Work like. Okay, yeah, that's the thing.
Real life.
Everybody got disconnected because Steam crashed. Yeah, it would be. They probably should. We should probably complain and make some. Oh no, that's no fun, Debbie. Debbie has Ricky D.
Oh, you want me to hit the skip button? No.
No, Sandy and Liddy's buried. We only have a very small number here, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's even worse.
Debbie, sending you hugs and love, sweetie.
Welcome to a tutorial-like getaway at the Trivia Winter Party. First question. Which Muppet plays the drums? Use your device to answer the question.
Nobody should get this wrong at all. No
The correct
excuses.
answer is,
Exactly.
who got the question right?
2 people got it wrong. Oh, that's funny.
Time for consequences.
How do you guys get this wrong? Animal has always played the drums for the Muppets.
1. It's non-smoking.
How have you not seen the Muppets?
Mirror. The ghost of my Aunt Mildred loves to write words on mirrors. Pay attention to her unique handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word, but so will all the same players. Draw a word on the mirror, and maybe you'll trick someone into thinking it's Aunt Mildred.
Oh, there's Thomas. I wonder what happened to
Start
you.
writing on that mirror. Watch closely. One of these new words will be a word written by Aunt Mildred's ghost. So many convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die.
That's okay. We'll get you in for the next game.
You die. Would the real Aunt Mildred please stand up?
Yup.
Oh, that's a weird mistake. It's time for you to join my Aunt Mildred.
Mildred's font is a sans serif font. Your R's gave them away. You guys missed it.
Regardless of whether your score is.
Oh, yikes.
Let's try another one. There's not enough weapons in music, if you ask me. Which of these classical pieces of music traditionally features cannon fire?
This is another one that if you've got any experience with classical music,
Yes.
you would not get it wrong. Oh, Amanda.
Which leaves only you.
Boom, boom.
Salutations! Welcome back to the killing room. It's the classic game, Chalices. Pick a chalice to drop your poison in.
It's okay, Amanda.
Amanda, you're young enough. We're not going to hold it against you.
Yet.
Now it's your turn to play. Pick a chalice to drink from. If you drink from a poison cup, you're dead. Slurp, slurp. Now let's see what you drink. You died as you lived. Drinking poison.
Sorry, Amanda.
A possible 1 in 5.
Did you know this hotel was built on top of a graveyard, but the bodies were never moved? My great-great-grandparents insisted on it. You know, like buying a house and keeping the couch.
What's wrong with keeping the couch?
Let's keep moving.
Absolutely nothing.
Olivia Colman won Best Actress at the Oscars for portraying which queen in The Favorite?
Olivia Colman?
I don't know who this is, or even when that happened. Come on, Amanda.
Who picked this?
Oops, picked the wrong queen.
I want to show you something.
They didn't have Freddie Mercury listed.
Flash. The game will send a funny writing prompt.
He would be the best of the queens.
Enter the best answer you can think of and hit send. This timer is a little longer so you can write, and it gives me a chance to take a bathroom break. Oh God, I'm gonna pee my pants.
At least we know he's human and not a ghost.
True. Come on, Debbie.
You got this.
Enter something hilarious now.
Make sure you hit submit.
I already hit submit.
See those quits.
Why, puppets are canceled.
You didn't play, so you're not invited to my next party. Boo.
I had to come up with something good. Now, how the hell am I still the only one alive?
I don't know.
We're here. The final round is close. Next question.
You have to survive till at least 6. I think it's
Which
6.
Sharknado movie is also titled Global Swarming?
I have what? Do you know? Have you seen that movie, there, Patty?
Oh, hell no. So I just guessed.
Oh, jeez. I've heard how many of those were?
There's like 6 or 7. There's a ridiculous number of them.
I'm gonna look that up.
This.
Oops, that's not the one I picked.
Everyone is wrong. Come with me. I hope you're good with instructions. Follow as many rules as you can before time runs out. Everyone else is playing too. If any of them correctly follow more
Okay,
rules,
nobody else playing. Let me just do 2 of these and then we're done.
go.
Smallest number.
You got to survive at least one more.
Cognitive skills. You know, if you survive.
There are 6 of them.
Almost out of rules time.
Tie.
What the heck?
Holy crap, that was close.
Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means.
Final round. Fight.
Glad to see you're the one to make it here alive, but will you be the one to escape?
No, there are 6. Number 6 was in 2018. It was called The Last Sharknado. It's about time.
Names for Santa Claus from around the world. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit.
I know the answer to this because I watched The Santa Claus.
Let's see the right answers. Star Trek captains.
Let's see who knows their sci-fi.
Time is almost up. Here
Oops.
comes the clues.
Are you okay over there, Mean John?
Mean Johnny, you okay, honey? We need you.
Tomato varieties. That ghost can smell
I
your
think
life
Mean John
force.
might have got disconnected or something.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble.
'Cause he's
Yeah,
about-
I don't know what's going on with him.
Here comes the
Bye, Mean
trouble.
John.
Never married.
Yes.
Time is almost up.
Yes, Ripley is Aliens.
The tables have
Oop.
turned.
Debbie caught you.
It's fine.
Rings of organisms in taxonomy.
One near the top.
Another life force swap.
Haha, Debbie.
You can do it.
Roman emperors.
Oh, that's fine. You got
It happens sometimes, Mean John.
It's not over yet. If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer to this
To
question.
get this one perfect in order to win.
And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
Da, 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 da. Nope.
Wow, I don't know who's going to win.
It'll be Amanda.
Horse breeds.
Nope, it's Patty.
This one isn't fair.
No, it's really not.
That was so not fair. That was like so unfair. Give the horse breed question to the girl with the degree in equestrian sciences. Wrong.
Yup. So do we want to go back to the quiplash? Do we want to wow. Do we want to do another round of this or okay.
I have something I have to do.
Okay. Oh, Anubis wants the wheel of enormous proportions. We can do that.
We can do that one. That one's fairly simple. And I can do other things at the same time.
Okay. So I am going to stop this screen, murder that in its sleep because wheel of enormous proportions can take a minute. And that is yes. There we go.
Hey, Amanda, come over here and do mine too. Thank you.
Times. Oh, well, we've got almost an hour left to play. Well, we don't know when Loki's going to be back, so she may have some stuff to talk about after.
Yeah.
Wheel of enormous proportions. Oh. Let me make sure Actually, I'll let you guys log in while I do the settings.
For your enjoyment, here's the room code LRHI.
And then I will remember to present the screen. Woohoo. Party pack 8. Go for it. I said to Thomas.
Allow me to present your room code LRHI.
Okay, I got 5.
Come on, Danny.
There's Sandy. I need a Danny.
Debbie, when I had what I say was COVID before it was out, it took me 6 months to recover, and I still have problems.
Okay, we ready? Any Mean Johns in the house? But I don't see a Mean
I
John.
don't know. Are you?
You want to get in on this?
Give
This
me
is
one
one of your
second.
favorites.
You mistake favorite, that word, for like something that annoys me less than others.
Okay, this is the one that you've requested this one.
Right, but I'm just saying, it's not like, oh, it's my favorite thing. It's like, which one?
Which one's going to piss me off the least?
Generally.
You want to join in here, or do you want
Damn,
to?
hold on. Shush.
Okay. Yikes.
Pain in the butt.
Isn't that my job?
I'm laxistic today, apparently.
Yay! Press A to start. Whoop. It's actually the X button, but who cares? Or cross button, whatever they want to call it.
You have traveled to this sacred mountaintop, seeking answers from the all-knowing wheel of enormous proportions. You may now ask the wheel any one question that torments your very soul. Should you be chosen, your longing for truth will be satisfied, and your life forever changed.
You can't come up with something, let the timer run out. It'll do something. It'll give you something from the fan mail or something.
Amanda, my love, you have full creative control.
And with that, the wheel of enormous proportions awaits. You're seeking answers to life's mysteries, but have to win a silly trivia game first. Who would make you do that?
Me?
Don't need the tutorial? Oh, great. I had forgotten the rules myself. I'd like to welcome you with the gift of 2 slices. Generosity, thy name is wheel.
Amanda, snake gifts don't bother me in any way.
Which of these are considered to be roles in the restaurant kitchen hierarchy? Tap away, little ones, tap away.
Watch Loki come up with all. Watch Loki get all 12 correct.
Because Loki's amazing.
She's also quick. Come on, Anubis. Perfect.
All right, prepare yourself for the truth. What am I looking at?
I only missed one.
Which groups are widely considered to be hair metal bands? Go ahead and start tapping.
I'm seeing my childhood up on the screen. I feel old.
You don't look a day over 29. You're fine.
Yeah, bullshit.
Okay.
Need a
that's what
haircut,
we were
too.
looking for. Show me how you did. Whoa! You must be drinking brain juice with scores like that. Question 3 and power slices are totally a thing. Oh, I've got the perfect matching question for you.
Nubis is knocking it out of the park.
Date to its nickname. The matchmaker. These answers have a beautiful future together.
All right. Time to put in the daily dose of spam.
Got it.
There's only time for one, maybe 2 matches.
Damn it.
So what went with what?
That wasn't fast enough.
Such a harmonious.
Neither was I.
The winner
Well,
is
I'm like half asleep. I had a very late phone call.
the sun.
Congratulations, Thomas.
Watch out for the hawks up there. They will wreck you.
Probably the local hawks will wreck
You've got
wreck
slices,
people.
I've got slice-shaped.
Wow,
ones.
Danny is kicking ass.
Select the slots on my super big face to place your slices.
Is it?
Oh, how I
Wisconsin's also the Badgers. I only know that because I know the mascot.
Anticipation of where I land is killing me. It's a pod share. New spinner.
Hit it,
Go
Loki.
Loki. Go Loki.
That's what I'm talking about. You're up.
Debbie! Spin! On command, no less. Woohoo.
What a good thing for all of you.
Hey, rounds up.
It's time for the last spin. Yeah, where does the time go? The last spin is all in your tiny meeple hands. Slowing down. Oh, oh, oh. You share the pot and my excitement.
Thanks.
And Danny's halfway there.
Examine your scores now. One round in and I'm already sweating. You look like little Lucky Charms marshmallows. Has anyone ever told you that? I'm here to ask question 1, and you're here to answer it.
Sandy and
As
her
of
Little Mermaid.
2018, which of these countries has won any sort of Olympic medal in curling, aka the sport of the gods? I'm telling you, that's all they played on Mount Olympus, aside from like weird sex games. Start tapping like a group of determined woodpeckers.
Where's our freaking dragon?
I don't know. It wasn't my day to keep in charge to hang out with him.
Let's see.
Who's great at curling? Hermes. Nobody could beat that guy. But is that what you said?
Wow.
Let's keep up this momentum with question 2. How high will your score be this time? Which of these roles are closest to the top of a hospital hierarchy? How many can you get is what I want to know.
Shit.
It's going to be close. You can still edge this one out.
$17 for Loki. Why am I not surprised?
That's 2 slices I've given you.
Because she's smart.
What?
She has experience with hospitals.
Let's get you a power slice. Just do good on this last question, okay? I'm going to give you a series of clues to help you answer this question. What is the most stylish hat?
A bowler.
You'll need a few clues, so it's been around for thousands of years. So have I, and neither one of us has gone out of style. Hey. It's often used as part of a military uniform or by revolutionaries.
Got it.
It's flat and typically made of felt.
Me and Pro say both got it.
It tends to be associated with France or Spain.
Oh, I know what. I know what it is now.
Dressy, no? Holding a baguette, smoking a clove cigarette. What's on her head? That's the hat. We are hanging out. That's it for the clues. Last chance to answer. No way, beret? No. Beret all day. It must be you. What amazing thing is this? Our flight. Step into my office. You're not in trouble. Now that you're here, please gently adorn my face with your slice. I hope you clump up together with your slices. Why don't you start things off? I'm so pleased. I'm ready for a new spinner. Oh boy, the spin is about to... Power slice. You landed on the power slice.
Thanks.
The energy of that slice is coursing through me with vigor. Stand by me, slice owner. Spin as many times as you can. I have points for everyone.
Spins. More.
Rotation.
I'm spinning. Chill.
Yes! Let's just continue at a mild pace. While you're up here, you might as well give me a spin. You just doubled up.
There you go, Loki.
Loki is now is in serious competition. Uh-oh.
Hey, how about a spin from a new spinner? There you go. We have time for just one more spin. This last spin is up to you. Oh, I don't.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. You guys want to see my sick tattoos? Just kidding. It's your 6 scores. Ow! What if these two started a business together? That would show both your parents how independent you are. After the game, we'll talk. A couple slices for my meeple crew. For you. I'd like to start with question 1. How about you? Which liquid is more acidic on the pH scale? For this one, you do not want to be basic. How about a bigger score than last time? Would that be wrong? Wait, what if whenever you get a high score, I make you grow an extra leg? Because I can totally make that happen if you're into it. You have time for just a few more.
Good job, Loki.
You're so good, I'm calling you out.
Organic chemistry. Wow, I at least learned something in it.
I obviously did
Something
not.
is better than nothing, Loki.
Here's a
Every time.
tricky one. Which of these are the original commandments in the novel Animal Farm? All trivia questions are equal, but some are more equal than others. What if you tapped all the answers that fit the prompt? I bet it'd feel pretty good. All right, the answers look something like this.
Reading comprehension is my thing.
Those scores have got my attention.
Oh, Debbie, you should read
Is
it.
this where I admit I've never read it?
What? Oh my god, I love that book. It's awesome.
When the power slice comes
I keep
out to
finding
play.
it. I keep finding it bundled in with 1984, which means I've actually
On
read
average,
both of
How
them.
many rodent hairs are allowed by the FDA in a 40-ounce jar of peanut butter?
I don't want to know.
Imagine yourself getting the exact right answer and then settling for being real close. How did you answer? But what was the correct answer?
You have all over bed
It has
except
to
Sandy.
be you. It's check this out. Our flight.
Good job, Sandy.
Okay, on to the summit where you'll spin me already.
So there's 2 of us who can win right now.
Would it be weird if I had a set of bushes trimmed in your likeness, asking for a friend? Where should your slices go? You tell me. I'm not your mother, but I can shapeshift into your mother if there are any issues you want to work through. first spinner in this
Come on,
round.
Loki.
So it's you, silly. Oh. Power slice. It is the power slice. Get over here, slice owner. Choose any two players to make them swap points. Who has a swappable score? You tell me.
Is there a submit button somewhere? Oh no, she's.
And let's go. There won't be any point swap if you can't decide. A decision has been made. You ready for a new spinner?
I think somebody was actually afraid to scroll around with Loki. Come on, Debbie. You got this.
Oh, I totally squirrel around with Loki. You know why? Because I know what a sweet person she can actually be when she wants to be.
This could be the winning spin.
Get it, Patty.
I'm spinning it.
Don't at me like that.
I said when you want to be.
And so I shall answer your most meaningful question.
Patty won.
One last time now.
Do you like my answer?
I do.
Get it, Patty.
The wheel has spoken.
Let's see what everybody else's questions were. Questions that may never be answered.
May I have a monkey? No. It holds stuff with its mouth.
That's possible.
No, she's crazy.
Jeez.
Where do babies come from? Storks. Sandy. That was the attachment.
It's already
Loki,
happened.
yeah.
That already happened. Okay. Okay. Let's see. What do we got? I forget what we have for a I forget what we got for a trivia game this time. Oh, I think it was actually Paul mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch this round of trivia.
Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna swap it out. Actually, we just had a round of trivia. What am I doing? Okay. Let's see if we can get. Let's see how we do with more Quiplash. That'll be fun. Okay. Stop. Present. Screen. Allow. Okay. All right, everybody pile in.
Room code, you got it. KNXT.
Oh, ow. Anubis. Sandy, Danny, and Thomas. Where's my Patty? Okay, Patty and Loki and all the other folks. Come on. Come on, Debbie. You can do it.
The Loki is answering an email at the same time, so she's going to audience it.
Okay. Okay, it's going to take a minute. This will take a. We've still got a bunch of time, so. Well, she's right now. She's where she can be observed by everything.
Because that matters so much. She flipped the judge off the entire time he lectured her.
Not once, twice. Twice. Friday evening and this morning. All right. We are holding for a few more.
I'm just saying, during the shenanigans this morning when she was being admonished, she flipped them off.
I saw it. She just curled the finger up so it didn't look obvious. Here's a Debbie. First, of course, first. Five. I still say it's not keepy. But she's probably still doing the things. And trying to wrestle with the wrestle with the apple rose. We'll give her a couple more minutes and then start without her. Because the full house take about 20 minutes.
Go on without Patty. She'll be at least 15.
Okay. But you're all stuck with my keyboard. because I can't mute. If I mute, then you guys don't hear anything. Oh.
Welcome to Quiplash 3, the game with the curse you have to get rid of in 24 hours. I'm Schmitty, but I knew that already. Oh yeah, hey, if you're not playing, you can still get in the audience and vote. Put in the room code to join.
I assume you're going to be there, Loki?
And now, round 1. I'm going to flash 2 prompts on your device. Type something ingenious that will stand up against another player's response. Then everyone will vote for their fave, and one of you will get an ego boost. Points are scored based on the percentage of people who choose your response. Let's quip. Okay, let's see them.
Oh boy.
And here's your first prompt. Blank. It's hard work, but somebody's got to do it. Okay, pick one.
Oh.
Next up, the worst breakup line. It's not you, it's blank. Decisions, decisions. Choose your favorite.
Oh, ho, ho. Good one, Amanda.
And now, a rejected Christmas song, Santa Claus is coming to blank. All right, vote for the one you like best.
Sandy versus Danny. And I saved Danny. Apparently, I saved Danny for a Quiplash.
Michael Bay presents
Amanda, sorry, Anubis, yes, she could be charged with accessory after the fact,
people. It's
along with several other things. There are quite a few charges she could have faced, so I guarantee she has immunity. Only way she'd be up there is with immunity, because she would be accessory after the fact.
And next, dogs are so they actually
Destruction
believe
of evidence. You can have charges in regards to human remains. Interstate transportation. I mean, like, there's quite a few things she could have been charged with.
They probably would have settled for an accessory car and an accessory charge.
Okay, what's
I am betting that they said we can charge you with 15 things, or you can talk and
pick the one you like
you know, testify against your mom. We won't charge you with anything. So I'm gonna guarantee she got immunity against it all. They don't want her.
Oh.
Oh, I'll never forget.
Amanda, you have no idea how much I felt that. Because when I used to bartend, I would hate when people handed me sweaty money. I'm like, I know you stored that in your bra or someplace. No, I'm not touching it. Ew.
Okay, round 2 is knocking on the door. Prompts are a little more challenging, so the points are doubled.
Croc, look down. Croc, look down.
Down.
Hello. Hello, my love.
Hey, how are you doing? Long time no visit.
See what you brought.
Hello, my love.
Ah,
How about we
I'm
start
so
yay.
glad to talk to you last night.
where it says about
I'm so
other
glad to
planets
see
like
you
it.
right now. Yay, my love.
All right, vote.
Welcome back. We have absolutely missed you.
Let's keep it going. The most radical and totally extreme way to say you're sorry. All right, choose your
I
favorite.
have missed you. I was so happy to talk to you last night, Papa.
You have, we enjoy your powerful insights and sense of humor.
Let's see the next one.
I'm supposed to be voting.
You'll know you met your soulmate when they blank. Here's the fun part.
Insert quip about Patty and Opal here.
Next we have
Papa, my love, just
never here in a
catch me later and I'll fix that for you, dear.
Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
Oh, we can get that. Yeah, computer problems are a minor thing.
Oh, Croc, I know all about it. I talked to him last night. I'll fill you in on what you and I have to do.
That would make you immediately not want to read the book.
Croc, we'll talk about it later. I talked to him last night. I told you that.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite
But
quip.
Papa, my love, we can fix that this afternoon. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. I have missed you. You know that. I was so happy to talk to you last night.
Some people know who Kent Hovind is.
Next on the docket, a radical new use for a gravy boat. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Croc, I was having such a crappy day by the end of last night. When I was talking to him on the phone, I kept threatening to run away to Papa.
And round 2 is finito.
I said, I'm running away and moving in with you. He laughed at me.
What?
I told him last night I was running away to him, and he laughed at me.
Ha!
Welcome to Riplash. Final chance to
Which
make
person?
a splash. You'll each get a prompt that needs 3 separate responses. Remember, big points mean big pressure.
Don't overthink it. Okay, I'm gonna
Sandy,
type
it was not the same without him. But like I've been keeping all you guys updated. You know, I talk to him almost daily. Like in real life, not on the computer. Like I call him, text with him, so I've been keeping everybody as apprised as I can, but having Papa in chat is always makes me smile and always makes everything better. We all love Papa. By the way, Croco, fair warning.
Yeah.
I asked Jay to make me some iced coffee, and he
Mhm.
wasn't paying attention that the bottle of Starbucks caramel dolce, like cold brew in the fridge, said concentrate in big ass letters on the front,
Yes.
and he just put creamer into that straight.
Oh.
Okay.
Ow.
I've been drinking it because I didn't realize that until my heart rate hit like 300. So fair warning to everybody. Y'all can blame a Marine, but I just drank the equivalent of like 12 cups of coffee.
Yeah.
Yes, Danny, it is. It was the, and especially since I have one of the giant venti Starbucks cups because I collect Starbucks cups. So I have one of the brand new ones in the giant venti size that is, 3/4 full of the caramel dolce concentrate with no water. I went downstairs. He was like, "Why are you shaking?" I'm like, "I don't know. I only had 1 cup of coffee." And I pulled out one to go mix another, and he goes, "Why are you mixing it with water?"
Damn it, Thomas.
And I was like, "'Cause it's concentrate." And he was like, "Oh, my bad."
Satisfying things to scream from a mountaintop. All right, people, it's voting time.
He goes, "Well, apologize to the beasties for me because I didn't realize I was supposed to dilute that. And you've had 1 3/4 of a glass full of that." Okay.
Wow,
Now let's see those
Amanda.
final scores.
I sucked. It's okay.
On the upside, if you ever need to raise your heart rate or stay awake, or if you want to hear colors and see sound, great way to get there.
I will remember. I don't know why that worked, Amanda. It just did. Because I know I voted for that shit. Well done. Let nobody tell you you don't have a sense of humor. All right, folks. We only got
There's
about,
only 7 more minutes.
yeah, we don't have a whole lot of time left, so we're gonna not do that.
So why doesn't everyone take a potty break, grab themselves some food, and we'll see you back in a few minutes.
All right. Nope. Okay. And in the meantime, I think I will do the spammy thing again. Yeah, I can imagine why you would have done that.
Yes, Amanda, you need to eat. I mean, you're too far away for me to mail you matzo ball soup or anything, so I'm gonna need you to eat.
I heard you. Yes, because she's actually not that far from here.
Before I forget, guys, I want to clarify one thing. Where Croc says help Loki support the beasties, FYI, at this point in time, all the money that comes to me via PayPal and Venmo, right? At this point in time, goes back out. At this point in time, that money is used to literally support the beasties. If you are in a position to donate, feel free to do so. If you are not, do not worry about it. That being said, if you are in a position where you are in dire need for some reason, please reach out to me. It will stay 100% confidential. Not even Croc and Patty can see. 100% of that money, and Croc can attest to it, goes back out to the beasties to help people that are experiencing food insecurity, cannot pay copays on prescriptions. Beasties who have, or maybe, I don't want to say going hungry, but eating less because I want to make sure kids are full with inflation and the economic times we are in. So that's why it is phrased the way it is, where he says to help the beasties. It has nothing to do with me. So that's why it is phrased. Somebody sent me a message. Anubis, I can't help you with property taxes. Someone emailed me and they were like, well, why do you say it helps the beasties? In a not so polite way. And I said, because I use that money to make donations, as is our channel policy. We use it to pay for prescriptions for members. We use it to help members that can't afford groceries. We use it for Lair members that have legitimate financial hardship. Debbie, don't worry about it. You don't need to donate. You have enough going on.
Mayor Ranch, yay!
I am Debbie. don't ever feel a need to donate. I am just clarifying because I got an email from somebody saying, why do you have it phrased that way in the comment that keeps getting put up? Or in the description box. Why is it phrased as to help the beasties? So I am just explaining. It is not a guilt trip, it is not a, whatever. I do not ever want anybody to put themselves in a bad situation by donating. But I just wanted to make clear that that is where 100% of the money that comes to me personally goes at this point in time. It is more important to me that you can feed your family by life sustaining and needed prescriptions, that we have adults not going hungry because they want to feed kids. I had a blessed upbringing, but my mother, being a child of the Holocaust, had a very poor upbringing. And, my grandparents, obviously, right after the Holocaust, would go hungry to feed the kids. So all of the money goes to help those in this difficult time. And I also want to make it very clear, neither Patty nor Croc can see who I send the money to. I do keep them aware of general balances or that I've helped people out or for them to direct people to me. But it's 100% confidential between you and I and will never be made public. So I just want to clarify that's why it's phrased how it is. And if you need help, that's what Beastie Fund is there for. The only thing Beastie Fund does public facing is when we make donations, like when we did for Ardo's family member, then that goes up on the community page. But any money that is given to a beastie in need, nobody other than they or I know. But I did get a very pointed email about it. So I
Yes,
just
sir.
wanted to clarify.
I was very careful when I chose my words for that.
I know you were. I'm just saying. I just wanted to put it out there because I got a less than nice email about it. And like I've always told you guys, I'm 100% transparent with everything. And so that's where the money goes. 100% transparent. You know, and Patty and Croc can attest that that's what happens to the money. They just can't see who it goes to. They can see that I sent it, and I tell them, but they do not know what beastie member it went to. So, yes, screw the person that sent the obnoxious email, but I wanted to make it very clear that that's what Beastie Fund does. We donate and we support our community because it hurts my heart when people are going hungry so their kids don't. It hurts my heart when I find out we have Lair members that cannot afford medication they need to live in these times with inflation. So I just wanted to make it crystal clear. It is not a guilt trip. It is not a you should donate. It is none of those things. And I also wanted to make it crystal clear that it is 100% confidential. And I will never tell anybody, not even Patty and Croc, who are two of my best friends, where it has gone. Mayor Wrench can attest. We were trying to figure out if we could use Beastie Fund to buy plane tickets for Sassy. I was trying to buy Sassy a plane ticket using frequent flyer miles that are mine. But I will never make it public. There's a tenet in Judaism about charity, and that is you should never, there's different levels of it, but you should never make somebody feel bad or make it public that they have received anything from anybody. And I have always, that's one of the few tenets of Judaism I do strictly follow. I do not make that anybody's knowledge but my own. So if you're in a bad position, please reach out to me. You know, I wish I could give more than I can, but I mean, I'm not monetized, and and do not take this as a guilt trip. I split the money up as many ways as I can to help as many as we can.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch.
Positions.
Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there
Very
anything we
much,
need to take
Mayor.
up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Nothing from the people,
But,
Your Honor.
but please reach
defense?
out if you're ever in
Okay.
a situation
And
like
I'm
that, guys.
working on your copies here.
We are
Right.
the beasties
Bring
are here.
Julian.
I don't care about making money. I care about making sure people have medications and food. I care about that than money towards a new car or a new camera or whatever.
You can just scan and upload this, right?
What's that?
You can just
Back
scan and
to this
upload this,
idiot.
right?
The document? Yeah.
Yeah, and just scan it, seal it.
And I love you all. She lost her job. Oh my God, Mayor.
Oh no.
Mayor, isn't she a nurse?
Plus, she was working for Home Depot. What happened?
Mayor, send me a message in her resume and your general area. I have a ton of connections where you are. Up in the Northeast where you guys are.
All
Mayor.
rise for the jury, please.
Mayor, you can get a hold of me. Mayor, just send me an email, send me your resume. And I have a ton of connections in a ton of different businesses. And we will do everything we can to use connections to try to help. But yeah, just reach out to me, Mayor. We're family.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the court. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the examination of Ms. Hunt. That's where we will resume.
She
Mr.
doesn't
Young?
need to be a nurse.
Thank
She
you,
can
Your Honor.
still find her something
Good
else
afternoon,
to
Ms.
do.
Hunt.
Good afternoon.
Kind of want to jump forward a little bit on January 28th, 2020. But before I do that, I think we left off somewhere around 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Up until that point, had you known where your mother was at?
No.
And I'm going to fast forward to now 7:21 p.m., where you're texting your mother, someone is here. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was going on at the house, and why did you say someone is here?
There were detectives at our front door.
And did you see them out front, or how did you know they were there?
Yeah, I saw them out front.
And again, I want to scroll down. Your mom says who, and then you go on. What do you say after that?
I don't know, people with badges.
I imagine that's how you knew they were detectives, right?
Correct.
And did you know the sheriff's office was investigating the disappearance of Gannon?
Yes.
And so she responds, "Don't poke," and I think she corrects it if we scroll down and says, you say okay, and then she says open. How did you take that?
Don't open.
Did you open the door for the police?
No.
And I don't want to go through the whole text here, but did they ring the doorbell or knock on the door?
They knocked on the door.
And did they announce who they were?
I don't know.
Let's scroll down and see what you say. So now they're knocking. They're leaving, I think. Again, we can just keep scrolling down. She says, WTH, who is that? And how do you respond?
I responded saying, I don't know.
We can scroll down some more, please. Then you say their car is still here. And then what happens after that?
Someone called my phone, no caller ID, and left a voicemail.
So why are you doing a play-by-play of everything that's happening to your mom?
Because previously she had told me not to answer the door, so I was just kind of updating her with what happened.
And if we can scroll down a little bit further, do you get a voicemail from this call?
Yes,
Says there, I didn't answer, so I take it you didn't answer?
correct.
And you say it was a defective. Did you mean to say something else?
I meant to say detective.
You must text like me with your thumbs, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. We can keep scrolling down. So they left the voicemail. Do you remember what the voicemail was?
I just remember them saying like, "Hey Harley, it's a detective. We want to talk to you."
Okay. And did you forward that voicemail on to your mother?
I did, yes.
If we can scroll down so we can see that. Keep going down, please. All right, so we stop it here at January 28th at 7:32 p.m. Is that the voicemail that was left on your phone that you sent to your mother?
Yes.
All right. And if we can scroll down to the next one. She says, why do they want to bombard you? You know what she meant by that or what that is reference to?
Yeah, I guess like why are they showing up trying to ask questions?
We can continue to scroll down, please. What do you say in response to that?
I said, I don't know. How did they get my number?
You and me both, Anubis.
How long were they out there? Do you remember? The police.
They were out there for a little while. It wasn't like a quick like here.
Okay. And so at 7:37 p.m., do you remember calling your mother and having a conversation with her?
Yes.
And do you remember about how long that conversation was?
No.
Right. If the records indicate it was 10 minutes and 15 seconds, would that be about accurate?
Yes.
What did you guys talk about? Do you remember?
I remember she just said like, don't open the door, like you're a minor. They can't talk to you because you're a minor.
And did you follow what your mom was saying?
Yes.
Did you keep an eye on them? Were you looking out the windows to see if they were still out there during this time period?
Yes.
And did you actually try to call your mom back on a couple of occasions during this time period?
Probably, yeah.
Did she answer?
I don't remember.
Do you remember actually having a FaceTime conversation with her at 9:55 p.m. on January 28th?
No.
Does that sound like something you might do if the police are outside and you're wanting to figure out what to do?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you eventually do about 10 o'clock p.m. that night?
Yeah, so sorry, now that I'm reading the messages, it's refreshing me, but she had called me and told me to leave the house. She tried to get me to leave Lena there, and I told her I didn't want to, and I feel comfortable doing that. So she told me to bring Lena to one of her friend's house, and that if I left and the detectives were there, to not tell them where I was going.
So I take it was just you and Lena in the house when the police were outside?
Correct, yes.
And the police get there at 7:21 p.m., is that right, based on the text messaging?
Yes.
And at 10 o'clock, are they still there when you try to leave with Lena?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. What happens?
So I opened the garage and they just came out from the side, right from the garage. And they were like, "Hey, Harley, like, where are you going?" And my mom told me to say I was going to like Starbucks or something. So just listened to what she said and told them that.
Did you cooperate with them?
Yes, they asked me questions and I answered it. And then I feel like they kept asking me more questions and I was just like, I don't want to talk.
And why didn't you want to talk?
Because at this point, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Everything's just so like up and down. I'm just so confused.
If we can fast forward to 10:03 p.m. in the text string. Okay, just maybe go up a little bit. All right, that's good. So are you there in your book or do you need to look at the TV to see where we're at?
Yes, I'm here.
So January 28th at 10:02:50, I think it's 6 seconds maybe. You say, as soon as I opened the garage, they stopped E. Is that what you're talking about? That they were out there when you opened the garage door?
Yes.
And so does that help kind of refresh? They were out there from 7:21 until 10 p.m. at night?
Yes.
When you were leaving with Lena, did you know the police were outside?
No.
Did you think they had already left?
Yes.
If we can scroll down now, please. You say they were hiding out. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Can we keep scrolling down? And your mom says, wow. Remember that?
Definitely
Yes.
back, folks.
And then you go on and say, yeah. And then we can scroll down, please. Why did you say, but I think I'm allowed to leave?
I just didn't want to do anything wrong. So I didn't know if we were allowed to leave the house or not. So
If we can, your mom says, why wouldn't you be allowed to leave? Do you remember that?
yes.
We can scroll down, please. You say IDK. I don't know, right?
Yes.
Your mom says, I want my dogs and you. Remember that?
Yes.
You know what she was talking about there?
Just that she wanted like the dogs and me. I don't know.
Okay. Kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah.
All right. And just have a second. We're going to scroll down. Do you remember telling your mom during this text string, that I told them I'm not going anywhere or saying anything?
Yes.
And why did you tell your mom that?
Because that's what she told me to say.
Okay. You can go down just a little bit. Keep going. Keep going, please. You can find where I just read from. Yeah, I'll find it here. Okay, there it is. So at January 28th at 10:04 p.m., this is you telling your mom, I told them I'm not going anywhere or saying anything. And you said no. Saying that.
Yes.
You remember how your mom responded? Can you scroll down?
She said, just keep saying that.
What did she say after that?
Tell me what that guy says.
Do you know who she was referring to when she said that?
The guy at the door.
If we can scroll down, please. One more, please. Now at 10:05 p.m., your mom asked you, has any other family asked where I was? As like our family. That?
Yes.
Give you any context on any of the phone calls earlier about what this is about?
No, I just assumed she meant like if she was okay.
And she'd been missing essentially since about what, 3:45 that afternoon?
Yes.
If we can scroll down, please. We can keep going down to on. As we're scrolling through this, were you still giving her a play-by-play as to what the police were doing in the house and things like that?
Yes.
On January 28th at 10:07 p.m., do you remember your mom saying, I have to get an attorney fast?
Yes.
And do you know what that was based on?
She kept saying that they're setting her up.
Was that a continuing theme,
Yes.
really, all the way till you go back to Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
And do you recall telling your mom that they're just taking pictures during this text string?
Yes.
And how did your mom respond to that? Do you see that?
She asked of what?
Were they taking pictures?
Yes, of the house.
And did you tell your mom what they were taking pictures of?
Yes.
Okay. If we can scroll down to 1011, please. Okay. We can go down one more. Right there.
Back.
Well, let's go back up. I'm sorry. My computer's out. So this is where she says, what are they taking pictures of? You say the entire house.
Yes.
Do you call that?
Yes.
And then if we scroll down, you don't hear from her until 10:11 again, where she says, what's Landon been doing?
Yes.
Had you seen Landon up until this point?
No, I put she's not here.
And then she asked you, who's there at 10:11 that night? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
I said just me.
Now, was Lena still in the house at this point?
No.
What happened to Lena?
The detective struck her.
You know where she went?
To Albert.
We can scroll down, please. She says she's been set up at 10:11 and 31 seconds. You remember that?
Yes.
And then she says, just you and, is that supposed to be Albert?
Yes.
How did you respond to that?
I said no, it's just me.
Okay. Did she ever tell you what to say to the police officers when they were there? Do you remember?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She just kept saying, like, don't say anything, like you're a minor and they shouldn't be asking you questions.
Did she ever ask you to call 911 if you need to?
I don't remember.
Okay. We can scroll down a little bit, please. You see that in there yet,
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Mhm.
What exactly is said there and what time is it?
She kept asking, why are there detectives there with you? An underage minor. I was at 10:12 and I said, I don't know, but I'm asking if I can leave. And she said, tell them you're uncomfortable with these men at
Okay.
10:13.
Can we go ahead and scroll down to 10:13? And did you ever tell them that?
I just said, I don't feel comfortable answering questions.
Did they stop asking you questions?
Yes.
And was there a female officer there?
Yes.
You remember having conversations with her not related to this in the kitchen?
Yes.
That kind of thing? Okay. If we can scroll down, please. Now, at 10:13:56, your mother says if not, you need to call 911 and tell them they are making you stay there. Remember that?
Yes.
Did you ever call 911?
No,
Why didn't you call 911?
because it didn't seem needed.
Cops are already there, right?
Right.
I think it might
I'm
actually.
going to fast forward to 10:23 p.m. Do you remember having a FaceTime conversation with your mom?
Yes.
We can blank that out if you like. Thanks. And how long was that conversation?
I don't know how long it was, but I know generally what was said.
What was said?
She told me to go meet her at one of the hotels and to just like be careful leaving.
What was that all about? You know, why did she tell you to meet her at one of the hotels?
We were going to stay there that night.
Is this the first time the entire day where she told you where she's going to be?
Yes.
And so what did you do after having this FaceTime conversation with your mom?
I listened to what she said and then I went to where she was.
And did you go by yourself?
Yes.
Did you take the Jetta?
Yes.
While you're driving to go wherever you're going, did you attempt to call her a few times?
Yes.
And did she answer?
No.
Where was this hotel you were going to, and how close was it to where you work?
It was right next to where I worked at.
So close to the Massage Envy?
Yes.
Off of Powers?
Yes.
Did she say why you're staying in a hotel room that night?
She said that she didn't want to be in the house with Albert and Landon and his family.
Why did she need you to leave the house? Did she tell you?
She didn't want me there with them.
Okay. And so did you pack a bag?
I assume so.
Okay. So tell us about it. Why were you trying to call your mom on the way to go to this hotel?
Because I wanted to make sure that she was there. It's because we hadn't spoken really after that. And then I remember I got there and I was waiting for a while because I didn't know where she was.
When you say there, where are you talking about?
The hotel.
Do you remember what hotel it was?
It's probably like a Marriott or Hilton or IHG or something.
Several hotels in that area?
Yeah.
Did you eventually see your mom at this hotel?
Yes.
Do you remember about how long it took her to get there and what time it was, that kind of thing?
It was quite a while. I remember waiting for a long time.
Was it in the morning hours in the 29th or was it still the 28th?
I don't know. It was late though.
It seemed like you were sitting in your car a long time in a parking lot waiting for her?
Yes.
Okay. What vehicle was she driving when she eventually showed up?
Her Volkswagen.
A Tiguan?
Yes.
When's the last time you saw that Tiguan?
It was that night.
How about prior to that night? When did you see it on the 28th at all?
I saw it prior. I don't know the exact date though.
Do you know what happened to the rental car?
No.
So you just go to this hotel, your mom shows up in the Tiguan. When she left that day, was she in the rental car? Do you know?
I don't know. I just know that when I met her at the hotel, she was in her Tiguan.
What happens when she eventually shows up at the hotel in her Tiguan?
So she shows up and she's like, we just need to go home. She leaves her car there and then we drive back to the house in my car.
Did she tell you why she's leaving her car at the hotel?
No, she was just like, we can ride together.
Did you ever get out of your car to go to her car and look and see if there's anything in it, that kind of thing?
No.
Did you ever get close enough to her car to smell anything?
No.
Did you ever ask her, what are you doing, Mom? Why are you leaving your car here if we're going to go home?
No. She just kept saying like, she was just kept being like paranoid, I guess you can say.
Did she tell you why she was being paranoid?
There's a couple of different stories, yeah. I was told that they brought Albert and her in different rooms and tried to say like the other person did this to see how they would react. And that's why she felt like she was being set up.
Do you even know if she ever went to the police station to be interviewed at this point? You know, the next day is when she went to the police station to be interviewed. If you don't know it, that's fine.
I don't know.
Okay. At least she's telling you that her and Al are at the police station. They separate us and they're trying to play each other against us. Is that what she's saying?
Yes.
Did you guys go straight home from there?
Yes.
If the phone records indicate that you were still trying to FaceTime with your mom at 11:26 and 11:31 p.m. on the 28th, would that mean that you hadn't seen your mom yet?
Yes.
And so what happens when you get home?
I remember going home. I stay in my bedroom. Yeah.
Who was there when you got home? Do you know?
Pretty sure Albert and his family and everybody was there.
Was Landon there?
Yes. I think. I'm not sure.
And if you looked at your text messages, People's Exhibit 705 that's in front of you, do you see a string of text messages on January 29th, 2000 from 1:36 a.m. to about 1:40 a.m. in there?
Yes.
Is your mom in the house when these text messages are going
Today,
on?
but a summary of last.
She upstairs and you're downstairs, or what's going on?
Yeah, she's upstairs. I'm downstairs.
And what is she asking you about?
I guess they had the police had like gone through her clothes and everything, and there was stuff everywhere. And asking me if my room was the same way.
Do you see in People's Exhibit 705 whether or not she asked you what the downstairs looks like?
Yes.
Am I saying 705? I meant to say 205.
Said 705.
I apologize, Your Honor. It's Exhibit 205. Does this text messaging back and forth go on for an hour or so that morning?
Yes, while we were at home.
Does it end roughly around 2 in the morning?
Yes.
So I'm assuming you eventually went to sleep, right?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time you got up?
Around 8.
Okay. Did you have to work that day?
Yes, I did.
What time did you have to be at work?
8:30.
So January 29th, 2020, you have to go to work. Did you take anyone with you when you left to go to work from the house?
Yes, I took my mom with me
And why did you take your mom with you?
because she said that she was going to pick up her car since it was right by where I worked.
Okay. Did you ever ask again, why did we leave it there anyway?
No.
Did you make any stops on the way to go pick up the Tiguan?
No.
You didn't go to the airport that day?
Oh, yes, we did. Sorry.
Okay, tell us about that. What happened? Why'd you go to the airport? What happened?
I remember we were driving there and she told me, don't speed. I think someone's following us. And she had to turn in the keys for the rental car.
Did she tell you where the rental car was at?
No, I think it was at the airport.
So did she tell you why she kept the keys if the rental car was already at the airport?
No.
So can you describe to the jury what you remember seeing your mom do and how she returned these keys?
I don't remember. I just remember being in the car when she returned them.
Did she go inside the airport?
I don't remember if she went in or left the keys in the car.
Well, did you see the rental car when you went to the airport?
If she left the keys in them, then yes.
Okay. Well, how long were you there? Was this something that happened very quickly or did it take some time?
Yes, it was quick.
You didn't see her talk to anyone from Avis, or did you?
No.
So what happens after she gets done with the keys?
We drive to my work.
Did she get back in your car then?
Yes.
Did you park your car anywhere, or are you still just kind of in the drive-through at the airport of theirs?
Yeah, I was just sitting there waiting.
And so what'd you talk about as you're going to take her to your car, or her car, excuse me?
She just told me not to speed because somebody was following us. And when we got to my work, she sat in my car for a little while and I went inside to work.
How close was it to the hotel where the Tiguan was at, your work?
It was close, across the street.
Did she tell you what her game plan was? I mean, as she sat in your car?
No, she just said that she needed a minute and she sat in the car and then she came inside to give me my keys and left.
Did you see her looking around the parking lot or looking to see anything?
No.
Earlier, you alluded to that she kept telling you not to speed. Did you say that she thought she was being followed or something like that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did she tell you who she thought was following her?
The police.
Do you know where she was going after she got the Tiguan?
No.
What time were you supposed to get off of work that day? Do you remember?
I was supposed to get off later than I did, I'm pretty sure.
Did something cause you to leave work early? Do
Yes, I got a call that she was at the hospital.
you remember who called you?
I think one of her sisters.
So what did you do when you got a call from one of her sisters saying that your mom was at the hospital?
I asked if I could leave to go pick her up.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did you pick anyone else up or ask anyone to go with you to pick up your mom?
Yes, eventually I did.
And who was that? Do you remember?
Janine.
Is that Janine Sanchez?
Yes.
And is that someone you work with?
Yes.
Is that someone who was a friend of yours back then?
Yes.
Why'd you ask her to go with you?
I remember I tried to go there at first and they wouldn't let me go in because I was a minor. And then I remember just before that day, she was like, if you need me or anything, I'll come with you for anything that you need. So,
where did you try to go first and they wouldn't let you in because you're a minor?
right.
Where was that?
The hospital.
So do you remember what hospital it was?
No.
Was it one close to downtown here?
Yes.
Memorial Hospital sound familiar?
Yes.
So you went to the hospital, then did you have to go somewhere to pick Janine up?
Yes.
Where did you go to pick her up?
I believe I picked her up at her house.
Did you go back to the hospital after you picked up Janine?
Yes.
And what happened when you got back to the hospital?
We picked her up from a Taco Bell.
How did that happen? How did you get from the hospital to Taco Bell?
I got a call. She said she was riding with some random person and to pick her up at the Taco Bell by the hospital.
Who called you and who said that?
My mom.
And so did you ask her why? Why we're going to a Taco Bell? I thought you were at the hospital type thing.
Right. Pretty sure I was told like they didn't want her to leave at first, so.
And how did you respond to her when she said, I got a ride with some stranger to the Taco Bell?
It was weird. I was like, be careful.
Okay. So did you and Janine then go to this Taco Bell?
Yes.
And was the Taco Bell here in the downtown area?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Platt and Wasatch?
I know Platt.
Okay. Was the Taco Bell close to Platt?
Yeah.
Close to downtown?
Yes.
And so what happens when you get to the Taco Bell?
I'm driving. Janine is in the passenger seat and my mom's in the back seat.
Does your mom say anything to you as to what's going on and why you picked her up at the Taco Bell versus the hospital?
Yeah, she was just rambling a bunch of things.
You remember what those things were?
No, it's just, I remember being like just a lot, just a bunch of random stuff.
Did she have her phone with her?
No.
Did she ask to use anyone's phone?
Yes.
Whose phone did she ask to use?
She had my phone.
And how long did she have your phone after that point?
At least until we got home.
Did she tell you that the police had taken her phone?
Yes.
I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 206. Have you had a chance to look at that last night?
Yes.
Do you know what People's Exhibit 206 is?
Yes.
What is it?
Yes. It's messages between my phone and Albert's phone.
And does it cover this time frame that we're talking about here after you pick up your mom from the Taco Bell?
Yes.
In particular, January 27th, 2020 at 7:16 p.m. to January 30th, 2020 at 10:41 a.m. Is that when it starts and ends?
Yes.
And do you recognize those messages?
Some of them.
Do you recognize the ones up until the point you picked up your mom at the Taco Bell?
Yes.
And do you see the ones that were used after you picked up your mom from the Taco Bell that went to Al Stauch?
Yes.
Are those messages that your mom used while she had your phone?
Yes.
Overruled.
And do they actually reflect your messages and what your mom was doing when she had your phone on those dates?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 206.
Mr. Tellini? I think sufficient foundation has been laid. She's stated that she's familiar with her phone number. She's familiar with who she gave the phone to. I think it goes to weight, not admissibility. The objection's overruled.
In addition, Your Honor, this exhibit was shown to Albert Stauch, and he authenticated his messages on there.
He did.
Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead.
So where did you go after you left the Taco Bell with your mother and Janine Sanchez?
To Janine's house.
Did you make any stops or did you go anywhere before you went to Janine's house?
I remember getting the dogs at some point.
Do you ever remember going to a parking garage?
Yes.
What was that all about and who told you to go to a parking garage?
My mom told me, and she was looking to see if her car was still there.
Do you know where this parking garage was at?
Somewhere downtown.
And describe to the jury what you did as you went to this parking garage.
We just drove around, and she was just seeing if her car was still there, and we left.
What did she tell you happened to her car, and why was she looking if she told you that?
I think she was worried that the police took her car.
When you picked her up at Taco Bell, did you ask her where her car was?
I think she had mentioned it to me that it was there.
Okay. At the parking garage?
Yes.
Was it your understanding what this parking garage was associated with?
Just, I thought it was associated with the hospital.
Okay. Was it close to the hospital though?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you find the car in this parking garage?
I think so. I don't remember.
Did you see some deputy sheriffs in the parking garage around the car when you drove by it?
I don't remember.
Okay. All right. So then you said you go to Janine's house. Why did you go to Janine's house?
I was just told that we couldn't stay at our house.
And were you planning on staying there prior to picking up your mom?
Yes. Remember her telling me, like, because I remember talking to her in conversation saying, like, I don't know if we can stay at our house. And she was like, well, if you ever need to stay with me, then you can.
And so prior to picking up your mom, you already made arrangements. I'm going to stay at Janine Sanchez's house tonight.
Yes.
How about your mom? Was the plan for her to stay there as well?
I don't remember.
Well, did she stay there?
Yes.
Do you remember her text messaging Janine while you're in the car?
Yes.
How do you know that?
From these messages.
And so that's not you texting Janine. What does the text message say?
These aren't between me and Janine.
Well, do you remember your mom texting Janine, is it okay if I stay here, or words to that effect?
Yes.
And did she eventually stay at Janine Sanchez's house with you?
Yes.
Were you there the entire night once you got there after the Taco Bell?
Yes.
I'm going to flash forward to January 30th of 2000. Do you remember, well, I'll ask you, did you text Massage MD saying you're going to resign?
Yes, I remember my mom wrote the email for me.
Was it an email or a text? Do you remember?
A text message.
And if the records indicate that was at 4:30 a.m., would that sound accurate?
Yes. I don't remember being up that late, but
Did you text that or did your mom text that? Do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. So what happens when you get up? What do you do the next day on that January 30th?
I remember getting up. We took the dogs out, and I think that's the day that we drove to like Marshall's.
Now, as you're driving to Marshall's, who was in the car?
Me and my mom.
Did your mom ever say anything about the police following you at that point?
No.
Did she say anything about go the speed limit, don't break the law, that kind of thing?
No.
Did you know that the police were following you?
Eventually.
We're going to talk about what happens at the Marshalls. But
Okay.
up until the point that happens, did you know that they were following you on the road? In other words, any discussion, hey, there's a car behind us. That car's been behind us for a while.
No.
Was your mom ever looking around to see if anyone was following?
No.
Nothing unusual about that trip then?
No.
So tell us what happens when you get to the Marshalls.
We get to the Marshalls, go inside to get like clothes or whatever we were looking for. And then I'm at the cash register, and that's when like the police come in.
What did the police do when they came in?
They took my phone, and as we were walking out, they put me in handcuffs.
How'd that make you feel?
Bad.
Was your mom in the store with you when this happened?
No.
What was your mom doing when all this was happening? Do you
She
remember?
walked outside
Did she go out before or after you?
before.
And did you see her when you came out?
Yes.
What was going on with her?
She was also with the police.
Was she in handcuffs as well?
Yes.
Did she say anything to you that you remember?
Yes.
What did she say?
To not say anything.
And how did she say that?
She was yelling it.
Were you hysterical at that point?
Yes.
Was she screaming other things?
Yeah, I remember her saying other stuff. She was just like, that's my daughter. Don't do anything. Stuff like that.
How long did all this take place?
25 minutes.
Probably seemed like a long time.
Yeah.
Did they eventually take the handcuffs off and let you go?
Yes.
Same thing with your mother?
Yes.
Did they take your car and your phone?
Yes.
Would you recognize your phone if you saw it again?
Yes.
Probably wondering what I got in my hand here, huh? If I may approach you, Hunter, we're going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 203, okay?
Yep.
In 203, it's pretty obvious that there's a cell phone in plastic there. Do you recognize that cell phone?
Yes.
You just take it out and look at it. And whose cell phone is that?
This is mine.
And is it in the same general condition as was when the police took it from you on January 30th, 2020 at the Marshalls?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 203.
Mr. Jackson, Exhibit 203 will be admitted.
So what was the game plan after they took your car and your phone? What were you and your mom going to do?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet my family. And at that point, we didn't have a phone to contact them to let them know where we were. So we walked down to a store that was in that plaza to use the phone to call them.
Now, prior to all this happening at Marshall's, did you know that you had family members flying in?
Yes.
And did you know what family members were coming?
Yes.
And what family members were coming?
It was my grandma, my uncle, and my aunt.
And what are their names?
Deborah, Dakota, and Brenda.
Is it Deborah Locklear?
Yes.
And who's Deborah Locklear?
My grandma.
And Dakota Lowry?
Yes.
Who's Dakota Lowry?
My uncle.
And Brenda, is it pronounced awkward?
Acquired.
What is it?
Acquired.
Okay, acquired. I'm
Yep.
sorry. And who is Brenda acquired?
My aunt.
Okay. And so did they eventually come and pick you up there?
Yes.
Where did you go after you were picked up at the Marshalls?
We went to the hotel we were staying in.
And do you remember the name of that hotel?
It was an extended stay.
Was it Extended Stay America?
Yes.
And you probably don't know the address, but was it up north area?
Yes.
Is 5855 Corporate Drive ring a bell at all?
No, I didn't know the address.
Okay. So what did you do when you got to the extended stay?
We got there, we were talking with my family, and then after then we went to Walmart.
And why did you go to Walmart?
They were just saying, like, you guys need to get some clothes because we didn't have any at that point.
I'm assuming you got some clothes at Walmart?
Yes.
Where'd you go from there?
Back to the hotel.
You guys remember where you ate that night?
No.
So once you get back to the hotel, do you remember how many rooms you had?
2.
Who was staying in which room?
It was back and forth, so I'm pretty sure my grandma and my aunt stayed in one room, and then it was me, my mom, and my uncle.
So you and your mom and Dakota?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about what you were going to do the next day or what the plan was? Your family's out here. You got 2 hotel rooms. What was the game plan for the next day? Do you know?
Yeah, so they were just there, like supporting us, of course, because of everything that happened. And the next day we were supposed to go and get our belongings from the house.
And how are you going to go about getting that?
They rented a van.
And who is they?
My aunt.
What kind of car did they have, or did they have a car? I'm assuming when they picked you up at the Marshalls the day before.
Yes, it was a sedan.
Do you remember what kind of make and model it was?
Nissan.
Sorry?
Nissan.
Altima? Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And so did you go the next morning to get a van?
Yes, we all went to get the van.
And who rented this van?
My aunt.
Would that be Brenda?
Brenda, yes.
Okay. And so where did you go after you rented the van or after Brenda rented the van?
After we got the van, that's when we went to the house.
Did you take the Nissan Altima as well?
Yes.
Do you remember who was driving which vehicle?
No.
You remember what vehicle you were in?
I'm pretty sure I was in the car.
Okay. Do you remember who was driving the car that you were in?
No, I don't know.
It's okay. If you don't remember, that's fine. So what happens when you get to 6627 Mandan Drive?
There are police there. And we went in to go get our stuff. Albert's family was there. He was there. Just like everyone was there. And as we got our stuff, the police had to look through everything that we brought.
What kind of stuff were you getting?
Mainly just like clothes.
Did you go to your room to get your clothes, or what items did you get out? Do you remember?
Yes, I went to my room to get my clothes.
Were there suitcases?
Yeah, we were filling like Tupperware bins or suitcases or like bags or kind of anything.
So, do you remember seeing a big, large olive green suitcase that had wheels? And did you remember seeing that when you were moving things out of the house that day?
No.
Do you know what suitcase I'm talking about?
Yes.
And who did that suitcase belong to? Do you remember?
Albert.
And is it a suitcase that you saw in the past when you're moving from Alaska and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Were the police checking every suitcase that came out of that house?
Yes, they were checking anything we took out. If it was any books, they had to go through the pages. We couldn't really take any technology.
And so how long did this take to get things out of the house and put in the van?
They were trying to do it quick, maybe like an hour.
What happens when you get your things and the van is loaded up? Where do you go from there?
We were supposed to drive back to the hotel, but as we're leaving, my mom saw a reporter and wanted to talk to them.
Whose idea was it to talk to the reporter? Do you remember?
My mom's.
Did anyone try to talk her out of it?
Yes.
Who?
I just remember my family saying, like, that's probably not a good idea.
Was your mom pretty determined to talk to this reporter?
She had got out the car, so I don't remember what she had said to them. But I remember, like, we had left the area where we were at and went down, like, a back street at the back of the neighborhood to talk to them.
So you went somewhere else so that your mom could do this interview with the reporter?
Yes.
You still had the Nissan and you still had the rental van?
Yes.
So talk about that interview. What were you doing when your mom was being interviewed by, was it KKTV?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I was just waiting in the car.
Was there a point in time in the interview where your mom asked you to come out?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did you get on camera and answer questions?
Yes.
Why did you answer the questions the way you did on KKTV?
Because that's how she told me to.
Were you doing what your mom told you to do during that time period?
Yes.
And do you recall what those questions were?
I know they asked me my name. I don't remember what they asked me after that.
Do you remember talking about the hike at Garden of the Gods and whether or not you saw Ganon after this hike and things like that?
Yes.
And is that what you're talking about? You're just going along with what your mom wanted you to say?
Yeah, when she came to the car, she was like, come on, let's go do this interview. I didn't want to do the interview. And I was like, I don't know what I'm like supposed to say because I was told that we weren't allowed to talk about the fire. So I was like, am I allowed to talk about the fire? So, yeah.
And you said you saw him, right? After the hike.
Yes.
And you did see him, as you testified earlier. That's when he was in the bedroom and you got home from work late at night and you didn't know if he was asleep or awake, but you saw him in bed.
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after this interview?
We left and went to the hotel.
Both cars?
Yes.
Van and car?
Yes.
What happens when you get back to the hotel?
We get back. Remember my mom saying that she needed to leave because she needed to get dog food.
And did she leave?
Yes.
Do you recall what car she took?
The rental car.
The Nissan Altima?
Yes.
And how long was she gone?
She was gone a while.
2.5 hours?
Yeah, it was
Overruled.
Did it seem like it was that long, 2.5 hours?
a long time, yes.
Did she tell you where she was going to this pet store, what location it was and things like that?
No, I remember when she came back, I was like, what took so long? And she was like, I didn't use the GPS. So I got lost.
What was the game plan for the next day when she comes back? Did you know what was going to happen the next day, February 1st?
That's the day that we left.
Okay. And so just January 31st is when you go and get the items out of the house, the KKTV interview, you go back to the hotel. She's gone for quite a while, comes back. The next morning, what was the game plan?
Next morning, I remember that we were going to leave, and my aunt said that she didn't want to pay for the van while we were gone, and just like insurance purposes. So we had to go and get a new one.
And when you say we, who are you talking about?
Like they just had to go get a new one.
Do you recall who went and got a new van?
I don't remember if I went with them or not.
Did eventually your mom show up in a different van and at the hotel?
Yes.
And would that be in the morning of February 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Did you have any idea what was going to happen when she came back with the van, a new van, and on February 1st, 2020?
I just knew that we were leaving. I didn't know where we were going.
Did you ask your mom where we're going?
Yeah, the destination changed multiple times.
Tell us about that.
We were leaving. I remember she just kept saying, like, where do you want to live? And I was just confused. And originally it was going to be Texas, and then it was Florida, and then Myrtle Beach. Just kept changing.
When your mom came in this new van, did you see what was in the back of the van?
No.
Did you ask about where our stuff is? Because assuming all your bags and things were in the first van that Brenda, is it acquired?
Acquired.
I'm struggling with that name. They were in there when you moved them. Do you know how they got from one van to another, or if they even got transferred?
Yes, my mom and my uncle moved them.
How do you know that?
I just remember that morning it was cold outside, and I was in the hotel, and they had moved stuff.
And so was this a pretty quick deal? I mean, did your mom literally come back, pick you up, and then you hit the road? Is that what happens?
I remember that they were on a time crunch because my family had to get back to the flight in Denver.
And so did your family go one direction? And I don't know if it's the same direction, but and you and your mom went somewhere else?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Sharon?
You may.
Let me hand you People's Exhibits 201 and 202.
Okay.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 202?
It is the back of the van.
Is that a picture of the van that your mom rented back on February 1st, 2020 and picked you up from the hotel?
Yes.
And 204, is it 204? 202 and 203, is that right?
201 and 202.
God, I'm not even close. So 201 is a picture of the van. What is 202?
A picture of the back of the van.
Is that what the back of the van looked like as far as you know?
Yes.
Was there a partition between the driver's seat and the back of the cargo area?
What do you mean?
Can you see like a metal grate between the cargo area and the driving area of that van?
Yes.
Is that what that looked like from inside?
Yes.
Move for the missions of 201 and 202.
No objection.
Exhibits 201 and 202 will be admitted.
Request to publish.
You may go ahead.
So here we have People's Exhibit 201. Do you see that on the TV screen behind you?
Yes.
Is that the van then that you drove off to with your mom on February 1st, 2020?
Yes.
And People's Exhibit 202? What do we see in People's Exhibit 202?
It is a picture of the back of the van.
Do you ever go back in this back area during the entire time you had this van?
I did not know.
And why not?
Because everything that I needed was right by my seat in the front of the van.
Want to go back there?
I remember like wanting more clothes.
Why didn't you go back and get some more clothes?
Just because whenever we stopped, it was like quick. Like whenever we stopped at hotels and stuff. So There's no point.
Well, did you ever ask your mom, why can't I go back there and get some clothes?
No.
Did your dogs ever go back there?
No.
Did you have your dogs with you? I guess I should ask first.
Yes, we did.
Can we go to People's Exhibit 303 that's already been admitted? I'm going to show you a picture that's already in evidence. It's People's Exhibit 303 in just a second. Okay, 303 is up on the TV screen now. Do you recognize this photograph? It has a placard 14 with what appears to be a kind of a rubber dog bone.
Yes.
You recognize that dog bone?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
Because we had all like the dog's toys up front and their food and everything. They were playing with it on the drive.
Did you leave that in the van after you turned it in?
I didn't know until yesterday.
How sure are you that that's the dog bone that you had with your dogs in that van?
It looks familiar, like it, because like they were puppies, so we got like the little bones. So yeah.
Okay. All right, great. We can take that down. So, what are you talking about as you're leaving in this budget van from the hotel room? Do you ask your mom where you're going? What's the game plan? That kind of thing.
Yeah, so I did. That's when she was asking me like, where do you want to live? And the destination just kept like changing. And I was just talking about like starting a new life.
What about Albert and Lena? Did you ever talk about leaving them?
No, she just kept saying that, you know, Albert went against her and doesn't believe her. So that's why she wanted to leave.
And it's something like that happened in the past where you and your mom left Albert and the kids on the road somewhere to leave them?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
There were multiple times that she would just get like angry or frustrated and ask me to like pack up all my clothes and we'd get in the car. One time specifically from Colorado, we drove all the way through Kansas, and then she would always like be like, okay, we just need to go home, because her and Albert would talk it out and then we'd go home.
Did you think that was going to happen on this trip?
Yes.
Did that happen on this trip?
No.
At what point did you realize that was not going to happen on this trip?
Once we were close to Myrtle Beach.
So all the way across country up to Myrtle Beach, you're thinking, we're going to go back to Colorado, everything's going to be fine, they're going to get back together?
Yes.
Do you remember when this trip to Kansas happened that you ended up turning around and going back?
It was during the time that we lived in Colorado. I don't know the exact month. No.
Sometime during 2019 then?
Yes.
Do you remember stopping at a Love's truck stop in Pueblo, Colorado to get gas?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time it was?
No.
Do you remember stopping at a Walmart in Trinidad on your way in the budget van?
Yes.
And do you know why you stopped at the Walmart in Trinidad?
To get a phone.
And did you guys get a phone?
Yes.
Who went in and got the phone?
My mom.
Up until this point, as she's driving, was she obeying the laws and stopping at stoplights, stopping at stop signs, that kind of thing as she's driving?
Yes.
Did she know where she was going? Did she ever tell you, I'm lost, I don't know what we're doing here?
No.
Where did you think you were going as you left the Walmart in Trinidad?
Texas.
Why Texas?
I just remember her saying like, Texas is a good place to live.
Up until this point, did you notice anything unusual in the back of the van?
No.
Did you smell anything in the back of the van?
No.
You talked about Gannon and where Gannon might be driving down through Trinidad, southern Colorado.
No, she was on the phone a lot talking to people about everything.
What was she talking about?
I remember one conversation was about a video that was going to be surfaced. And she said it was going to prove her innocence. Just going over like everything that happened.
Who is your mom concerned about during these phone conversations?
Sustained, I think you can ask her what she said.
Sure. During these phone conversations, did you hear your mother talking about?
Did I what? I'm
Did you
sorry.
hear your mother talking on the phone to someone on the other side?
Yes.
Did you hear what she was saying?
Yes.
Who was she talking about with regards to what's going on with Gannon being missing and things like that?
Her sister.
Was she talking about her sister or was she talking to her sister about herself?
Talking to her sister about herself.
And what were the kind of things she was saying?
She just kept saying like she was set up, that this video that's going to surface will show that Gannon came home. Just things along that line.
Now, as you're sitting in that van listening to these conversations, did you ever ask your mom, what are we doing? Why are we leaving? Gannon's missing. Why aren't we out looking for him? That kind of stuff?
No, I didn't really question her a lot.
Why didn't you question your mom?
I would be told that, like I'm being like disrespectful or like talking back.
And what would happen if you were being disrespectful or talking back to your mom?
Sometimes she would like backhand me
Where would she backhand you at?
to my face.
Is that why you just didn't say anything and you sat in the van and went wherever she was driving?
Yes.
Overruled.
Do you eventually go to Amarillo, Texas?
Yes.
And do you recall staying the night in Amarillo, Texas?
Yes.
And do you remember what hotel you stayed at in Amarillo, Texas?
No.
Did you stay at a Candlewood Suites?
Sounds familiar, yes.
And do you remember watching some videos of you and the dogs walking in a Candlewood Suites in Amarillo, Texas?
Yes.
And we can take a break now and
She
then
almost
get into
sounds like
videos, or I can
somebody
keep
that
going, whatever
has
you
battered
prefer.
wife syndrome.
Council approach, please.
We all love you too, Mayor Wrench McNome.
All right, Mr. Young.
Yes, Your Honor, thanks. And I believe there's a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit 316, 321, 317, 318, 320, and 323. And that's the order we're going to play them. That's why I went out.
I was going to say, let's try that again.
All right, we'll go 316 through 318.
316 through 318.
320, 321, and 323.
Okay. And defense, do you agree?
I do.
All right. Exhibits 316 through 318, 320, 321, and 323 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And before we play those, Ms. Hunt, did you hear your mom making these reservations as you were driving, particularly the one in Amarillo at the Candlewood Suites?
Yes.
You remember about how close in time to when you actually checked in that she made these reservations?
It was close in time, yeah.
And would she make the reservations for one person or two people with two dogs? How would she make that reservation?
For one person.
And do we see that in the video that you'll walk through the lobby first with two dogs? She later comes in and goes to the counter and registers?
Yes.
With that, we would play People's Exhibit 316.
All right.
Wait a minute. I thought we were getting a break.
Before we hit play, is that you with the dogs right there that we see in the still image?
Yes.
Go ahead and hit play, please.
The jury needs a break before they're all snoring loudly. I'm waiting for the judge to tell them to get up and move around to make sure they're not
Now, the
sleeping.
clock in that video looked like it said 7:48 p.m. or 1948 military. You remember it being about that time when you checked into the hotel?
Yes.
We can now play People's Exhibit 321. Can we? Yeah, we'll just let it play.
Sir, the entire jury has died of boredom.
Now, that video stopped at 7:47. Is that
Your
a
Honor, the
continuation
entire
of you
jury
walking
is
through the
dead from
lobby,
boredom.
going back to the elevators?
Yes.
That speaks for itself, but is that what happens here?
Yes.
And where are we going to go? Why'd you go to the elevators? Do you know?
I just know like she didn't want to pay for 2 dogs staying with us, so we just went in separate.
And was that routine throughout this trip? Would you do that every night you stayed somewhere?
Yes.
We can play 317 now.
CCW, they're just trying to find ways to cure insomnia at this point. I'm fairly certain they're just working on insomnia cures right now.
Is that your mom there we see at the counter?
Yes.
Video
Hey,
stop.
Croc,
Looked like
mute
the
the
time
keyboard
was
thing for a second.
7:47 p.m. Did you see
Yeah,
that
okay.
on the
Just
counter?
Yes.
You know where you're at as your mom's at the counter?
By the elevators.
We can go ahead and play People's Exhibit 318. Now, we haven't seen any bags in either of your hands now. Did you guys get bags out of the van or change clothes, or what was the plan with that?
No, it was always just like a in and out thing when we would stop at hotels.
That is true, Philip.
We can go to 320
Philip,
now.
if you are new to the lair, I'd like to welcome you. I don't remember seeing your name before. Join us. People, let's do the like, subscribe, YouTube things so we can get this out. Mayor Wrench, it is another word for unaliving yourself. Because YouTube.
Okay, 320 has been played. It looked like it was 7:50 when that stopped. Is that right?
Yes.
We can go to 323 now.
That's Yeah, that's mom. That's our defendant there, looking around all squirrely. They have more than 800 chunks of evidence.
So she got on the same elevator you did?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met up in that hotel that night?
No, I don't know if we knew the room beforehand or how we arranged that.
Do you leave the hotel at all to go eat dinner or do anything like that? Do you know?
No.
How did you eat that night? Do you remember?
We would order it to the room.
Room service? What'd you do?
No, Grubhub.
During the entire trip, did you ever stop anywhere and eat at a restaurant, a sit-down
probably
place?
a good
No.
idea, CCW.
What kind of places, where would you eat during this trip?
Places with like a drive-through.
Home lobotomy kit might be better.
And would both of you go in to the drive-through or would you drive the van to the drive-through?
I remember one time me going
Well,
inside
welcome,
to get our
Philip.
food.
Welcome.
Did you ever stay in the van by yourself?
We love
No.
having you.
You know why?
Yeah, we're friendly sorts around here.
Until you hear
Do you
my
remember when
rant
you checked
later
out of
tonight.
that particular hotel room?
But that's going out the window.
The next day.
On February 2nd, 2020? Do you remember about what time of day it was when you left?
Around like 9 or 10. Checkout's at like 11. So
Okay. And so when you wake up the next morning, do you have any idea where you're going?
no, just back on the road.
Was the plan still
Funny
going to
thing
Texas?
about
moving
that,
to Texas?
Creed, you actually
I think
signed
at that
something
point it
with an
was
immunity deal
we were just going somewhere in
that if you
Florida.
lie about anything when you're on the stand,
The night you
they
stayed in Amarillo,
your
Texas,
immunity.
Did you and your mom sleep in the
So
same bed?
she's more incentive to tell the truth,
I know there
or she will
were
lose her immunity.
times where we did. I don't remember at which hotel.
Were there times where you had your own bed?
I don't remember. I remember like one specifically when we did have the same bed.
Well, the night of February 1st into February 2nd, did your mom ever leave the room by herself?
No, not to my knowledge.
But you also testified you're a super deep sleeper, so
February 2nd, do you remember driving all the way to Decatur, Texas on that date?
Yes.
And do you remember staying at Candlewood Suites in Decatur, Texas?
Yes.
Did your mom do the same thing? Would she call in advance, make a reservation? Would you go in with the dogs first? She comes in later.
Yes.
As she's making these reservations, do you recall her using any kind of corporate rate or saying that she was with a corporation, things like that?
Yes.
What would she say?
I believe it's called Ford Motors.
Where would that come from? You know?
My aunt.
So your mom knew that she can get a cheaper rate by saying Ford, or do you know that?
Yes.
Based on where your aunt worked?
I believe it was her husband.
Danny, she's already.
Do you remember
been
your mom ever
chastised
leaving the hotel
for
room when you're in Decatur,
staring
Texas
down
on February 2nd, 2020?
witnesses, the jury, flipping the jury off.
If she
so-
would have left the hotel room, would you have known it?
That's why
When I
she's
was awake, yes.
moving around in her chair, which
Obviously,
is
you're asleep.
why
you
she's
don't,
in
right?
Right.
a stateful chair.
So February 3rd, 2020, do you remember checking out and leaving Decatur, Texas?
Yes.
Would it be about the same time you left the hotel in Amarillo?
Yes.
Do you remember driving all the way to Pensacola, Florida?
Yes.
Long drive, right?
Yes.
When you get close to Pensacola, do you remember your mom making the reservations at a hotel room?
Yes.
And do you remember what hotel room that was?
Not the name, no.
Was it the Candlewood Suites?
Probably.
Same process. She's with the Ford Motor Company, corporate discount, one person. Would you walk in first? She walks in later?
Yes.
You remember that happening?
Yes.
At this point, I'd like to publish People's Exhibit 181, which is already in evidence.
CCW is on the right side of the screen as you're looking at it, in between the two gentlemen in suits. She has already been admonished for staring down witnesses and jury members, mouthing things to witnesses and jury members, and flipping everybody off repeatedly. So now she has to sit in between the attorneys.
Okay. So what happens when you get into this room? Do you remember?
You just get in, go to sleep.
Now, on People's Exhibit 181, it says that the car you're driving is a Nissan Altima. You guys weren't driving a Nissan Altima.
Right.
You see the Ford Motor Company at the top of the page there. And all those motion gears, it seemed
Oh, yes.
that consistent with what you've been talking about, how she would use corporate.
Would you like me to
reductions
rewind like
stay in these hotel
the
rooms?
Yes.
17 seconds, Creed?
So after midnight on February 4th, 2020, did your mom ever leave that room?
Not that I know of, no.
Were you sleeping the entire time, or were you awake during times that night? And we're talking 12:30 in the morning on.
I was asleep.
Earlier, you indicated you're kind of a hard sleeper. Would you know if your mom left that room or not?
No.
How was your mom acting as you checked into this hotel room?
She was acting normal.
Up until this point, had you ever gone to the back of that van? Back.
No.
At any of the stops up to this point, had you gotten any change of clothes or gotten any suitcases out of the back of the van?
No.
At any point during this trip to
Creed,
Pensacola,
she is the
did you smell anything in the
prosecution's
back of that?
witness.
No.
They would have
Do you know
had
why I'm asking you if you
months
smelled anything in the back
to
of that van?
prep
Yes.
her
Why?
with what
Because Gannon was
questions
back
they're
there.
asking and
How do you know Gannon
exactly
was
how
there?
to answer.
Because you guys told me that there was evidence that he was back there.
Did you later learn that Gannon's body was found in Pensacola, Florida on
Yes.
March 17th,
Yes.
2020? How did you learn that?
Creed, she
When
has heard these
they
questions
arrested my mom and
hundreds
the
of
FBI
times
came to the house and told me.
and has been prepped by the prosecution.
So what happens when you wake up morning hours of February 4th, 2020? What's going on in the room? Tell us about when you checked out and things like that.
Yeah, it was just like all the other days we just check out. Afterwards, we go grab breakfast and then we go to Orlando.
Why are you going to Orlando?
She was planning that that's where we could stay. I remember her like calling apartment places to like see if we could live there.
As far as you're concerned, is that where you're going to be living at the end
Yes.
of this trip?
Yes.
Miss Sun, I want to ask you a direct question, okay?
Okay.
Did you help your mother throw that suitcase over a bridge in Pensacola, Florida
No, I did not.
on February 4th, 2020?
No, I did not.
How was your mother acting like after you left Pensacola?
I remember that morning when we went to go get breakfast. That was another time that I went into the restaurant. Like I went into McDonald's to get our food, and she was just like I just remember her like being sad, just like being like down.
Did you ask her why she's sad or down?
Yeah, she was just like because of everything that's going on.
When you get to Orlando, do you remember how long it took you to get to Orlando from Pensacola?
No.
Is it the next day?
Yeah.
What happens when you get to Orlando?
We were supposed to stay there. That was supposed to be like our time that we were going to stay there for a while. I think she booked our hotel for like 5 or so days. And we left early.
Why'd you leave early? Do you know?
She kept saying like, they know I'm here. They're following us.
And who was she referring to when she said they're following us or they know we're here?
The police.
Was she acting the same way she was when you're in Colorado saying following us and things like that?
Yes.
So what happens after that conversation?
We end up leaving. And I remember her saying like, you know, we don't have like the money to keep staying at all these hotels in different places. So we drove to Myrtle Beach.
And do you remember when you got to Myrtle Beach?
A day or two after that.
Did you turn the van in to the Budget Rental Center in Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
Did you go there directly or did you go somewhere else first?
We went somewhere else first.
Remember how long it took to turn the van?
I remember we got to Myrtle Beach. She had parked the van at a hotel near where we were going to stay at like a friend's house.
Okay. Do you know why she did that or did you ask her why she did that?
No, I think she said like she just didn't want the person that we were staying with, like for them to get like attention brought to their house.
Did your mom ever mention to you the fact that that van may have had a GPS device on it? She's driving.
No.
Do you know that?
No.
You know that now?
Yes.
How'd you unload the van in Myrtle Beach, or did you unload the van?
I did not know.
Who unloaded the van in Myrtle Beach?
I was told something of who unloaded the van. I don't know if you want to hear that.
Well, who told you that? I guess it depends on that.
It is my best friend's mom.
Okay, we can't get into that. We can get into things your mom tells you, but not others, okay?
Okay.
You stay in Myrtle Beach up until the point your mom was arrested?
Yes.
Tell the jury about your mom's arrest.
I was scheduled to go in to meet with my recruiter that morning. And she brought me there. She waited in the car that we had there. And that's when I walked in and like there was like police and everything talking to me and told me that she had been arrested.
Did you actually see her get arrested?
No, I did not.
And did this happen on March 2nd of 2020?
Yes.
Did you give an interview with FBI agent sitting over here?
Yes.
Recognize him?
Yes.
And did you talk about some of the things that we talked about here with regards to the Dollar Tree and the events surrounding Gannon's disappearance?
We did, yes.
Were you completely upfront with him at that time?
Yes.
When you were talking to him, did you still believe that your mom didn't have anything to do with this?
Yes.
And that was before Gannon's body was discovered, is that right?
Yes.
What about when Gannon's body was discovered?
That was a little bit after when I found out it was discovered in Florida. It was just weird because like to myself, I was like, we were in Florida. but I kept like wanting to think it was like a coincidence and that somebody like did follow us or there was a different story.
You still believed your mom even after that?
Yes.
At what point did you not believe your mom anymore, that she didn't have anything to do with Gannon's death?
I like started having questions, but I still like believed her for a while, and it wasn't until this past like November. It was recently.
What are your thoughts about your mom pleading not guilty by reason of insanity?
I didn't know what it meant at first. Yeah.
Did you learn what that meant in November?
Yes.
I want to talk about your life with your mom since the day you were born, as far back as you can remember. Okay.
Okay.
Had you been with her 24/7?
Yes. Other than like when I was at school or work or.
Would she ever disappear for weeks at a time and you not know where she's at?
No.
Had you always known where she was at up until we talked about the Life 360 app? But had you always known where your mom was at for a given time?
Yes.
Had you ever gone to Australia with your mom?
No.
Have you ever gone to Saudi Arabia with your mom?
No.
Has your mom ever gone to Australia or Saudi Arabia without you?
No.
Would you know that if she did?
Yes.
Had you ever seen your mom change personalities into someone she isn't?
No.
What do you mean by that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Has she ever not remembered who you were?
No.
Have you ever seen her not remember who Al Stauch was?
No.
Have you ever seen her not remember who Gannon was?
No.
Dana.
No.
Iris, you gonna be around for tonight's live?
Had she ever been treated for any mental illness in your lifetime?
No.
Would you know that if she was treated?
Yes.
Would you know if she ever went to a psychiatric hospital and was in an inpatient program and couldn't leave because of some kind of mental illness?
Yes.
Had that ever happened?
No.
But I need you to.
Had she ever seen a therapist about mental illness
I'm gonna
that
need
you know
for
of?
the video.
No.
So if you give me a time, I can schedule it for that time. But
During the entire
but I need
time,
this one.
especially
I
in
need you for this one. You're
January,
gonna die.
January 27th of 2020,
You and me and
all
John.
the way up till you go to Myrtle Beach in this van,
That good?
your mother have the capacity to
Well,
know
you're
right from
included,
wrong.
Croc. But
Yes.
Did you see that
Iris
with your
and me
own
and John are
eyes?
necessities.
Did she know how to
for
check into rooms?
tonight's party.
Yes.
Did she know how to register for rooms?
Yes.
Did she obey the traffic laws?
Yes.
Did she do anything unusual on any, during this entire trip?
No.
Okay, that's 7.
Have you seen people who are
Eastern,
mentally ill?
Iris? So
Yes.
2
Do you know the
hours.
difference in what I'm talking
I think
about?
that's
Someone
5
who can't
o'clock for
function
you,
in society
or
versus
or
the way
4
your mom
o'clock
was
for
acting?
you.
Yes.
Did
Or
you
do you
see
want me
any
to
evidence
push
of
it back
that
a
with your
little
mother?
bit?
No.
We're going to have to push it back a little bit because that
Have
4
you seen
o'clock my time would be right
instances, especially in January and January 27th of 2020, where your mother
Oh,
had the
sorry, I mean
capacity
7.
to form the intent?
after 7 o'clock my time would be.
What do you mean?
That's what I meant.
She
For some
intended
reason, I
to
subtracting
go to the store.
from your
Yes.
You went to
time.
Walmart to buy clothes.
Leave me alone, Croc.
Did you talk about that? And then did
I've
you in
had so
fact
much
go to
caffeine
Walmart
right
to buy
now.
clothes?
Yes.
Oh, I know I can hear
Did you
it.
have an opportunity to see her to have the capacity to form judgment, to use judgment and reflection, and to make decisions?
It wasn't in the trunk.
You mean-
It was in a
She able to
cargo,
decide
in the
things.
cargo area that
Yes.
is at least partially vented.
You rent this rental van. on her
Iris, it
own,
would have smelled in the trunk,
take
but they
you and
also have a
drive
U-Haul,
Texas, all
and
the
the
way to Florida,
back
up to
is
Myrtle Beach.
separate from the front, so that you wouldn't have smelled it there.
Has your mom ever referred to herself as Jasmine?
No.
Do you have a cousin named Jasmine?
No.
Jazz?
Her name's Jaslyn.
Jaslyn.
Yeah.
Okay. I must have misunderstood something. Do you know who Jasmine is in the Disney movies?
Yes.
Aladdin?
Yes.
Your mother watched a lot of Disney movies?
No.
You never seen her act like Jasmine, the princess in Aladdin, saying she's going to go to Saudi Arabia and things like that?
No.
Have you ever heard your mother refer to herself as Taylor?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She didn't like her first name, so she wanted to change it. And I thought she changed her middle name to Taylor, and that's why she went by Taylor.
Did she open social media accounts with the name Taylor because of what you just said?
Yes.
Do you know if she ever legally changed her name to Taylor?
No.
When she was referring to herself as Taylor, did she take on a different personality, or is it your same old mom?
The same.
What about Victoria? Has she ever referred to herself as Victoria?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself as Harmony?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself as Christina?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself as Little Lucia?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself
There
by the
goes your
name of
DID
Maria
defense. Your
Sanchez?
child
No.
would
You
have
know
seen
a
all
Maria
hers.
Sanchez.
No.
Have you ever seen your mother
There went that
speak
DID
with a
defense.
Spanish
Just yeet
accent?
that one
No.
right out the window.
If she had, would you remember that?
Yeet.
That's
Yes.
a good question, Iris. I'd like to know.
Again, just
During these
yeet
times when
right
you're
there.
talking to your mother and
We
she's
just
angry
yeeted
about being
DID
set
out a
up by the
window.
police and being accused, she
That's
changed
funny.
personalities.
I don't think
started
she
talking in Spanish
identified herself
or in a
as
Spanish accent.
Dwayne Johnson.
Thomas, no, but she may have smelled the cooking rock, not what the rock is cooking. She may have
Probably at one point
smelled
last year,
crack rock.
were you concerned that you might be charged with a crime based on the trip to Florida?
Yes.
What crime was it that you were aware of that you might be charged with?
That I would be like an accessory.
That's really the first degree murder, right?
Yes.
And did you receive information through your attorney that we was willing to listen to your side of the story before we made a decision as to whether or not we were going to file charges?
Yes.
And did you fly out to Colorado and give us a statement, much like what
Here
you
it
just
is.
said
Here's
today?
where
to
they
this
admit they
jury?
gave her
Yes, I
immunity.
did.
And why did you do that?
Because it's the right thing to do.
When you gave that statement, was there any guarantee
Okay,
as to
so
whether or not
look,
we were going to file
Thomas,
charges against
I mean,
No,
I
there
guess
was
it
not.
kind of
What was the
doesn't matter
guarantees? What
if
was
she
told to you?
smoked herself
There
or
was no
not.
guarantees.
you? You know that what you told us could not be used against you.
Yes.
Were you completely honest with us? Say us.
Like I
was the one
said,
asking you
immunity.
questions, right?
Yes.
And we videotape that.
Yes.
Completely honest with us.
Yes.
Sustained.
Especially
rephrase
since
the
any
question.
immunity deals off the table if you
You
lie about
understood
it.
what you were coming in to talk to us about.
Yes.
You understood the consequences that you might be charged with a serious charge, right?
Yes.
You know that during the entirety of your statement.
Yes.
20
You
mil.
now know that you
Now.
cannot be charged with that crime.
Yes.
Why?
Because you guys
Melanie,
believed
she's
me.
20 now.
was
She
being
was
honest.
17 at
You
the
heard anything called
time.
the statute of limitations?
And
Talk to you about that.
they're
No.
about to talk about immunity because there's no
Were
statute
you
of
aware that there
limitations
was
on
kind of a
murder.
deadline as to
And
when
she
we needed
is
to make a decision about filing
testifying
charges
against
on
her
you?
mom. And it would have been an admission at the time if she knew what was going on. That she helped dispose the
So-
body,
we don't need to go any further than that,
corpse.
but at this
all of
time, you
these
know you
things.
cannot be charged.
So
with
they
that,
would
right?
have had to give her
But
immunity
it wasn't
to get
part
her
of the
to
agreement that
testify
you signed
for
back
the
on August
prosecution.
17th of 2020. Do you remember?
Correct.
And do you remember signing an agreement?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
She would have been an accessory after the fact.
324.
So I guarantee they gave her immunity. And now they have to acknowledge and announce that she had immunity. Because otherwise the defense will try to impeach her saying, well, you didn't tell the jury you had immunity. And you're lying about your mom so they don't
disturb the document.
look at you.
Before you wade into that, would now be a good time for a break?
About to wrap up with this, Your Honor. So if you wanna
That's
wait.
fine. No, it's all good.
I'm surprised.
For the record, I'm pulling out the contents of People's Exhibit 324.
He's got to be sorting
Do
the
you want to
bunch.
hand that to you?
I know I am.
Looks like this is a 2-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you put those on that table?
Yes.
What is that?
This is what I signed after my interview.
Is that the proffer agreement that you signed back in August of 2020 prior to doing your interview with our office?
Yep, here's the
Yes.
proffer of immunity right there.
Is that the same as it was back in August when you signed?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 320.
Exhibit 324 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Well, she comes off credible at least.
She does, and once again, if they find out she lied about
Those are my questions,
anything,
Shar. Thank
even
you.
about like,
All right,
her
ladies and gentlemen, we
shoelaces
will take
being
our
tied,
afternoon recess. If
they
I can
can
have
yank her
everyone back in the
immunity.
jury room at say 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, we will see you at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please.
Do we want to rant or play?
We're not going to rant, but I do want to cover the one thing.
Okay. I'll set up for the thing, and if we have enough time, we can do that.
Melanie, they dismissed the juror.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury.
Okay, guys. So, this is what I was talking about earlier when they were asking questions about MMP2. Let me zoom in a little bit. So, this is the scale for the MMP2. Right here where this says validity indicators, that is the way they kind of score certain things. But like here, this is one of the categories. Superlative self-preservation subscale. Does she believe in human goodness? So they would ask a question about human goodness. And they would, her answer would either be cannot say, variable response with an inconsistency, like this is why when you take personality tests or those tests before you get certain jobs where they're asking about like your work style and stuff, why they ask the same question multiple different ways, because you're not going to answer it the exact same way every single time if it is rephrased. So true response inconsistently. Yeah, she said she always helped people, but like the degree in which she said she helped people, that varied a little bit, kind of thing. Or she corrected herself. Or, this is what they're scoring it as. So then they ask questions like, do you believe in human goodness, serenity, contentment with life? Here is where the clinical scales are coming in. And remember, they were asking like the PA scale, the, DNE, like they were giving abbreviations. So this is what they're looking at. Under this subscale, right? Does she have a denial of social anxiety, need for affection, somatic complaints, familial discord? They are asking all of these questions. Content component, they are asking questions about all of these different things, right? In multiple ways. And let's say you have high answers on both of these top two questions, that means you're going to be positive for like FRS feels. Or, if you go down. Well, if you're a type A personality, or if you are obsessive over things, or if you have clinical depression, you will answer all of these depth questions a certain way. And we can tell certain things about it. So remember yesterday I was talking about the 5-factor model? That is this. Sci-fi. So you're asking questions about someone's aggressiveness, psychoticism, disconstraint. Are they neurotic or have negative emotions, or are they introverted? If you're looking at all these and you look at like the different 5-factor models, that's these. But then here are the other ones. So if whatever you're experiencing is causing you great general emotional distress, like life circumstances, things relating to these 3 questions, you're going to have high scores on. And these are kind of the patterns of positive scores you'll see. So someone that has problems regulating their behavior, these are the categories you would see them kind of trend a certain way. So that's what they're getting at. We're going to bring in someone who's going to take the raw data, also known as cannot say, reported as a raw score. They're going to show you where they scored her compared to where the raw score is. And say, see, somebody with familial discord would answer all of these questions kind of over here on the scale. But if they're lying about familial discord, you will see, psychopathy, infrequent in things, right? So let's see if I can find the other thing in here. You're looking like the K corrected scores. So you'll see like these things. Strength of clinical scales. Why did they go with the MMPI, the MMPI-2? So let me find a good example. Here we go. So like for demoralization, someone that doesn't really have morals, you would see that their scores would be higher in things like general components of anxiety and depression, insecurity, pessimism, low self-esteem, tension. If their T-score, which is the raw score, is over 75, the individual may be experiencing significant emotional turmoil and report feeling overwhelmed and incapable of coping. Right? So this is what they're going for. And that's why they were asking for everything like that. They are trying to show, you can show if someone's malingering or lying about their mental health by a test like this, because they will contradict themselves in a way that the pattern wouldn't work. Creed, that is not true. That's incorrect, Creed. Even transactional immunity, part of it is you have to be completely truthful. On top of it, in the immunity agreements, even if your state has certain immunity protections, in general, they put into it, if you lie about anything, you're giving up your immunity and they have the right to prosecute. It's written in. And on top of that, she could be subject to federal charges because they cross state lines. So, even if you have state immunity, you would have, there are federal issues to overcome. Let's see what else we have starred. Anubis, it's actually not a shame. Because it helps explain or justify that, somebody really is having psychiatric issues. Or you can tell that they're malingering. Creed, who determines the truth? In what? On those tests? Or what? Yeah, CCW? You're correct there. Last time I checked, TYT has their own set of issues. Who deserve? Oh, on immunity, the district attorney and generally the state prosecutor and federal prosecutors and FBI. Those are the ones that would have the ability to determine the weight of if they feel she's telling the truth or how they know you lie. Nancy, CCW is an OG patron of the channel. CCW is much loved. He has not been here for several weeks. He has had some family stuff going on, but you see him frequently on Jay Robine's channel and many of the First Amendment auditor things and many of the LawTube channels. And as a friend to all of that, and you would also, Nancy, have seen a lot of the times when he is on the channel an H and a J commenting at the end of the statement, and that is two of his littles, Hannah and Yale, who are there with him sometimes. But that's where you would have seen CCW. They're not going to sink their own witness. They've prepped her for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks to make sure she answers exactly in a certain way. Um, but yeah, I mean, yeah, they want the daughter to look good. She's one of their star witnesses. But again, if she lies, she's hosed. You know,
Why? Yeah, she doesn't want to lie. That's going to be.
regardless of transactional immunity, there's a way around it. And if you lie, it's almost always written in to things. So, yeah, Creed, I'm not debating it. I'm just clarifying. I'm just saying, yeah, she looks really good because just like when you read a legal complaint, it is always written in the light most favorable. And the defense is going to look awful if they try to crush her. So you've got to be real careful on cross because it's going to look like you're trying to attack your child. So oh yeah, Melanie, they look horrible. This is a dumpster full of hot garbage water on fire on train tracks, having like the high-speed train in Japan headed its way.
Yeah, you do not want to be in the way of the Shinkansen. That would be that would just be bad.
This is literally going to be a dumpster fire full of hot garbage water gets hit by a train. It is what this case is. Yeah, and Creed, that's true. Yeah, they don't want her to come off as vindictive or angry. They don't want her to come across badly in any way. And on top of it, to use something like NGRI, which is what they've already said they're going for, you can't dispute the facts of the case. Because if you do, you are admitting that she knew what she was doing. It's a very interesting balancing act.
Just need to, is there anything?
Avoid it.
Okay, CCWC, you can appeal.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, let's bring him.
Okay.
Iris, especially since her daughter would have seen DID repeatedly. She can't diagnose it clinically, but in the 17 years she lived with her mother, she would have seen it at some point.
It's thinking the same thing.
Judge, what were you thinking the same thing about?
All rise for the jury, please.
Creed, what do you mean I'm pointing it out in real time so they can still screw it up? I'm confused.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini.
The
you.
daughter is all you
fine.
really needed. The
I
daughter
know
would
this
have
is
seen
emotional and difficult.
all the aspects
I've
of
just
it
got some
at
questions to
point
ask you.
during
If you don't understand my
17
questions,
years.
just let me know and I'll rephrase. Also, once I'm done, Mr. Young is going to have a chance to come up here and do what's called redirect. So if there's something you don't think that you think you needed to ask for my question or that wasn't quite fair, Mr. Young will have the chance to clear
Okay,
that
don't
up.
worry.
All
I'll be
right?
screaming
Okay.
later tonight about things.
So your mom
'Cause
and
I got
dad
some
split up
thoughts.
when you were about 6?
Yes.
And after that point in time,
About
up
other
until your
things
mom met
and the
Al, it
meltdown
was just
coming.
you and your mom.
Yes.
And a really
So you
funny
guys were pretty
clip coming.
close
Yes.
and you guys spent a lot of time around each other.
Yes.
And do you remember sometimes during that time and all the times growing up that sometimes you would come on your mom and she would be in the closet rolled in a ball crying?
No.
We met before, right? You remember?
Yes.
We're down in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Yes.
We went out to dinner.
Yes.
You remember telling me at that point in time that oftentimes you'd come and you'd see your mom lying on the floor crying.
Your Honor, this is incorrect. Just Mr. Tellini.
Well, I've already instructed the jury that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. He can attempt to redirect her to a prior conversation. If he's going to impeach her, he's going to need a different approach than that, but we'll leave it at that. So, re-ask your question, Mr. Tellini.
We went out to dinner to talk about your mom growing up.
Yes.
At that point, you told me that sometimes you'd come across her in the closet crying.
The question that you asked me, you were very specific, saying rolled in a ball and everything. So I answered no to that. But yes, I've came across my mom crying before.
Do you remember coming across your mom crying and she was in the closet crying?
Yes, she was in the closet like many a times just growing up, either texting on her phone or crying or many different reasonings.
Did she have an explanation what she was crying about?
In which specific time?
Any times that you would see her crying? Sometimes she crying for no apparent reason?
No.
Okay. When you were in Charleston,
Yes.
do you recall a time where your mom was texting you that something's going to happen to her and that you need to go live with Amy Bolton?
Yes.
And who is Amy Bolton?
One of my mom's friends.
And that Miss Bolton and you were both very concerned for your mom?
Yes.
That you actually had to crack her code on her phone to see where
Yes.
she was? And she was in the hospital?
Yes.
She was in the hospital for mental issues?
I was told she was in a hospital for like cancer and stuff. I don't know. I've been told so many things.
Okay. Well, you had phone calls that both you and Ms. Bolton were worried your mom was going to commit suicide. And then you tracked her down into the hospital.
Yes.
There was also a time, you're about 15, you had a Jeep. Remember that Jeep?
Yes.
Your mom took the Jeep one time and wrecked it.
Yes.
Your mom told you she wrecked it because she thought she saw your dead father sitting beside her.
No.
No?
I remember her wrecking the car. I didn't get a clear reason why it happened. I thought she swerved off the road for something, but not because of my dead dad.
You don't recall her saying she thought she saw a chance?
No.
There were also times growing up that you lived significant stretches of times with Dee Dee.
Yes.
Why?
One was when we lived in Charleston because I wanted to go to my old school as well, just because things weren't normal when we lived in Charleston.
What do you mean things weren't normal?
Like nobody was happy. It's just.
Your mom wasn't happy when she was living in Charleston?
Nobody was happy when we lived in Charleston.
Okay. You would take lots of trips with your mom?
Yes.
Sometimes it felt so much like you're almost living out of a suitcase?
Yes.
Growing up, do you remember your mom being paranoid about you getting kidnapped?
Not specifically me being kidnapped. She was always just worried about me.
I mean, so she would give you code words?
Yes.
What were the code words? Like, we would describe, what do you mean by that?
I think it was like my middle name.
How were you supposed to use it?
She would say it so that I would know that it was her talking to me.
Okay. Did you say why this would be necessary?
No, I just thought it was normal mom things, making sure your kid's safe.
Okay, and you guys would also have safe places that you would meet up if necessary?
No,
Like the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
no.
You started using the name Taylor just prior to meeting Al?
Yes.
You remember complaining to her that it was confusing for you? You didn't know what to call her?
Yes, because I didn't know if that was her. I was told it was her middle name, so.
Okay. What about using the name Nicole?
No.
In those text messages between you and the phone that was your mother's phone, who's the name on your mother's phone?
It says Nicole.
When you and your mom went off to Kansas City, were you given much warning? Did she say what this was about or where you guys were going?
I just knew that she wasn't happy with her marriage, so we were leaving. She wanted to go do one of like flight attendant or something.
Where were you guys going?
I think we were going back to South Carolina.
Okay. How much notice did she give you between when, hey, get in the car? Like, how much time did you have to pack? Was it a day? How much planning on this went on?
Yeah, I did have to pack. I don't know if it was the day of or the day before.
But had there been any talk before she said start packing, we're leaving? Say, hey, what do you think about this? This is what I'm thinking about doing. Anything like that, or is this appear very sudden?
Yes.
Appear very sudden.
No, she would just be like, I'm not happy. What do you think about moving here?
Okay. Around the fall of 2019, do you remember your mom also becoming paranoid regarding an alleged hit and run accident?
A what?
A hit and run that you may have been in?
Yes.
And she thought people were constantly following her.
I remember her saying that she was like accused of a hit or run and she talked to someone about it, like a police officer, and they said it wasn't her. It didn't end up being her.
Okay, but do you remember her also thinking people were following her because of that?
I don't remember.
Like in a black sedan?
I don't remember.
She's not helping her mom's case here. Stop asking
Do you remember
questions.
her quitting her
Ben.
teaching job because of mental health?
When was this?
In winter of 2019.
I remember her saying she's going to become a flight attendant and going to training instead of teaching.
When you guys, I'm going to shift back, and so, sorry. Back when you guys would go to Alaska, you guys would go for a couple weeks up to a month at a time?
Yes.
And your mom did not like Alaska?
Yes.
You remember a time that your mom came down and said that this was going to be the last dinner with you and her?
Yes.
And that it was too late, she'd already taken them?
Yes.
And did that to you imply that she was contemplating suicide?
Yes.
And then the next day she acted like nothing happened.
Yes.
Was that unusual?
That was the second time that she had done that. So Charleston and then.
Okay. Did she ever discuss either of those things with you?
No.
Like afterwards?
No.
Explain what was going on?
No.
Defense is over here like
I'll go now
shit,
move up
every question
to
we're asking
the
is
January
not helping our
26th,
case.
2020. Okay.
Shit, get
That
her
Sunday
off.
Of course, it's not going to help your case.
pretty early.
They're trying
I'm
to
just saying-
establish the wrong thing.
Right,
Yes,
but
I
I'm
remember
just
it being
saying,
like
you know, the defense
that
is like,
morning, that day. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't have any personal knowledge
We're trying
if
to,
your
like-
mom tried to take
she
Gannon and
said you
Lena
would
to church that day.
answer a question this way, and now
No,
you're
I just know that
answering
I
it the
didn't go to church
opposite.
that day.
And all you're doing is giving them more ammunition against your own mother. Ouch.
And then you got
She's
home and your
actually
mom was
entitled
telling
to
you
do that.
about the fire and everything like that.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm just
And
saying.
you can
know,
smell
you
from
can tell
that-
she
you can
lied
smell
to
that
her
they're
own
burning.
counsel, and you can tell
Yes.
her own
Her down in the
counsel, like,
basement.
"Oh, for the love of God, we should have just let her go."
You testified early or this morning that when you came home and you were talking with your mom that your mom was scared.
Yes.
What was she scared of?
She said that she was scared of like Gannon because he was acting weird.
Okay.
Monroeville Jr., oh my God, somebody's on the darkness scale.
You then went and your mom, you went down in the basement and say
Oh,
goodnight
yeah,
to Gannon.
Iris.
You both went down together.
The
Yes.
attorney's like, "Oh God,
And do you remember your mom asking
oh
Gannon if he
God,
was all
every
right?
single thing,
I don't remember.
every single
Do you
thing
remember,
that we are
well,
going to use and bring up."
that
She has
letter that
Jessica's
was given to
account.
you,
God damn
or
it!
that proffer letter? You came in and then you did an interview. You remember doing the interview?
Yes.
Remember you did it with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen there?
Yes.
You remember telling them that your mom asked if Gannon was all right and Gannon nodded his head.
I don't remember. I just remember like saying goodnight and like seeing him. I don't remember what I said.
Yeah, but do you remember your mom asking if he was all right and he nods his head yes?
Nope.
Yes, if that's what I said.
Okay.
She doesn't actually remember.
And then you left that morning for work around 8 because you had to be there by 8:30.
Yes, sometime around
Irish,
that
she already
time.
got yelled at for flipping
Did
everybody
you see
off
Gannon before you
repeatedly.
left?
She's
Not that
already
I remember, no.
accused people leaving her
Do
messages
you remember
in the
again
peanut
back
butter.
when your mom was arrested in
You
South
really
Carolina?
think that
Yes.
that's the
And that
defense
would have
attorney's
been
first
in
thing
March
he's
of
yelling
2020?
about?
Yes.
So pretty closer in time to the events in question.
Yes.
You recall telling Agent Cohen that you had seen Gannon in the morning and they helped you with the dogs.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. You got home around 4:30
It's been 3 years
Which day?
and she
on
was
Monday, the
traumatized.
27th.
Yes.
And we saw you went in the house there.
Yes.
You actually, when you left that morning, how were you dressed?
In my work clothes, we wore my work clothes.
Okay. And so you have like, it's like a kind of a maroon shirt for Massage Envy?
No,
What does the uniform look like for Massage Envy?
What do
it's
you mean, Philip?
black, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. And they have special pants or just a shirt?
No, there was no special pants.
And you actually went downstairs and changed out of your uniform into a blue sweatshirt.
I don't remember.
Danny,
If
I'm going
the
to
dollar
take you up
store
on that one.
video shows that you were no longer in your Massage Envy uniform, but in a blue
Danny, go
sweatshirt,
ahead and
that
either
would
email
seem to
me or send
indicate
me
when
an
you came
Instagram
home that you went
message.
downstairs to change, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So do you remember now going downstairs to change or no?
No, I don't
Philip,
remember.
she most likely, yeah.
At no
she-
point did your mom try to prevent
he
you
is
from going
surprised.
downstairs.
So as soon as she becomes a prosecution, a witness for the prosecution and stuff,
And when you came home
she's not
that
going to be
Monday, the
allowed to
house still
talk to
smelled like
her.
smoke.
I don't remember
Or
if
her
it did on
lawyers
Monday. I know
probably
that they
aren't
did
going
when I
to,
came
like,
home on Sunday.
she's not going to be
Okay.
allowed to talk to them.
And you took Elena to the dollar store with you?
Or
Yes.
they're going to
How long were you guys gone?
keep her away because of witness intimidation.
This question was asked
So,
earlier. I don't remember what time we exactly said.
they always say,
Okay.
don't
Yeah.
ask a
How far away was
question
the dollar store?
you don't already know the
Down the
answer
street.
to.
Okay.
So
And were you in
the
there
way
for a
this
super
is
long
playing
time or
out, it
pretty?
looks like
It was just we went there and came
the
home.
defense attorneys talked to Letecia. Letecia was like, yeah, ask her about this. It will 100%
And then when you came
confirm
home,
X,
well, let
Y,
me ask
and
you this: Did you
Z.
get home from the dollar
So
store
they think they know what the
before
answer is
6?
going to be. And then when they ask her, she's like,
No,
no,
I don't remember
didn't
what
happen.
time I got home.
Okay.
So everything
Was-
that Letecia told them,
When you got
they're now
home, was your
realizing their
mom already
client has
concerned
lied to
because
them
Gannon
about.
wasn't home yet?
I just remember
And they're
like,
like,
time being
crap.
approached and he wasn't there.
Okay. And then I kind of understood that initially you guys all go out to look for Gannon, and then your mom comes home and stays home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so initially your
Yeah,
mom,
he's
you, and Lane
confused
are all
about the
going
answers 'cause he
kind of
thinks
some
she's
different
going
friends'
to answer a
houses to see if
certain
he's
way
there.
in line with her
Yes.
mom.
How long does that take?
But what he's learning is
They lived in the neighborhood, so we were just driving around the
she
neighborhood.
ain't
So
gonna protect her mother.
I don't know the exact time, but it didn't take
Well,
forever.
she has no reason to.
Do you know, had your mom called the police before you guys went and
Not
started
that you
looking
have
at
no
Gannon?
Had a
reason,
really
she'll lose
good
her immunity.
relationship with-
No, I don't think she did.
Okay, so after you guys go look, can't find
She'll lose her
Gannon,
immunity.
that's when she then calls the police.
I remember her calling Albert. So it was like after then. So
Okay. And it takes a long time for the police to come.
yes.
And mom's not appearing, is she appearing unusual during this time?
No. I mean, she seemed worried, like anyone would.
Yes, but worried about what is the question?
And so you've known your mom your entire life.
Yes.
You guys have grown up very close.
Yes.
And at this point in time, while you're observing her, she seems legitimately worried for Gannon.
Yes.
How long did you guys stay up after the police came? Do you remember? Or after the sheriff came?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And then that next Tuesday is when Al comes back home. Right.
Yes.
And other people start arriving. You have people from the military come over. People are expressing concern. People are bringing food.
Yes.
People are trying to set up searches for Gannon.
Yes.
It's a lot of traffic in and out of the house.
Yes.
Then at some point later that evening, some members of the sheriff's department come over.
Yes.
And they're there. One, they're there to get Lena. They're going to take her down to the police station.
Yes.
And they also try to talk to you.
Yes.
And you tell them that you will not talk about Gannon.
Yes.
And you said you won't talk about Gannon because of all the stories on Facebook
Yes.
and because they already have all the information they need.
Yes.
When you say you wouldn't talk to him because of all the stories on Facebook, what do you mean?
There were just people and their speculation, and it was to my knowledge that my parents had already given them everything that they needed. So I didn't know why I played a role in it.
Okay. And you actually refused to talk to both. We refused to actually talk to about 3 different sheriff's deputies. Refused to talk to Deputy Arndt or Detective Arndt. You refused to talk to Detective Perry, and you refused to talk to Detective Williams. Is that correct?
I don't know their names.
Okay, but you remember refusing to talk to 3 different ones?
I remember refusing to talking to some.
Okay. You said that going on to the next day, when you picked your mom up from the hospital, that she was talking weird. What did you mean by that?
What do you mean?
You said that you picked her up from the hospital and she was just, stuff was just coming out of her mouth. What did you mean?
Just saying stuff from what happened at the hospital, just saying like events that took place.
And maybe I misunderstood. I gathered that you found the way that she was talking when you picked her up from the hospital odd. Is that incorrect?
Odd as in like, it was just like a bunch of like ramble at once. Like it was just going on and on.
Like vomiting up words?
Yes.
Okay. You know what tangential thoughts are?
What did you say, tangent thoughts?
Tangential, where a person jumps between subject matter to subject matter to subject matter,
No,
but
she
not
doesn't
necessarily a
understand what
logical connection.
tangential thoughts are.
Was that how she was speaking?
No, because it just all related to Gannon being missing and people
Ouch.
accusing her, and so they all correlated in some way.
Okay. But you found the manner in which he was presenting you that information was different than normal.
She had no idea the concept.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Her being able to identify
This
that.
is not your
When
things are not going the way
Leave.
people think they are going.
been in that van, when did she first say that you guys were going to Florida?
Different places were, said. I don't think we decided on Florida until after we got to Texas.
Okay. And you guys are going to Texas because she thought that might be a good place to live? Is that what she
Yes.
told you? Did she say where in Texas may be a good place to live?
I think it was Dallas or Houston.
Okay. And you drove that first day all the way from Colorado Springs to Amarillo?
Yes.
Amarillo by morning.
That's about 10 and a half hours?
Yes.
Okay. You got into Amarillo. And then the next day you went from Amarillo to Decatur, Texas, correct?
Yes.
That's only a 4.5 hour long drive, isn't it?
I don't know.
You know what you did the rest of that day?
No.
You talked about your mom making reservations at these different hotels.
Yes.
She was actually making those reservations with an app, wasn't she?
I remember some of her reservations were through a call. I remember them calling because she needed to get her IHG number.
She didn't have an app on her phone for that?
I don't remember if the phone that she had was a
Danger,
smartphone.
Will Robinson. You're asking questions that obviously you have the wrong answer to.
Or have no answer at all.
And then you got up. And then when was it decided? So was it decided in Amarillo or in Decatur that Texas wasn't for you two?
I don't know because I don't know where they're like in proximity to Houston and like Texas. Like Houston and like Dallas.
Well, Decatur would be just outside of Dallas.
Okay.
I mean, was it
She's like, I don't
between
know.
Amarillo and Decatur that you guys were talking in the car and said, not Texas? Or was it that morning when you woke up in Decatur, said, let's head out for Florida? When was the decision made to go from Texas to Pensacola?
I don't know which state it was in, but or which city it was in. I just remember us being in Texas and deciding that.
Can you remember, was it before the first hotel or the second hotel?
Can we get
I
that
don't
to
know.
Loki?
Okay.
What?
And then when you were driving from
It's not on full screen.
Decatur to Pensacola, did you guys drive around along the coast?
Is it fixed?
Yes, fixed now.
I know that Destin is on the coast, so
Okay. And you drove through Louisiana?
if that's on the route to Florida.
Do you remember driving through long stretches of the country that were marshy and swampy with nothing else around?
I remember driving through
My man.
like the middle of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, the middle of nowhere, lots of marshes, lots of just nothing around.
Yes.
Remember that?
Nothing
Okay.
around. trees.
My man,
And
you're not
so
helping.
you get to
You're not helping
Pensacola
your
and you
case, my
check in
man.
the hotel. And that night you guys actually slept in the same bed.
Yes.
Okay. And while you're sleeping in the same bed with your mother, you don't recall her ever leaving.
No.
But we've already testified that like a nuclear
And you're
bomb could
saying
go off
at no
and you wouldn't have
point in
woken up for
time.
it.
And so you guys are, let me back this up. You guys are in the van for that first day when you leave, when you go from Colorado Springs to Amarillo. How long were you in the van for?
That day.
Okay, so all day though.
Yeah.
Traveling 10, 11 hours.
I don't remember how long it was. I just remember being in there for a long time.
Okay, and you're telling this jury at no point did you smell anything suspicious?
No, I did not.
That next day from Amarillo to Decatur, still you don't smell anything suspicious.
No.
And from Decatur, and that was a 10, 11-hour drive from Decatur to Pensacola, correct?
I don't remember how long it was.
But you're in the van pretty much also.
Yeah.
It's you and your mom,
Yes.
the dogs,
Yes.
and you don't smell anything suspicious.
No.
And you can, I mean, there's that gate there, but you can still look back in that gate and see stuff back behind you.
Yeah, I mean, there's no lights or anything, so.
I know, but sometimes you're driving during the day.
Right, but you can't really see through it. It's just, there's no lights back there. It's not really shining through.
But you never look back and you're saying you couldn't see anything when you look back in that van?
Didn't really have a reason to look back there.
You didn't look back the whole time, all 3 days? You never looked back in that van?
No, she said no.
No? Okay. And you went from Pensacola to Orlando?
Yes.
And you were supposed to be in Orlando for 5 days, but you only stayed 2?
Yes, I remember we were supposed to be there for a while and we didn't stay that long.
Okay. And then decided that you wanted to go back to South Carolina.
Yes.
That to be around family?
Yes, I remember my mom saying that we don't have money to keep staying in hotels. Our family was telling us just to go to Myrtle Beach, so that's where we went.
And throughout this whole trip, this whole journey, I mean, it's part of the reason why you think you and your mom are going there is because you guys have been receiving some threats on Facebook and social media.
Yes.
And so there appeared to be some safety concerns why it might be best for you and your mom to leave at that point in time.
Yes.
And at this point in time, because knowing your mom your whole life, growing up with her, you couldn't believe that she would do anything to hurt Gannon during this whole trip.
No.
Ouch.
Then how long were you then in South
You didn't think she
Carolina
could hurt
before the FBI came to arrest?
I didn't say that.
It was sometime between like February and March, like those weeks.
And you're saying the FBI told you that Gannon had been found down in Florida when they arrested your mom?
No, that was when I don't think they found his body until after she was arrested.
Okay. And how'd you find that out?
That's when the FBI came to my house multiple times.
Okay. And at some point, Dee Dee and Amy Bolton hire you an attorney?
Yes.
That's Julian Rosiel?
Yes.
And so obviously from that point forward until you come in with Mr. Rosiel to talk to Mr. Young and Agent Cohen, you had not spoke to law enforcement.
Not after, and like they came when they found Gannon's body and talked to me at Miss Dee Dee's house.
Okay. Well, I mean, you hadn't talked about the events September 26th, 27th, and 28th. You hadn't talked to law enforcement about, or to anybody about that ever until you sat down with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen.
When I came out here?
Yep.
No. I met with you guys before I met with them.
Yeah, but we didn't discuss those events. We discussed your mom growing up.
Okay, yes.
So you hadn't talked with anybody about those? Because do you remember that your attorney had put some conditions on us talking to you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And there were things that your attorney was allowing us to ask you and other things that he was not allowing us to ask you?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first time you had really discussed your actions, your mom's actions over the 26th, 27th, and 28th was with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen almost 3 years later.
Yes, I remember with my attorney though, previously I had to write like a personal statement that he wrote for me to send to them.
So your attorney wrote up what to say to them?
No, like a personal statement.
Okay. And you talked to your attorney before coming out here.
Yes.
And basically what was explained to you is they're not sure if they're going to charge you or not.
Yes.
And they want to get your version of what you say happened.
Yes.
And then based upon that, they were going to make a determination whether or not they were going to charge you with accessory to first degree murder.
Yes.
And at that point in time, you had already seen the probable cause affidavit.
Yes.
And so, you followed this case in the media.
Yeah, at some point in time I had to stop looking what the media said.
And you remember at the beginning of that interview that you did with Mr. Young, him telling you something to the effect of, I want to take some pressure off you. This isn't all on you. Your mother's pled not guilty by reason of insanity. So that's pretty much like an admission that you did it.
I don't remember what they exactly said when I went in there. I know that I had questions what it meant, but I had previously talked to Julian what it meant as well.
Okay.
You would
And
require.
when you found that out that your mom had pled not guilty by reason of insanity, that angered you?
Yes.
Because you felt like you've been deceived by her this entire time.
Yes.
And you had to put up with a lot of scorn.
A lot of what?
A lot of scorn on social media,
Yes.
anger and backlash.
Yep.
And so the decision on whether or not to charge you is going to be based upon what you, or at least not all of it, but to a degree, on what you told Mr. Young and Agent Cohen.
Can you rephrase what you said?
You knew when you were going in to do that interview with them that whether or not you got charged was going to be based in part upon what you told them.
Yes.
You will, at times, manipulate the truth for your benefit.
No.
And, well, so
Now you're
when
going to
you
call
were
the daughter a lawyer,
living
a liar.
South-
This is going to
so
look real bad.
between
for
when
you.
your mom got arrested
Yeah, that's not going to end well.
and now, you've been living with some different people.
She has seen not just
Yes, I lived with one different person.
Okay, you live with Dee Dee.
Yes.
sympathetic here.
You were
We're
also
not-
getting financial support from Aunt Brenda,
Yes.
and Brenda had bought you a car.
Yes.
And then she took that car away from you guys because you guys had a different disagreement.
Yes.
And it was difficult for you to get back and forth to nursing school.
Yes.
And so in January of 2023, you set up a GoFundMe page.
Yes.
And on that GoFundMe page, you say, "Hi, my name is Harley. For those of you who don't know my story, I lost both my parents a few years ago when I was 17 years old." That statement seems to imply that both your parents died when you were 17.
I don't think it does, no.
Okay. Well, your dad had died a long time before that.
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't. She
And you
literally
didn't
lost
lose your
her
mom. Your
mother.
mom was
Like
just
I
in
don't.
prison,
I don't
in jail in
understand.
Colorado.
I lost her.
You're making
Okay.
yourself look
But
like
you don't
an asshole.
think that that's at all misleading to get people to give you money.
Nope, it was for my friends and family so they could have like a source to send it to me.
You were likely to get more money from people if they thought your mom was dead as opposed to if your mom was in.
No.
You also put in there that you've been having to provide for yourself a place to stay, transportation, and the college and the necessities of everyday livelihood.
Yes.
But you said that your aunt, up until just before that, had provided you a car.
She would, at the beginning of all this, cared and would help me with things. And then she would manipulate me and take everything away from me if I didn't do what she told me to do.
Okay. But you indicate on your GoFundMe that nobody's helped you and that you're just out there all alone.
No, I did not.
During this time, not only was I struggling coping with this, but was also struggling with navigating my way through life and getting myself back on my feet. I had to provide myself a place to stay, transportation, college, and everyday's necessities. I never asked for help during this time and always tried to figure out everything on my own. It was a struggle filled with both highs and lows, but God has always provided a way.
Yes.
Okay? And you don't think that's what it actually was?
I don't think that's what?
You don't think that was a manipulation of the truth?
No, it's not.
She effectively
How much
did
money
lose
did you
both
raise
of
from
her
that?
parents.
Like $800 or something.
Her mom couldn't support her. You can tell he has no clue what to do with these answers. And that they're not going the way he thought they were going to go.
No further questions.
Redirect. Mr. Young.
Thanks.
And Mr. Young, would you move the microphone a little bit closer to the middle? Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Hunt, I want to start with where Mr. Cellini ended on this GoFundMe page.
Okay.
Tell the jury why you did this GoFundMe page.
When this all happened to me, I was left with literally nothing.
And here's where we make the defense look like
You would
biggest
think that
assholes ever.
if my mom knew that she would do this, she would do something to, like, you know, prepare her daughter or set her daughter up to not have parents or financial help. I had people in the beginning, they were very nice and they volunteered. I never asked people for anything, like I had said in my GoFundMe paragraph.
And
It's like I was like thrown out into the world with nothing.
there's some Kleenexes to your left there, Ms. Hunt, if
Yep,
you'd like to
just when you
use
think
those.
the
Are you doing
defense
okay?
can't get any
Yeah, I'm
the
fine.
defendant
Let me ask
and
you
the defense
this.
couldn't get any less likable.
You indicated on
We have done this.
cross-examination that it was was it August of 2022 that your Aunt Brenda cut you off?
I think it was September or August, yeah, somewhere around then.
So was it after you came to Colorado to give this statement or a proffer and told us what you told this jury today?
Yeah, it was after.
Did she find out about it? Is that why she cut you off?
Objection foundation.
I can rephrase.
You can rephrase, right?
Do you know why she cut you off?
There was just multiple like reasonings that didn't really make sense. She just didn't agree with, you know, like with the insurance of the car and things like that.
Needless to say, it was after you gave your statement is when she took your car back and stopped providing you with funds.
Yes.
And you're in college, you're in nursing school, right?
Yes.
Were you working at
Here
the
we
time?
go. Here's the spite.
Now, when you made the post about losing both parents, what did you mean?
I lost both my parents. It was like one day you wake up and your whole life changed. I lost my stepdad and I lost my mom and my brother. I lost everybody.
Were you trying to imply that your mom had died?
No.
Were you just stating the fact that she was arrested and you hadn't seen her since she's been arrested?
Yes.
Counsel asked you several questions about not smelling anything in the van. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did your mom do anything to prevent you from smelling anything in the van as you were driving?
Yes. She always kept the air on. I remember a time when I was cold and I tried to turn it off, and she was like, "No, it's hot in here." And we also like kept giving the dog like little like CBD treats to keep them calm.
And you're driving in into January, early February through Texas. Was it cold in Texas?
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember. It wasn't like hot and sunny though.
Mr. Tellini asked you on cross-examination that you would have never dreamed that your mom would have done something bad to Gannon. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
What do you think about that now as you sit in this courtroom?
I'm still in shock. I defended her for years, and I just feel like manipulated and lied to.
Because
Cool.
you were.
Well, yeah.
And when we started out your testimony this morning, you talked about learning about how your father actually died. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about?
She's
the
now
manipulation
staring
that's been
her
going
own
on for
daughter down.
years is
I would
finally
get off
coming
the
to your
stand and punch her
realization?
right in the smug face.
And do you remember when you
He's
were
literally
talking to
trying
us
to
back in
intimidate her daughter by
August,
staring her down.
the questions I was asking you about why we were considering filing charges on you?
Yes.
Do you remember me asking you, what would you explain to a jury about driving cross country with a body in a suitcase in the back of that van? What would you tell the jury? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Tell this jury whether or not you knew that Gannon's body was back in that van and why.
The thought just never came across my mind. I just never thought my mom would do that. I didn't see her to be the person to do that. So I never even like questioned it. Like it just never came up.
And what would happen if you did question it?
She would just say like, "Don't question me," like saying it was back talking her.
Do you know what happened to my squid?
Mr. Tellini was asking you questions about any relationships between the time your father and her separated and divorced by the time that she married Albert Stauch. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Did your mom date anybody or go out with anyone in between that time period?
Yes.
You remember who she went out with and for how long?
There was Travis.
Did you know Travis's last name?
No.
Do you know where you were living when she dated Travis?
Myrtle Beach.
And how long did they date?
It felt like a while. A year or two.
Mr. Tellini asked you about a hospitalization at some point. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
You initially said that you thought that your mom was in the hospital because she had cancer. You remember
Yes.
cancer?
Yes.
Who told you that your mom had cancer?
I remember her saying she had ovarian cancer when we lived in Charleston.
Who said that?
My mom.
And was she telling you that because why? Why would she tell you that?
I don't know.
Were you asking what the heck you're doing in the hospital?
Yeah.
And her answer was, I have ovarian cancer.
Yeah, I remember.
You ever bring up ovarian cancer again with you?
No.
Mr. Tellini asked you questions about suicides and your mom talking about suicide. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
He asked you on two different events, right?
Yes.
You remember one of those events being in Alaska?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. How did that come up? What was said? What was the circumstances surrounding what was said?
Yeah, so I remember I was in my room, and she was like, "Come eat, that's your last dinner with me." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And then she was like, it's already too late. Like, I took them. And then I was just like, what? And I remember crying and I was like, what do you mean? And then we went and had dinner and then it was never talked about again.
And was
she
this
tried
at
to
a
guilt
time
trip you
when
into
she
you
was telling
thinking
you
that
that she
she
didn't want to
attempted
be in
suicide.
Alaska? She had nothing to do with Alaska, wanted to move from Alaska.
Yes.
What do you think about what she said to you now?
What do you mean?
Was that a form of manipulation, as you indicated earlier?
Yes.
Had you ever seen her try to hurt herself?
No.
And the other time she talked about suicide, was this related to the hospitalization that she said she was in for ovarian cancer?
Yes.
Did you consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Yes.
Dude, you're not making yourself look any better.
What is this?
Mr. Tellini asked you questions about the cell phone and the cell phone text messages that are entered in People's Exhibit 205. Do you remember reading those?
No, I
And it says,
understand.
for
I'm
her
just
phone, it
saying.
says maybe Nicole.
Yes.
For yours, it says daughter. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know why that says maybe Nicole?
No, I do not.
Do you know whether or not your mom actually programmed her name into the phone?
No, I do not.
Are you familiar with iPhones and what comes up if you don't program it with your name in there and things?
Do you mean like when you have to set the iPhone up?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So what happens if you never set the iPhone up with your name in it?
You can't use it.
Well, would your name come up?
Yes.
Or would it be something maybe? Would it be maybe somebody?
Sustained.
Okay.
I'm not sure that this is the right witness for that.
Do you know why that her phone said maybe Nicole in text messages?
No.
Sustained.
You talked about your mom quitting jobs on several occasions, especially the teaching jobs. Do you remember that testimony on cross?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she was quitting these teaching jobs?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I was told that she wanted to work, and then when she would work, Albert would be mad at her that she wasn't watching the kids, and then when she would watch the kids and not be working, he would be mad at her for not working.
Did she ever mention to you that she was being sexually harassed at school and she didn't want to work there anymore, things like that?
I heard that when I was younger.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't know. I was in like middle or elementary school.
Did you hear it from your mom?
I don't remember.
Is that a common theme with your mom when she doesn't want to be somewhere? Something happens that is causing her to quit her job and move somewhere else.
It happened in Alaska.
Mr. Tellini asked you about January 26, 2020 in the morning and whether or not anyone went to church. Do you remember that
You're a
question?
good CCW, honey.
Did you not, in fact, go to work in the afternoon around 2 o'clock in the afternoon that day?
You're a good papa.
Sorry, I'm like forgetting times. There's been so many times. Yes.
Let me ask you this. Would your mom drive a vehicle to church?
Yes.
And would it be either Albert's truck or her Tiguan that she drove to church?
Yes.
Would that be on one of the ring videos in the neighborhood? If they actually went to church that day, you would see the vehicles leaving and going to church.
Yes.
Do you remember changing your clothes on January 27th, 2020 when you got off of work and then went to the Dollar Tree with Lena?
No, I don't remember.
If you went down to the basement and you went, would you go into Gannon's room for any reason?
No.
Go into the storage room for any reason?
No.
Went to the basement, would you just go to your room, change, and then go back up?
Correct. Yes.
Did you ever go into Gannon's room on January 27th, 2020?
No.
Did you ever go into the storage room on that day?
No.
Mr. Tellini was asking you questions about the Taco Bell and after the hospital. Remember, he was asking about the voice that your mother was telling you these things about rambling and words to that effect. You remember that?
Yes.
Was she telling you why she left the hospital?
Yeah, she was. I remember something being mentioned about the hospital workers and like the story of what happened.
Was she explaining that she was being treated unfairly and she actually ran away from the hospital?
I remember her saying she was treated unfairly.
Is that why you had to go pick her up at a Taco Bell instead of the hospital?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
Which part?
Why you had to pick her up at the Taco Bell?
I don't remember.
Your mom is quite the talker. When she starts talking, she goes nonstop, right?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Absolutely
Is
true.
that unusual to you? Have you seen her on
Yeah,
numerous
that first
occasions
phone call. Oh my
basically
god.
talking?
She would not
Yes.
shut up.
I don't think that woman stopped breathing long enough to take a breath.
Did you ever, whether it's January 27th or January 28th or January 29th, clean up any blood at 6627 Mandan Drive?
No, I did not.
If you had, would you have been telling this jury that?
Yes.
Did you ever see any blood on Gannon's wall in his bedroom?
No, I did not.
Thomas.
Did you see any blood in the storage room on the floor?
Thomas.
No, I did not.
What I'm gonna
Did
need
you see
from
any
you
blood
right
in the basement
now
area at all?
No, I did not.
is good idea fairy merch
Could you smell any
ideas.
cleaning?
Because I'm
down
about
in
to
the
put the
basement?
good idea fairy on a
Our house
shirt.
always smelled clean.
Why is that?
My mom was like a neat freak, so she always wanted everything clean.
Because so many people apparently are struck by the good idea fairy.
The ultimate good idea fairy situation at this point would be to put Letecia on the stand first.
If
No,
you
I'm
would have
gonna
known
put Marine
Gannon's
Corps
body
good
was in
idea
the back of
fairy.
that van,
When the lieutenant walks in, it's like, I got
you were
the
talking
good
to
idea. And you're like,
Cohen.
shit, the good idea fairy struck.
you have told him that?
Yeah,
Yes.
no.
You would have known that he was in that van when the FBI came out to South Carolina to talk to you about Gannon's body being found on March 17th.
This is straight up
2020,
Marine Corps
would you have
good
told
idea
him that?
fairy right
Yes.
here.
Do you know now that Gannon's body was in that van as you drove across the country?
Yes.
Y'all have traumatized this poor little girl enough.
Was your mom pretty athletic?
Yes.
Was she capable of lifting heavy objects?
Yes.
Overruled.
What is he
Do
complaining
you know how
about?
much Gannon weighed?
He was little, so he didn't weigh a lot.
Was your mom capable of carrying his body in a suitcase, picking it up and throwing over a bridge rail in
Objection,
Pensacola,
you
Florida?
wouldn't
Yes.
know.
What? Where?
Is that easy for you to say?
No.
You still love your mother?
You're not going to get a quick answer on
I'll strike that.
Papa,
Your Honor.
I
have no further
it's not
questions.
that she's lying.
Do any of the jurors have any questions?
You
for
can
Ms.
tell
Hunt?
that she is
Looks like we have
answering
a
through the
couple. Mr. Young,
lens
if you would retrieve
of
those
a
and counsel approach,
child
please.
who has been put through hell and back.
on every conceivable level.
Yeah, Papa, this is this whole trial has been how to ruin somebody's psyche and how to scar them for life. Not, I mean, you're seeing a child's obliviousness to what their parents are doing because they want to believe the best in their mom. You know, they don't want to think about the fact that their mom killed a child. So, yeah, I mean, Papa, you're 100% right. She's seeing it through the lens of a child that just doesn't want to admit that reality.
And it's holding her back.
Creed, yeah, you can. Just because you're chronologically 17 does not mean you're emotionally or mentally that age. I know plenty of kids that are 16, 17, 18 that were incredibly sheltered.
Especially these days.
Yeah, but I mean incredibly sheltered and incredibly protected from the real world.
Definitely with you there, CCW.
Yeah, Iris, I mean, like, I agree. She may have thought it or just kind of in the back of her mind known it, but there's that self-preservation part of your brain, especially when it's your mom, because she's testified that she was a teenage mother. Letecia had her when she was a teenager. So they kind of grew up together in some ways. But and dad was a drug addict and did jail time and stuff. And it's that you want so badly to believe that your mother
Ms.
couldn't do
Hunt,
this.
did you see a large green suitcase loaded into the
You know,
second van?
You want to believe
No.
so badly that you do.
The night when your mom asked, sorry, Jess, the night when your mom asked you to go down with her to say goodnight to Gannon, do you have a specific recollection of seeing any part of his body, like his hands, face, or any part of his actual skin?
I
She's
remember
never
seeing
going to
his
escape
head.
this, Iris. You're right. She's never, ever going to escape this. And Anubis,
The morning of the first day in Pensacola,
this
Florida,
is true.
when you left the hotel, do you recall if the van was in a different
She is
parking
going
spot
to have to
than where
do
you had parked it when you checked in?
some things.
I don't remember.
So let me rephrase that a little bit. So when you got there,
I guarantee after
the
this
van's
trial,
parked and you check in.
they're
You
going
come
to
out
put
the
her
next
in
morning. Is it in the same spot or in a
contact with
different
like
spot?
Dennis
I don't
Rader,
remember
the
where we
BTK
parked. I just know
serial
we
killer.
would always park towards
They're
the
going to
back
put
of
her in
the
touch with
hotel.
his daughter.
During your
His
time
daughter
living in Colorado Springs,
goes and
home with the
speaks to
other kids, Gannon and
that have
Lena, did
parents
it
who are
appear to
serial
you that
killers
Gannon was
or
treated more
parents who
strict
do
or
horrible
more
things
unfair than anyone else
and
by the
talk
defendant,
to
your
them
mom?
about how they got through it,
No.
changing their names,
I will allow
how
reasonable
to get
follow-up
through
as
it
to
in
those
life,
questions only. Prosecution?
you know, how to get
Are we deciding to
past
publish People's Exhibit 48 that's already
being
in the
what your
evidence?
mother is. So they're going to put her in touch with people who are
Ms.
going to
Hunt, if
try
you
to
can look at the
teach her
TV
how
screen,
to
this is People's Exhibit 48.
kind of
Do you
rebuild her
recognize the
life in a way.
suitcase that we see in that exhibit?
Yes.
How do you recognize that suitcase?
I remember it from like moving from like Alaska or anytime we would move.
Had you ever seen that during the time periods that we've been talking about? January 27th, January 28th, January 29th, all the way up to February 4th?
No.
Those are my questions.
Defense? All right. Thank you, Ms. Hunt. You may step down.
Creed, I don't think anybody's saying she's
Watch your
Mother
step.
Teresa.
It's okay.
And
Go ahead.
it's going to be self-preservation instinct.
All right,
What
ladies
else
and
does
gentlemen, I
she
think we're going to
have?
end a little bit early today.
What else
So
does this
if
poor
I can
girl
have everyone
have?
back in the jury room a little bit before 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be able to start on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else.
Okay. So, guys, we'll be back at 10 o'clock. We will play a few games at 10 o'clock, but tonight at 10, there's some gun stuff we're going to do. And I have a Loki rant that we're going to do.
You want to do a round now?
No. I mean, if you want to, I'm going to put someone to bed and you know, fix a couple things.
Isn't that 10 Eastern?
Yes, 10 Eastern.
Yep, I'll set it up after we get here. Who wants to play a game of Quiplash?
Creed, Mossad is Mossad. Or you mean Mossad, like the Israeli Defense Force, like from Israel? Okay, Hot Coffee wants to play around a Quiplash. We can. And then, which is fine. You guys can play it. And CCW's in for it.
Cool.
But there's going to be an old school Loki rant about something that was said in the Valo case tonight at 10. Because I need to. I cannot hold it in.
Well, you can, but then you would explode, and that would be bad.
Yeah, exploding Lokis would be terrible. I agree.
Yes, Creed, I know exactly what you mean with Mossad. I have a large number of family members that were Mossad. I have a large number of family members that were what they call the Haganah, which is what became Mossad. And I have large numbers of family members in special forces, in the Israeli Defense Forces, especially in special operations called Shaytet 13. So I am very familiar with Mossad. And if people would like to know about Mossad, just go watch the movie Munich and watch what Mossad and Golda Meir have decided how they're going to run things. Hot Coffee, Jackbox.tv. I will see you guys at 10 o'clock tonight. I will see you at 10 for a rant. It will be fun.
I should be here.
Oh, you don't want to miss this one, Patty.
Oh, your rants are the things that asthma attacks are made for.
Oh, it's good. This one's especially
a giggle.
This one's especially bad.
Oh no.
You're all gonna die of laughter.
Uh-oh.
This is especially a special kind of stupid.
That's no bueno. No bueno, señorita.
It's bad when I know it's a special kind of stupid.
Yeah, I know all about special kinds of stupid.
All right. Do I
I want to change my name from Goddess of Snark to Identifier of Stupid.
Or how about Jiminy Patty? Because you can just sit on my shoulder and be my conscience.
Apple Rose needs to come sit on your shoulder because she knocked my glasses out of whack again today. Luckily, I was at the eye doctor so we could fix them. I will let her sit on your shoulder.
To be honest, I would lose Apple Rose because she the other tiny person would steal her.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, you've never had an animal on your shoulder till you've had Apple Rose decide that your ear is dirty and she is going to clean it in the middle of the night.
Yes.
I buried my head under the pillows.
Okay, play the first round, guys.
Big
you guys a little bit.
She can come stay with Aunt Debbie, but there's also like a gazillion people that if I start handing out that dog, I'm in trouble.
Tell them to get in line, Miss Apple Rose.
Well, and that's Apple Rose. It is set up that Auntie Stephanie gets Apple Rose.
Well, I don't get Apple Rose. My mini gets Apple Rose because my mini will come take her from someone.
Yeah. And Blanche gets to go live with the poodle pointer in Minnesota.
Prompts on your device to answer any way you please. You'll go head
Give
to
you a
head.
hint about the rant. It is about bad mothers.
Word based on the percentage of people who
Oh Lord. Are we going to talk about Jewish mothers and their guilt?
While we're doing it, I'll do a little light spamming.
No, this is going to be epic level.
We're looking forward to
So,
that.
And anybody who was not here earlier, or anybody who sees this in the future, and has any questions about why it is phrased about supporting beasties, see earlier in Rant, Ask Patty, Ask Croc. And at some point, I will post a short video or a notice about it because I get stupid questions all the time.
I phrased it that way on purpose and with considerable forethought.
Right, but I'm just saying, you guys can answer and you can affirm, both of you. Because Patty, I don't think was here at that point. Patty, is it not true that I do not tell you or disclose to you who the Beastie Fund has helped, but that I do disclose to both of you the amount of money that has gone to help the Beasties?
You just notify me that you have helped a beastie.
Right, I don't
There's
disclose what.
there's never a reason why unless they have given permission for it to be public.
So,
And at that point, I just go, it's okay. I'll put them in my prayers. We do what we can to help our beasties.
But not necessarily best is
right. And, you know, if you're not comfortable coming to me, you can go to Patty and Patty can bring things to me.
okay. Ready.
Oh, we are in fire
TCW,
form
tell
after all
Jessica
of
I
this.
love her. Tell Jessica I love her and I offered to help.
Ooh. I am Batman with the Trail Worlds. Yes.
Okay, I will see you guys later.
I was not
All right.
oh shit there either. Yep, we'll see you later. I want to hear this rant.
Okay, bye, loves.
Bye, love.
Ooh, ow.
Amanda, that must be.
No, we just had an Amanda.
Yeah, we got an Amanda in there. Gotta love the Amanda.
And next, weirdly enough, the NFL has agreed to let players celebrate touchdowns by blank.
What?
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Oh.
Okay, guys, remember we're still daytime hours, so you gotta be kind of careful here on the answers.
And a quiplash. Boom.
No referencing of eggplants.
Next up,
No opal dragon cream.
you would not hire for your 6-year-old's birthday party.
Ow.
Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Okay, Thomas, let's see how it is. Oh, I was wrong. That was Debbie. Yikes.
Jessica, it's fine. We promise we're really not that warped.
Little known fact, Guns N' Roses used to be called Guns N' Roses and blank.
Yeah.
All right, people, it's voting time.
Oh, wow. Just holy crap.
You know, this is much better than mowing my grass, Krakow.
Oof.
And now, Austin's new slogan should be Keep Austin blank.
Free of Cortina.
Oh, yikes.
Okay, choose your favorite.
Oh, flip a coin here. I don't know which one is this. This is going to win. Who's going to win this one? Okay, Sod. Hey, Sod.
God, good job.
All right,
You beat the Amanda. You better watch out for her.
For the TV show Friends. All right, choose your favorite.
Yeah. Anyway, every little bit helps, folks. Seriously. If you can, do. If you don't break yourself doing it. Please.
Next on the docket, Dorothy meant to say there's no place like blank. And now pick your favorite.
Now, MGM wouldn't have let her go for that one. I can't say I'm surprised, but I like the chicken ranch better. MGM wouldn't have let her anywhere near
Okay, let's
Disney
not
World.
dwell on round one anymore. There's more.
Oh, look at Debbie go. Look at Debbie go. She's in lead. Good job, Debbie.
Is here. The points are doubled, so try to bring it. Okay.
Say Amanda and Debbie both got quicklashes. We were running through those like water earlier today. Yes, hello, Alex. We have a full room. You may have heard.
I did not hear. I don't intend to join unless needed.
Well, I don't know that you can anyway. So
I can't with my phone because my phone will just kick me.
yeah, MGM didn't partner with Disney. Wasn't partnering with Disney at that time.
But
At least I don't think so.
I have mom's phone, so I still can join.
Come on, dude. Let's get your homework done. Amanda's already apologizing. I almost don't want to know what this is going to be, how this is going to go. Oh, what did you say, Amanda? Sandy side, Snarky P. Oh, hey, we still had 20 seconds left. I'm impressed. I know we haven't had a lot of
I'm trying to be very creative today.
Okay, so you trapped a fart in a jar. Now
I
what?
saw Amanda's apology. I had to plug in back for a minute to see what this was for.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm completely down with the vacation tour of the White House. You'd be amazed at some of the shit
Keep
that
it
goes
going.
on.
The worst thing to say after making eye contact with someone in an elevator. Okay, everybody. Pick your
Okay,
favorite
so
clip.
we have fart jokes. Damn.
We're now into the poop joke phase of the night.
Oh yeah. Because the fun part of it is we're gonna
I'm
have
not
more. We're
surprised.
gonna have more of that later.
I'm not surprised, but anytime I see Amanda apologizing, I have to plug my computer back in
Next one up. The smoothest
while I fight with a memory card.
to deliver on singles night.
Ooh.
Now it's time to vote for your favorite.
I want that one.
Yeah. Haha.
I'm being stared at. Don't stare at me. No, don't stare at me. Stop staring at me.
Yikes. Yeah. That was gonna be a thing.
Next we have all the jesters have failed. Only one thing will entertain the king. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
I actually think NFL hula dancing could be a real moneymaker.
I know, right? Question is, how
Okay,
many
there
guys
you are.
do it?
I feel like NFL hula dancing could be a real thing.
Okay, what's next?
NFL hula dancing.
If you don't have a dog, why do you have that doghouse? Right, vote for the one you like best.
Amanda? No, Debbie, I'm not mad at you.
Oh dear.
Oh, making Croco groan. It is a joy.
It read pretty well, apparently.
Next, the name of this player's signature dance move.
Oh dear.
They knew about my belly dancing? The horse flop. The piston.
Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
Wow.
You guys are funny. Funny, funny, funny.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's a split decision. So who was
Let's see the
apologizing
next
for
one.
winning it?
For some reason,
Amanda.
want to make a blank theme Monopoly board.
The correct answer is not Mario or Sonic. Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Wouldn't either of those just be a clue board?
Yeah,
No.
basically.
I think Murder Monopoly could be cool. I mean, it is the sport that the royal family is prohibited from playing or owning because apparently they apparently get too heated.
Ooh, you got an audience vote there, Nancy. Cool. That
And
kicks
here
ass.
we
Good
have,
job, Nancy.
if this player started a religion, it would be called the Church of Blank. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Well, no shots fired here.
No, they got them all out of their system with me. That's okay. I love you anyway.
Oh. What part of this game
Ooh,
is
Todd gets it.
understand?
And round 2 is history. Let's see how it'll be remembered. Get ready.
There's a reason why Thomas and I are up at the top most of the time.
Final chance to make your mark. I'll be sending each
Well,
of you a prompt
actually, I
that
think we might
means
actually have enough of them.
3 separate
But we have to start with
responses. One of you wasn't paying attention,
Holmes.
but that's fine.
Herbert Howard Holmes, I think, or was it that the other way around? Whatever. We got to start with Triple H, and not the wrestler. So I think it's Henry. Yeah, it's Henry Howard. Now it's gonna bug me. Henry Howard Holmes. Yeah, it was. I got it right eventually. Then I second guess myself, which is bad. Shouldn't do that. Yeah, probably. Of course, if we're gonna do murders, we got to put James Bond on the list. That guy killed more critters than probably most of the serial killers combined. Gary Ridgway might be a thing.
Just a few seconds left.
Come on, 10 seconds.
There's actually a Colombian serial killer who's killed almost 200 people and is getting out this year on parole.
How the hell? Whoa. Well, you've been out of practice for a while. It's okay, CCW. We'll get you back up. We'll get you back up to speed.
Decisions.
I know which one I'm picking.
Yeah. Because frankly, a lot of the lawyers I've met are snakes.
Most of the ones I know are snakes too.
Ow.
And there's the quiplash for CCW.
Boom.
Let's make it a super.
Yeah, CCW's back.
Oh yeah.
3 things Canada is the world leader in.
I love how CCW's over here playing it off like I'm out of practice. When we all know Papa's like, hold my beer and watch this.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Okay. I know which one I think I think is going to win. Oh, you actually won one. You've actually gotten really close to winning one of those. You'll get there. Don't worry. Oh, yikes. Sandy, that was good.
3 weird fashion trends that'll never catch on. And now, pick your favorite.
Oh. Well, do you see that? 18-inch heels. I don't even know how that works. Oh.
My mom won't call it a butt. She calls it blank, blank, or blank.
Okay, Thomas.
All right, choose your favorite.
No, actually, stilts. That they would be proper stilts, because there's no way your toes are going to get to the ground. Ooh, I was wrong about which one was Thomas. Wow.
You were.
Now let's see what that did to the final
Yes, I was. I knew it was. I knew it had to be you and Thomas. I just mixed up which one was which. Oh,
CCW nabs it.
outstanding!
Good job, CCW.
Well done. Very well done. I had a feeling that
You
was-
are our counterclockwise man.
Yes. All right, folks. It is now 5 minutes to 4 on the left coast of the United States, and it is probably time to say goodbye. We'll be back in about 3 hours, though, so look forward to that.
Catch you in 3.